I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. Hello, everybody. It's Dark Side Phil. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I could catch up on back taxes, making large stacks, refunding chargebacks, and my laugh sounds like act. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. I want to have chill streams. No detractor memes. Bathroom breaks. Playing WWE. Relaxing chill session of Street Fighter 3. It's like I'm getting my vibe back from 2017. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one. Me. I'm the one who masturbated in front of children. I'm the one who got 4th place at Evo. I'm the one with a 10-year legacy. I'm the one. Me. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
He really needs that money.
Electric bill, the internet bill, the condo fees, my mortgage, my taxes.
He needs that money,
taxes,
Chad.
My current taxes, my state taxes, my federal taxes, my tax attorney, my tax guy, my tax accountant, my bankruptcy lawyer, all of my credit cards, my new setup, and a new laptop, PS5, gin.
He really needs that money. If you can't tell, he's really needed that money for years. He's never going to get that money. He's never going to get that money. It's just never happening. I'm starting to feel better from yesterday. I still have a cough going. Hopefully it doesn't interfere with anything because I think Bo Blacks is going to be joining us. I'm not sure yet. I don't know. I'm just going to do me. Really. Let's say hello to some people in chat. Hello, Blaster, Mad Max, Lucid, Squatchin, Rinny, Luna, Hannah, Alex Stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming out. This is going to be a little crazy because I never thought that Turkey Tom would make a documentary on Dark Side Phil. I felt like Tom was just like waiting for this one, or it just never piqued his interest as much as it should have. Because this kind of log cow, I've been waiting for just years for this. Like Phil now has somebody else to hate. It's not Tevin's fault anymore. It's no longer Snort Hogan's fault. It's no longer Down the Rabbit Hole's fault. It's no longer This Is How You Don't Play's fault. Now it is Turkey Tom's fault. Now Phil can subscribe all of his issues to Turkey Tom. Everything that goes wrong with Phil is all because of Turkey Tom now. Every single thing from here on out. That's what's happening. Let's just get it started. Hold on. I gotta switch to the right fucking thing. Hello, welcome back. It's been a couple of days. Somebody elf. Exactly. Somebody elf. Oh, did I screw up again? Did I do this? Stream settings. Yep, I put it at normal latency like an idiot. God damn it. It's been so long. The Detractors. So true. Turkey Tom has joined the group known as the Detractors. We're all detractors in our own way, chat. We're all detractors. This is the problem. We're all detractors of Phil. You just don't know it yet. This is the problem. You just don't know it yet. We're all detractors of Phil. Everybody in the world is a detractor of Phil. Everybody. You just haven't been converted yet. And I hope to do that for you today. I hope to do that. The reason I hope to do that is because watching Phil, it's so boring. It's so boring. I hate watching Phil. But the detractor channels that are good detractor channels, right, that like actually think outside of just like constantly hating on Phil, a lot of them are really good. Like shout out to King Sly, shout out to Atlas Books, Bookkeeper, shout out to all those guys. I fucking love their channels. They're fucking great. They make it actually fun for me to watch. This is the craziest thing. VTubers don't like Phil. Gaming content creators don't like Phil. YouTube royalty doesn't like Phil. Commentary channels don't like Phil. It's actually been crazy. The amount of communities that unanimously do not like Phil all at once. Because it's something that he does to himself, right? Every single time Phil tries to like do anything, he destroys himself. The VTuber community tries to shit on Tears of the Kingdom, and then the VTuber community find out about how shit he is at video games and laugh at him. Like there's just so many good things that come from Phil. It brings together so many different communities. So many communities come together to make fun of Phil. And now we have it to another level. Now we have it to another level, chat. This is the time that we do this. What is this? Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to have to go over that later. But now we're here. Now we're here, chat. We're here now. Also, good news. We also have good news, chat. Before I get into it later. The LolCow Live actually uploaded their first episode, which is actually crazy. If you want my honest opinion, I should have taken a bet out that this podcast was going to happen. I took a bet that it wouldn't. And I did that with a close friend of mine. It wasn't with any creators. So anybody that thinks, oh, Chris didn't believe in the project, I believed in it. But I know where to place my bets with Wings and Boogie, two very fucking unstable people that can't stick to a goddamn fucking schedule. They actually put out their first episode. It was pretty good. I liked it. Did I need the first 30 seconds to be of Keemstar's face? No. I really didn't. But all in all, the episode was good. I couldn't imagine the bullshit that went on behind the scenes. Give it 2 to 5 episodes. I agree. But I want it to last longer than that. This is the one podcast that Keemstar started that can't die after like 10 episodes. I refuse to let that happen. So make sure you guys subscribe over to the LolCow podcast later. We're going to be talking about the episode 2 later because Phil does not like the LolCow podcast anymore. He doesn't like the idea. He bitched about it. He's bitched about Turkey Tom. I'm not going to lie to you. I watched this man for 50 minutes cry and moan about the LolCow podcast, about Keemstar, whined and moaned about Turkey Tom's video being some kind of clickbait. The video is all clickbait and nobody cares about what Phil has to say and how come people don't reach out to Phil. It's so fucking stupid. We have so much to go over with Phil. But Tom made a really good fucking video on Phil. In my opinion, really, really good fucking video on Phil. I'm pretty sure it hit... Shit, it hit number 29 on trending for gaming. Bro, that's how you know that all this shit about Phil is just... It's happening. It's happening. CIA Destroyer fanboy, shut up. Chris the Nevernark, shut the fuck up. Fuck you, CIA.
All right,
But we're going to go over the documentary. I'm going to fill in some gaps if I remember everything off the top of my head, right? I'm just going to remember it off the top of my head. Because there's certain things that have... Because basically what Tom tried to... and I'm not speaking on behalf of Tom here, right? You're trying to put 15 years of a man's existence and all the things he's ever done into a 2-hour slot. This video, realistically, should have been as long as the Chris Chan video, but I feel like he focused on the main points as to why Phil has been a failure for a decade. A failure for a decade. Not what Phil's saying. Phil's like, no, it's a decline. It's a decline. It's a decline. No. Failure. You're a failure, Phil. You're a fucking failure. We all know it. Come on.
Woo!
Bitch.
Shut up, Chris the Nevanarch.
If you only knew. If you only knew, chat. If you only knew. Let's see here. If you only knew. Okay. Let's take a look at this shit. Because I wanted to go over this.
We got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP.
Darkside Phil is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful at. From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
All while
Okay, I love that. I love when Phil does that. I love that. That's my favorite line that he does every time. If you don't watch enough Phil content like I do, being an addict of detractor content, whenever somebody in chat goes, hey, the economy is like pretty tough. Mind you, he's been going for 15 years. 15 years, chat. He's going on 15 years. He has gone through like two recessions, the housing market collapse. Like, this dude has lived through everything. And every time that there's an economic downturn and people aren't coming out to donate, people can't donate because there's not a lot of money, there's a bunch of shit, right? He always finds a way to make it the viewer's problem. Where he goes, oh, well, people are just too fucking lazy. They're too lazy. The economy's bad? That's total bullshit. That's total bullshit. The economy being bad. You know, people will still pay to watch their favorite streamers. Come on. That's insane. Imagine if I did my stream yesterday, right? I haven't streamed in like 9, close to 10 days, right? I took a lot of time off. I needed it. And I came back, and the first thing I said was, fuck you, you're not donating enough money. There's not enough people in chat. There's not enough viewers. How come you aren't donating more memberships to me? Why aren't you sending super chats? You know, it's really easy to tip me. You know, the link's right here. Chat, the link's right here. It's on the screen. Why can't you do this? Why can't you do this? Ah? Why can't you donate to me? Imagine if I did that coming back. Don't react with... I told you 5 p.m. EST, Boblax. I told you that. But, like, imagine that. Imagine if I came back that way. Imagine. Imagine if Boblax just took an entire hour-long stream and just proceeded to bitch about not having money. I'm pretty sure nobody would be happy about that, right? Nobody. It'd be fucking annoying. I don't know what Boblax wants. He can call me if he wants. I know we were planning on doing this together, but he's like... I told him at 5 p.m. I told him 5 p.m. EST, and he said, okay. If he wants me to wait, I'll wait. But, like... I want to get this going. If anything, we could probably convene on the LolCow podcast shit. That's what I'm thinking. I'd IRL donate a Ford Focus to your legs. Phil's like a cockroach that keeps coming back. Yes, Phil is maybe the most interesting cockroach to ever exist. Because there are some creators that are legitimate cockroaches, right? That will never go away. But there's something about Phil. He survived every major YouTube change, every adpocalypse. He survived every single wave of change on this platform. He survived cancellations. He survived being banned on Twitch. He's survived being banned on YouTube at one point. This man cannot be stopped. The heat death of the universe will not stop Phil from streaming and begging for donations. It will not happen. It's literally impossible. It's the most insane thing on planet Earth to me is that this man can keep doing it. Do not betray the Mayo King. How did I betray Boblax? I told him 5 o'clock. I told him 5 o'clock. He's fucking late. That's not my fault. He begging and bitching once a week stream for Phil. You should schedule at this point. I'm not going to stomp you. You're not going to keep coming back. Your purpose in life is to be the chat blowing on the dick daily. I genuinely believe that the heat death of the universe won't stop Phil from begging for money. I'm pretty sure he's immortal. He's looked the same for 15 years. 2 minutes left of microwave meal. Are you kidding, Boblax? Bruh. Boblax is eating microwave food right now. What a... Cooks... Wait. Why are you heating up microwave food? Actually cook yourself food. You monster? Uh-oh. I didn't mean to click that. Why is this? No. 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 Bad. Why is this popping up? What'd I do? No. Go away. No. I didn't want that. It cannot be stopped. Why? Why is the graphics driver forcing me to do this? What is this? Okay. It went... Oh, okay. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Okay, cool. It went on the other screen, so I'm not mad at that. It went on the other screen. Chris is ableist? Yeah. I don't like people with BPD. No, I'm kidding. But like ableism, I don't know about that. It seems a lot worse. The O face of Filbert, so true. See, I'm just trying to kill time. I'm trying to kill time while Boblax is microwaving his mayonnaise, because that's all he eats is like actual mayo from a jar. The graphics driver is loyal to the Mayo King. 99-cent ramen gourmet shit. Bro, you never shit on gourmet 99-cent ramen. Never do it. It's impossible. It saves money, saves lives. You get food. It's great. It's fucking great. It's fucking great.
Oh, begging them to...
Okay. Boblax is killing me right now. This kid. And he tweeted out 11 minutes ago. You fucking monster. I don't even know where to start. Because now I have to wait, apparently. I don't want to wait. Boblax is making me wait too long. Take it out of the microwave. It's definitely been over 3 minutes. Scarf that shit down. Okay, fine. Instead, I'll go over this stuff. I'll have something in between while we're waiting to go over the Tom video. Okay, DSP bros. Okay, DSP bros. You should get richer. You should get more, so you can get more into the DSP lore. Bro, if Rich wants to call in, he's more than welcome to. But, like, that's up to Rich. I never ask Rich to come on anything or come by and do anything. It's all up to him. All right. So this is the thing, right, with Phil. So the documentary comes out. Within that documentary, Phil has made multiple clips spread across the internet in like 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, the minute he started talking, people were sending clips. I was sending one of them. Boblax is live now. Okay. Now he's calling me. You late
Hello.
motherfucker. You late
How,
motherfucker.
dude,
You late motherfucker.
I'm used to Augie.
What do
with
you-
like
I just
2 p.m. means like we call and then like start the stream. Not you're gonna be ready, reacting with 100 viewers 1 minute before 2 p.m.
I'm always ready to go, bro.
Dude, you're fucking the most punctual motherfucker I know, bro.
I am punctual
watch.
as shit. I'm punctual as shit.
As shit.
As shit. All right, listen. What do you know about Phil outside of him jerking off on stream?
Not much, actually. Nothing I can really.
Well, okay. So there's a lot to learn, and that's why Tom made this video, obviously. But there's so many other things that we're not put in here that we need to fill in the gaps on. And I think you being a complete normie on this is going to be interesting to watch.
It's going to be perfect. That's why you should have waited for my meal to fucking finish it.
Oh, I'm goddamn sorry that I didn't know your fucking meal was being made.
Dude, I'm trying to get those fucking 2 large Jack in the Box meals, bro.
Oh, god damn it, the Jack in the Box meals, man. I wonder if he cut back after that video.
I don't know.
I hope he did. I fucking hope he did.
He should have.
Do you see his clips that he was saying, "Oh, why is Boogie feeding the trolls? You know, I just stopped feeding the trolls."
Tipster said that?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. I knew he reacted to it, but
it was so bad. It was so bad. He's a hypocrite, like every fucking aspect of it. It's great.
Fucking awesome, dude. I'll have to check that out later.
All right, now we got to go down the DSP rabbit hole.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP.
Darkside Phil is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful at. From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy.
Yeah.
I also remember the Metal Gear Solid video where, like, you can't play or whatever, and he freaked out over it. Because now it's, like, clicking a memory in my mind from, like, what was it, like 2013 or whatever? I saw that in real time. I'm like, why is this guy complaining about him getting clipped? I don't get it.
So that's the thing that he literally says that is the main reason why his career fell apart is because of "This Is How You Don't Play," which is the Metal Gear Solid video that everyone knows. He said in 2013 that video was enough to destroy his whole career. It wasn't him being a dick to everyone or being shit at video games. It wasn't
him not getting a capture card till like 2015 or whatever. I remember, dude, he was still doing the fucking webcam recording when everyone else had capture cards. Even my autistic teen ass had a capture card at that point.
Yeah, that
480p to be fair,
but still, like, you actually changed your content up while Phil just absolutely refuses to do that.
It's funny because my career almost parallels Phil's, in which we were both doing Let's Plays around the same time. For him a little longer, but
would you say that Phil
we
was
were both doing like
webcam? Was Phil an inspiration?
No, it was other people because everybody was doing it at that time. No, not Game Grumps. I predate Game Grumps. I uploaded before Game Grumps.
Do you know that Phil hates the Game Grumps?
Good to hear.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about
my dude.
I heard on Rich's stream him complaining about Magfest not taking him and taking Game Grumps instead.
Dude, he's hated Game Grumps for years. He fucking hates them.
And don't want to come out to the
Just because
stream.
of that?
Yeah, literally, just because of that, and that they became more popular than him, and then he freaked out at MagFest and like had a Karen moment where he's like, "I demand that you let me come there. How come Game Grumps can go, but I can't now?"
Oh my god! Imagine if Game Grumps and Phil did a collab back in the day. That would have been amazing.
That would have been funny. That would have been great. But I don't think Game Grumps wants anything to do with them.
No, they might have back in the day when it was like more kind of like edgy and JonTron was on and stuff like that. But
maybe
that ended really quickly. So.
Oh yeah, 100%.
All while begging them to pay his bills.
With the taxes coming up in April and everything, there's going to probably be times where I'm going to have to appeal to you guys again to try to save my butt.
If spitting on a plate you ate from was an Olympic sport, Phil would be a gold medalist, though he would probably sell the gold medal to finance his tax problems and feed his mobile game addiction. This is the 2-decade-spanning story of the self-proclaimed King of Hate, Darkside Phil.
It's so ironic that he named himself King of Hate.
Yeah, especially now that he's on streams like, guys, I'm dedicating this whole year to not talking about drama because my fans really don't want to be a part of the hate.
But that's the thing, is that he'll say that, right? So this is what makes him so fascinating. So he'll say, I don't want my fans to be a part of the drama. I don't want to be a part of the drama. I don't want to get sucked into the vortex of drama. Then proceeds to talk about the drama for 50 minutes. And it's like, all you have to do is say, I'm not going to talk about it. And then you just move on. Instead, he does a whole podcast segment, today in particular, of 50 whole minutes bitching about Tom and the Lolcow podcast to Keepstar.
Yeah. It's like he plans to just like address it really quickly and move on, but then he addresses it for like an hour, and it's like, okay, wow.
It's crazy that he was never diagnosed with like autism or something. He has a hyperfixation, like where you know how somebody talks about something and then they can't stop talking about it even though they want to. He has that issue where he can't stop himself. His filter doesn't exist.
It's the lolcow gene, dude. It's the lolcow diagnosis.
I love it so much. I have such an addiction to
I
this
love
guy.
it too. I feel like I'm gonna be addicted to him after this video.
I'm telling you.
I feel like he's right up my alley in terms of humor.
There is something that I'm saving for you, and it's about Phil's #1 fan.
Oh, I have no idea what that's about.
Nobody's
Not even an
ready.
inkling.
Nobody's ready for me to show that to them.
Okay, I'm excited.
It's bad.
Choose your character. Let's go.
Born on April 6, 1982, Philip Paul Burnell grew up on the outskirts of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Quite opposite to his life after becoming an online personality, very little of his early years have been documented. One of the very few stories that has stood the test of time is that of a young Phil going to a comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare $25 Wolverine toy for his birthday, claiming that he never asked them for stuff, which, given the behavior pattern we later come to know as Phil's MO, it's very unlikely this is the case. When they take too long to buy it and the store runs
Even his childhood's in doubt, dude. This is the only thing I ever asked for them. It's like, you asked for a fucking toy yesterday, bro.
But you could never trust anything he says. He's a lot like Boogie in that aspect, where like Boogie's an unreliable narrator, right? For a lot of the shit that he says. Phil has created his own like universe of bullshit that nobody can corroborate if true or not. It's so it's amazing. But hold up.
It's awesome.
But there's one thing that Tom doesn't talk about in this documentary. I don't know if he did 100%. Do you know anything about the cat stream?
No.
So I'm going to try and pull this up. So he put together a live stream with good positive news, right? So the good and positive news was him getting $2,000 to show his cat on stream. Within 24 hours. So people paid $2,000 to see this. And he kept lying. And all of his detractors were saying, oh, Phil, you have a cat. You have a cat, right? Like, you have an animal. And he's like, no, I don't have an animal. I don't know what you're talking about. Next thing you know, he makes them pay $2,000, Ball Blacks, in PayPal.
To prove that he has a cat?
No, he just kept saying, oh, I have good news to share with everybody. He never said what it was. And he's like, if we reach $2,000, I'll show you. I'll show you the thing. I'll show you.
The big news.
Yeah, I'll show you the news. It's a fucking cat that he's had for 4 years.
What great news!
But think about that. Imagine getting $2,000 to show your cat.
Yeah, but to be fair, the people watching him at that point kind of knew that it would be stupid.
No.
Like, they probably knew. Oh, or is this, like, pre-him being lolcow?
So he's been a lolcow for a long time, and his fans are completely delusional to this stuff. Like, they don't pay attention to a lot of this. They don't pay attention to the detractor content. They don't
So
know
he
anything.
has real fans? I thought all his views were hate views.
So he has a good chunk of actual fans, and then the rest of them are, like, detractors, right? But when it comes to this, and he's been begging forever, and he's like, I have good news. You know, everyone who are his fans thought his wife was pregnant, so that was the good news. He just wanted to show his cat. He lost mods over this. People started betraying him and, like, releasing information of him, like, sending info to people and lying about how much money he was making. Like, he lost like, hundreds of fans for this one stream.
Jesus, they didn't see it.
No.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
Like, really?
Dude, he lost everything. Because isn't this post May 1st burst?
This is 4 years ago. I think this is...
Yeah, that's 3 years after he nutted all over everyone.
Exactly.
The fuck?
People still watched him and donated $2,000. $2,000.
Jesus.
I fucking love this guy.
This is awesome.
out of stock for that particular toy. He berates them, and seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents them for this.
So my birthday came and passed, and guess what?
My parents go, we're very sorry, Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure. I said, I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield University. But before studying business, DSP was already getting busy in the competitive fighting game scene, with a particular interest in Capcom's Street Fighter series. In the 90s, he actually traveled across the United States to attend tournaments. Mind you, this is at a time when gaming was still seen as somewhat of a loser thing to be engaged in, so to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in exclusively positive ways. Phil often lost his temper and was a generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now, when I go to these tournaments, I say, hey, guess what? Such and such, I've known you for 10 years, get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game. And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them want to fight.
Which
What? I can't imagine Phil would be a great fighter. Isn't he kind of like chunky?
bro, he's soy as shit. There's a whole section later on that I know about called the parking lot incident, which I think Tom touches on, where he almost gets into a fight and he bitches out so hard. Like he starts emailing people and he's like, I can't fight this guy. I don't know how to fight anyone, but I told him I'd fight him.
Dude, as annoying as it must have been for like the early goers of like cons like a decade ago or whatever, for Phil to like push them out of the chair and be like, I've been here for 10 years, bitch, get out. In retrospect, it's kind of funny seeing Phil like bully a bunch of gamers.
Oh yeah,
because he thinks he's the shit because he recorded like 180p webcam footage of a video game.
dude, this is when him and Low Tier God were like still competing on the same level. Like I'm pretty sure they found the clip of him and Low Tier God playing each other, and they were just dicks to each other.
They're perfect for each other.
Dude, that was old school lolcow fucking lores that Low Tier God and Phil used to play each other. I love that shit.
Is Phil the first lolcow?
I think Chris Chan still holds that like high regard because
Yeah, I
Was it
mean,
Chris
he was
Chan, like, in
documented
the-
for longer.
I think Chris Chan, the documentation started in like the late or mid 90s with Chris Chan.
Really?
I think that's where it like officially started.
Yeah, I just remember it like picking up in the mid 2000s. But yeah, I guess Chris Chan would be first. But
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chris Chan is like prime of what we would consider prototype lolcow, or at least prime lolcow. Then there's variations of Chris Chan.
the term lolcow wasn't introduced until Phil, right?
I don't really know. That's a good question, actually. I have no idea when lolcow was implemented officially as like a term to describe these fucking kinds of people.
Yeah, I'm guessing as soon as there was like a second one, then it's like okay.
On
now
Okay,
it's a
the
there's-
lolcow.
There's a whole group of
Pearl had a
people
massive
coming out now.
burst, which resulted in a fantastic burst, forever known as the burst
People
of
want to step
May
outside and get their ass beat.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a while, that was true. I was one of the biggest shit talkers in the Street Fighter community.
I love that. He lost every fucking time. Biggest shit talker lost every fucking fight.
Nice.
I fucking love that.
So perfect.
It's so funny.
Wait, why is he talk? Wait, we're at the beginning of his career, but there's a PS5 in the background. Is he like talking about like 10-year-old drama?
So this is the thing with him, right, Bo Black? So he talks about the same stories of his life all the time on repeat. The Level 1 podcast that he does is constant repeats of situations he went through 10 plus years ago. And he's just like, well, I remember this time in Evo in 94 or whatever, and I placed 4th place at Evo, and everyone hates me because I was number 4 in America, even though it was for a defective version of Street Fighter. He talks about the same fucking story every time. Dude, I can recite to you his helicopter story verbatim.
So he like just says it so many times that like each time the story gets more and more dense and there's contradictions and stuff. So he's just like adding to the lore of old
Every
shit.
time. It's either
This video's 2 hours long.
it's either he adds on to it or he negated something originally, then tries to twist it to make it sound better for him, or he just tells the same exact story he's been telling for 10 years. Same exact words,
Nice.
same exact format.
This is fucking awesome, dude. I wish Tipster did that.
Isn't that what Tipster kind of does? Just a little bit.
Not as much in detail, and I don't know. Like, we don't know about Tipster getting a fucking toy from, like, a million years ago or whatever. I don't know. Tipster's getting there, but he's like a new lolcow. He needs to get up to the level of DSP, you know? Yeah.
He's budding right now. He's kind of like, there's some, we put him in nice fertilizer. He's starting to grow a little bit. We just back off and let the other communities start watering him. He'll be perfect after that.
And Tipster in 5 years is going to be great.
Tipster in 5 years. He's going to be like fucking Daniel Larson or some shit. Holy fuck.
I would lose. And that's embarrassing.
As he tells the story, when he finally turned this around and started winning, it was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hate, because everyone hated him. The competitive fighting game community by 2005 had largely made the transition from the use of arcade cabinets to console ports. EVO 2005, however, proved to be a bump in the middle of that transition. A PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was particularly divisive in the fighting game community, with various bugs and technical details that would mar its reputation. The port fell so far short of minimum expectations due to the differences in this particular port that, as a result, various high-level players would end up boycotting the event in protest to its use. While they went...
So, Bo Blacks, you heard that part, right? That the
Yeah.
the port was bad. A lot of players, high-level players, like really professional American players, didn't show up because it was a bad port.
Yeah.
Keep that part in mind with what's coming up next.
High,
Okay.
however, Phil went low. On his credit score, to be more specific. In perhaps the earliest manifestation of his ability to handle his finances in anything resembling a mature way, a 23-year-old Phil was living in a 3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move out of within half a year. In the meantime, he had no idea how he was going to pay his bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of buckling up and being frugal, hoping to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards, which ended up being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend EVO. This decision mangled him.
Now remember this. He took out multiple loans. Multiple loans to go to this Evo.
Oh, because he just see that he had a chance because top players were dropping out? He really wanted that first place?
So his mindset at the time was everyone sucks at this version of Street Fighter because nobody put in the work. I was the only one that put in the work for this version of Street Fighter. Even though it was a terribly ported version of the arcade cabinet Street Fighter to PlayStation. And everyone was like, it's not a good port. There's lag issues and everything. And Phil's like, no, you all just suck. I'm amazing at this game. So he took out multiple loans and flew across the country to go to EVO.
It's probably because there was no pro players on the online servers, so he just destroyed everybody.
Oh, God, it's so
But
funny.
isn't DSP bad at video games?
Yes.
Just in general?
He's the worst. I don't think I've ever seen
Is he,
somebody
like-
worse at a video game.
Oh, Tipster's worse. But, like, is he, like, okay at this genre of video game? Is this, like, his best genre, like the fighting game?
So he says that he always says he's ranked 4th in EVO and he's like really amazing at Street Fighter. But if you watch any of his Street Fighter clips recently or any of the game times he's been streaming Street Fighter, he's not good at all. He bitches, moans, complains, gets in the tries to destroy controllers, gets mad, can't play the game for shit, blames it on lag and bugs. Like he's shit. He's fucking shit. Like he's shit at the game.
But he'll never admit it.
No, he'll never admit it. He'll say it's 50
That's
other
so
things.
amazing. That's
Every
so
time.
great.
Financially so bad that he spent the next 5 years only managing to pay off the interest. Was it worth it? Well, he placed not 3rd, not 2nd, not 1st, but 4th in the tournament. However, since the top 3 players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the best American player.
You see the cope? You see back?
Oh my god.
You see how far back the cope is?
I mean, dude, he must have been proud when he found out he was the top American player for this one game in this one circumstance just because it was a bad version. Like this
Plus,
is probably
none
his
of the
magnum
real
opus.
Plus, none of the real professionals showed up. None of the American
Yeah.
professionals played. So he got 4th on technicality, and a bunch of the larger people did not
so
show.
he's like the best casual player who bothered to go to this tournament
Best part
in
of this.
America, and not even overall.
You know what's the funniest part of this? He made business cards with his YouTube channel and 4th place in EVO. He made business cards and would hand them to people.
Did business cards with 4th place in Evo on them?
And his YouTube channel and the link. Imagine,
Dude,
imagine if you walked around with business cards with your fucking YouTube channel, Bo Blacks.
That was a trend back in the early 2010s. Lots of
that's so weird.
people did that. I have one from someone called Abdallah Smash whatever.
I'm so glad I didn't start that early at YouTube. I would have been bad.
Yeah, there's business cards. Yeah, you hand them out at conventions. Sounds like something Keemstar would do for the Lolcow podcast if you went to a. Guys, watch the Lolcow podcast at Lolcow Live.
Dude, Keemstar goes to his first ever VidCon. It's just him promoting Lolcow podcast. all those years of saying VidCons for retards, and he goes to promote the Lolcow podcast. Boogie goes, Keemstar standing there. You're not allowed to talk to anyone unless it's on the Lolcow podcast.
Dude, what would be great would be a Lolcow podcast panel at VidCon.
That's actually a genius fucking idea.
That should happen if it's possible to set that up. If the podcast is more long, let's launch it for. Let them launch it first fully and get like the ball rolling. But once that if it's still going on by next year for VidCon, Keem should try to do some behind the scenes to get a panel. That'd be great.
I think a stream once a week for them to make money on it faster, right? And if they put that money away and, like you said, put together a VidCon panel for the Lolcow podcast, and they can afford to fly Tommy out, that would be fucking awesome. That would be the coolest idea ever. I didn't even think about that. Pitch the idea to Keem. I'm not doing that. That's not my job. He doesn't like when I pitch him things.
Exclusively because it has a nice...
Retard, you don't know how to promote shit!
Boblax knows exactly what I'm talking about, where I was like, listen, like...
Right after you post the Lolcow podcast 10 times in Rich's stream.
I plugged the shit out of it. I even told him, I was like, listen, there's a way to fix this. The detractors won't care. They'll still watch. Fuck you, retard! That's all.
You don't want this podcast to succeed. You post your whole channel is fucking Lolcow podcast #1 fan plastered everywhere.
I really am.
You don't even care!
I want Tommy and I want Tommy and Wiggs to succeed. I don't give a fuck about Boogie. Fuck Boogie. The other two I'm okay with.
Ring to it, since there's no real reason to separate players based on their nationality. This gets even sillier when you consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which instantly falls on its face when you take into account the fact that many American players didn't participate due to their issues with the port. Other people in the community picked up on DSP, and they didn't take his comments about this event very kindly.
That's the answer I was looking for. You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube, but this guy thought he was hot because he beat me and Choi in a game that was it's like Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
This may seem like a minor issue, but it's less about the tournament itself and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
What? That makes no sense. The consoles can't do what the arcades can't? What do you mean? They're both computers. Like what?
But I guess he's talking about controller ports more than anything else, right? So an arcade port, you at least have the...
Yeah, there's a stick and a button.
Yeah, sticks and buttons are a little bit more coarse to work with, and then you have a regular handheld controller. There's a little bit more going on. I guess that's Phil's point, but it doesn't really make sense. If the port for the arcade game was shit to PlayStation, it doesn't matter what you do. It's still a shit port.
Yeah, and haven't those players already played fighting games on consoles? I imagine they have. Yeah. It's not like they don't know how to use an Xbox controller.
Xbox, PlayStation, it's not. That's the craziest thing is that these dudes are professionals. And he's like, you guys just didn't put enough work in. I love Phil. Yeah. I love him so
Phil's
much.
Awesome.
He said instead of about it, which is what it seemed all the OGs were doing, we'll just play the game and learn the differences so we know for the tournament.
Being a sore loser is bad, but not content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner, because even after he started winning tournaments here and there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing things like loudly and obnoxiously talking over people he was playing with, it seems he was self-conscious enough to keep the more egregious displays of his lack of self-control and respect for others to behind the scenes. In one instance, in 2002, he pushed the limits so much that, while he was leaving the place he was playing at, him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he'd recently lost to, who proceeded to compel him to pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance. According to Justin Wong, another avid Street Fighter player whom DSP had beat before, he had the tendency of being nice to him in person and saying terrible things about him when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscant. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either EVO 2005 or EVO 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks/months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged him to a money match.
Yeah, what?
His career wasn't ruined because of the like why nobody can play.
Yeah,
like he was like disliked before he was even a YouTuber. Because DSP's like excuse is like, oh, the internet just tried to gang up on me and hate me and blah blah blah. But this is like literally pre-internet. People are having such a bad time with him that they fucking hook up their dial-up, wait like a minute for their internet to load, and then fucking shit talk DSP on like a random forum.
But like,
holy shit.
But that's the thing that he doesn't understand. So if you sit and watch any amount of DSP content, he will always say, I've done nothing wrong. I did everything right. I've done nothing wrong. That's literally a catchphrase that you're going to see from every detractor channel that he will ever come from. And you're like, he probably didn't do anything crazy, right? Like, because you'll sit there as a newbie or a normie and be like, there's no way he did anything wrong. He's done everything wrong. Everything wrong from start to finish. Back in 2005 all the way up to now, he's fucked his shit up. Everyone hates him because he's a dick.
And he has such ego over the smallest things ever. And what makes DSP funny is that, like, he hasn't done anything, like, super egregious, like, you know, criminal, you know, essay or whatever. It's just all him just trying to, like, make a big deal out of little things, which makes it, like, 10 times more funny.
But the thing is that
like,
he's
gives a fuck
one.
about Egovo, you know?
But the thing is, he's the one that keeps making it worse for himself. 90% of the time, if he just didn't talk about it or just let it go, people wouldn't give a shit.
Oh, for sure.
But for him,
he
doesn't.
Sure.
He doesn't do it. It's worse
like
than
when and especially when he keeps bringing up these stories over and over again. Who's gonna remember? Like, not many people are gonna remember the fucking Magfest story, but because he's been talking about it like for whatever amount of time over the last 10 years, of course, it's still fresh in everyone's mind.
Yeah, people.
A decade later.
Well, he keeps repeating himself.
And knew he wasn't going to accept and was going to be like, lol, fight me IRL at EVO. And I accepted. From here, it turns into what sounds like a total farce, except I can assure you that it was 100% serious, which makes us both look like total complete idiots. So first, Phil was like, okay, well, you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, what?
They're talking about actually fighting each other. Phil's like, you have to sign a document.
What the fuck? Phil's like, if I kill you, I don't want to... Dude, Phil literally probably in his head thought just like, fighting game skills translated to real life, and he could do like a Hadouken on someone or something.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was going with. He was like, I could definitely 100% kill this guy.
I could like, yeah, if I put a fatality on him, like I can't be legally liable, you know?
True.
Like if I press AB plus start, like when he's at 20% health, like I don't know what'll happen.
Whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. Finally, it was agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a referee, and we'd sign waivers. I was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed to...
I love seeing Phil's face photoshopped everywhere. He just has such a silly face.
Dude, his face is the most memeable face. And the sheer fact that they were going to do MMA rules for like a parking lot fight over Street Fighter is great.
Upon this early in the year, and from here on is where the story gets weird. So apparently Phil was under the impression that this wasn't going to happen and that this was just internet shit talk, but a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and told him that I was taking this seriously and was going to fight him, and had probably been in more gym fights in the past 2 months than he'd been in his life. So one day, Phil instant messages me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking...
What if we just troll them?
Yeah, what if it's just a massive troll, guys? You know, I didn't actually want to fight you, but I
What,
kept
what
saying
if they all
want
come to the
you.
fight and I just pull out my cat and show
what-
them my new cat?
What if I just throw my cat at them? I'm like, ah!
Yeah, I'd be like, see you guys, I have a cat.
See, guys? I just couldn't imagine being this pathetic. Being like, yeah, I'll fight you. I'll fucking fight you. And then when the guy is serious about it, you back out and you're like, bro, we can just troll everybody. Don't worry about it.
kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this. And I was
Tonka saw.
Oh, bro, fucking Tonka. Oh man, Tonka not showing up to the Andy
Almost as
Warski
bad.
fight. Almost as bad. I have God, fucking Tonka, man.
still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. I told him I wasn't going to do any of that trolling, but if you want to drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot or get in his face and threaten him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I. In fact, the next year when Evo West was in San Diego, I let him stay at my place that year. And when Mike Watson and Jaha were about to kill him in a parking garage, I stepped between them and
I don't know what I forgot about the parking garage thing. They tried to kill him. There was an attempted murder on Phil's life because of Street Fighter.
What? Wait, huh?
Yeah.
Damn, he must have been. How annoying was he? Holy shit. Wait,
bro,
what? Dude, these fucking gamers need to chill, man. It's just a game. Come on.
Nah, man, it's Street
the
Fighter.
fuck?
You have to kill each other. Look at Low Tier
Using
God. He
cheat
tells
codes
people to kill
IRL,
them.
man.
Listen. Low Tier God tells people to kill themselves all the fucking time. Low Tier God would beat the ever-living shit out of somebody if he met them in person. We need more gamers like that. We need more fights. Like actual
Dude, you're
fist
so
fights.
anti-Phil that you think it's cool for someone to, like, attempt murder on him? He deserved it. He put it on himself. It's Phil.
No.
Fuck it, dude.
I'm saying in general, we need more stories like this where it's just crazy gamer moments. They're all dead now. Like, I love the old school, like, Super Smash Brothers, like, commentators that are just saying fucked up shit. And they're so cringe or they're so out of pocket and fights break out. We need more of those. I need more clips of those.
esports before, like, the billion-dollar fucking franchising happened or whatever.
Exactly. LTG would probably beat the shit out of Phil. That's cap. LTG is a pussy for real. Okay, Sleep Addict, listen. You say that, but if he was if him and Phil were in the same room, LTG would beat the shit out of Phil. Let's just be honest here.
defuse that situation. He later would go on to have more serious problems with Watson and Jaha, but I made sure it wasn't going to happen when he was staying with me. I generally don't hold grudges, so even though I remember being really pissed off at the time, by the time the parking garage thing happened a year later, I was over it. The parking garage situation Viskin is referring to is the aforementioned shakedown. But enemies weren't the only thing Phil made in his time as a competitive Street Fighter player. He also made some friends, however unlikely that may seem, and they went on to collaborate with him in the future. One such acquaintance was Mr. John Rambo, who sought Phil out after his victory at EVO because he wanted to get better at Super Street Fighter Turbo. He'll come up again later, so keep that guy in your mind. Despite his infamy in localized gaming communities IRL, Phil found a way to circumvent this by tapping into the realm of online gaming. Even if word got around about his excesses at the competitions, it wouldn't be enough to prevent him from making a name for himself based exclusively on what he chose to put up online. He created a YouTube channel in 2007 where he uploaded
God, that fucking layout. It's so AIDS.
The old layout. I used YouTube when I had this layout, I think.
Yeah, but like,
or maybe it was like a slightly more updated layout.
I would assume this
but it
is
was like similar to this. Like you had to put like the occupation you were, like if you were a musician or a comedian, like that's what it says, and like your style. Yeah, so his style's improv.
Style improv.
They like forced you to put that. That's not Phil being dumb.
Yeah, I know, but that's just so weird.
Yeah, because it was like YouTube was meant as like a website to like, I don't know, upload your homemade music videos and stuff like that, and like I don't know, like the whole, like YouTube wasn't seen as a job back then. It was just a hobby website.
Yeah,
so
and Phil says that all the time. He's like,
Dude,
it was totally a hobby. It just randomly fell into it.
This video is gonna be so nostalgic for me because they're talking about the gaming community. Well, I wasn't around online in 2007, but like once we get later into the video. There might be some stuff.
There might be.
Related to his
so maybe I can teach you some stuff while you teach me about Phil.
Based, I'm kind of down.
But in 08, he slowly transitioned the channel into a rudimentary proto-Let's Play channel. Though instead of having the screen captured directly while he played it, he recorded it with a separate device, meaning he pointed the camera at the TV, basically. At the time, Phil lived with his parents and saw content creation as a pastime rather than a job. Not that content creation was much of a job option in the Jurassic period, which was YouTube prior to the 2010s, but even still, he was somewhat realistic about his expectations. Still, that didn't stop Phil from taking inspiration from one of the early internet.
I like that.
Well, it's kind of true. There was no
like,
money.
YouTube... Yeah, it was just purely no money. And by 2010, like the only YouTube channels that were making money were like probably like the top 20, like Smosh and Fred and stuff like that.
Yeah,
PewDiePie.
That's definitely the thing, because didn't they all have to be like partnered with an MCN? Like I know Machinima was like one of the ones that if you got lucky to be partnered with Machinima, you actually got paid.
Yeah. Yeah. The pre YouTube having their own partnership program built in was
it was a mess.
Interesting time on YouTube because everyone was clamoring for partnership.
Most adored legends, angry video game nerd.
Now, as I was a Street Fighter player, I used to travel with a group of friends, and it was actually in a hotel room at a Street Fighter tournament where we were just hanging out and having fun, and one of my friends said, "Did you ever see this guy called the Angry Video Game Nerd?" I was like, "No, I don't know who that is." And they showed me a video of this guy who looked like very much dressed up like a nerd, right? He had a button-down white kind of shirt, thick glasses, right? Even talked kind of a little bit high-pitched or whatever, and here he is, ranting at a video game, making funny lines, talking over the top, swearing like a sailor. Hilarious. No production values, no budget to it, just him and a camera making fun of a video game.
Though I get what he's saying, there is a kind of purity and earnestness to early YouTube Kino, and I use that word loosely because I'm pretty sure AVGN was on another site before he was on YouTube, but I digress. I think Phil took the no production value part a little too seriously.
Dude, an angry video game nerd is OG as fuck.
Yeah, and
Oh.
I mean, now, like, if you looked at a OG AVGN video, you would be like, okay, this has no production. But like for that time, there was production. Like it was better than majority of stuff at that time. Like there was thought and editing put into it. Like back in the day, you would record longer than you would edit.
Well,
like
yeah.
if you edited, it would be like a little cut, and that would be called high effort. So.
Well, most people just uploaded the home videos on there with zero editing because it was a lot easier.
If you knew how to edit at all, that was high effort back then.
Yeah, well, you're gonna learn that Phil was worse than all the people that you were aware of that did no effort. he was somehow worse.
He took pride in posting playthroughs in bulk, with several hours of video dedicated to each game with absolutely no editing involved. On this decrepit, old, and abandoned channel, there are over 7,000 videos, because back then, you couldn't upload very long videos, compelling Phil to split them up into dozens, if not hundreds of individual 10-minute clips. Again, I should remind you, we're not talking about Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, the channel didn't exactly blow up overnight. Somewhat surprisingly, Phil is proud that he spent
Which I was kind of shocked by when I heard about the old channel, is that he would only upload 20-second segments to 10-second segments for his gameplay.
No, didn't Tom say 10 minutes?
So
there was a 10-minute limit on YouTube.
Yeah.
You couldn't upload more than 10.
But the majority of his videos
visually.
were but visually, that's what I was thinking. Is like all these videos so far that he's showing here are at least minute, 28 seconds, 18 seconds, 2 minutes, 17 to 20 seconds, 13.
Yeah, that wasn't common back then. That's just Phil being a retard, I think. But
yeah.
Old and abandoned channel, there are over 7,000 videos, because back then, you couldn't upload very long videos, compelling Phil to split them up into dozens, if not hundreds of individual 10-minute clips. Again, I should remind you, we're not talking about Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, the channel didn't exactly blow up overnight. Somewhat surprisingly, Phil is proud that he spent 3 years of his life doing this for no money, and actively derided other content creators who only started doing gaming videos after they began being monetized on the platform. Mind you, this man is 28 years old and living with his parents, and somehow he thinks it's a merit that he makes no money out of playing video games alone with no one watching. On top of that, he brags about the passion and effort.
But think about that position switch, right? He's like he takes pride that he did this for no money at one point. Now every clip you see of him, guys, come on, there's no money coming in. I didn't get the $200 I need per day to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, I don't know if I would say proud, but I look back fondly on the fact that I did YouTube a lot back then for no money as like a kid, and then like I stuck with it up until this day, and I'm like, ooh, I'm 12 years on YouTube, like that's kind of cool, but like I'm not like deeply proud of it, like, oh my god, dude,
it's like I did
was
this
like
selflessly.
a trooper. I was so selfless. No, I was trying to, even though I wasn't getting money, I was still trying to get subs, I was still trying to get partnered. I still wanted to grow. And I mean, I was 14 then, so money wasn't, popularity was a bigger factor than money, but yeah.
Yeah, it's funny that a guy 28 years old thinks that is like the greatest accomplishment, that he's like, yeah, I did it for 3 years for no money, so I'm better than everyone else. It's like, what?
I wonder if we compare a 2011 Boblax video to a 2011 Phil video, which one would be better?
That would actually be fucking interesting. Hold on.
Yeah. Wait, you want to do that now?
Let's test it. Let's see.
Can
DSP.
you can find a DSP video? I'll try to find my video.
Channel primer, double impact, final fight.
All right.
Oh my god, this is so bad.
Okay, tell me what date you have, and I'll try to match it.
You want? Should we do Left 4 Dead? I'm just gonna click on a Left 4 Dead one. All right.
Okay, what date is it?
April 26, 2010.
I don't have 2010. Latest I have is 2011, or earliest I have is 2011, October 8th.
2011.
Okay, so continuing on.
Oh, dude, he has so many videos. How many videos does he have on his channel? 64,000 videos.
What?
That's not a joke.
Okay.
It's gonna take a while.
I mean, fuck. Just look at anyone in late 2011, 2012, something like that.
Look at the amount of videos. I'm just scrolling.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, man. Is there like a... I wish you could... Is there like a game that came out that year that you could look up?
I don't remember
him playing or something.
In 2012? He didn't play like any good games.
Did he do Mario Galaxy 2? Because that's the first video that I have on mine right now.
All right, let's take a look at that. Mario Galaxy 2. Okay, that was 3 years ago.
Oh, three. Okay. Well,
wait, how the fuck did he get to Mario Galaxy 2 3 years ago?
I don't know. I guess he didn't play it on launch. I thought he played all the new games.
Super Mario Galaxy playthrough part 2. Okay, here we go. 11 years ago, May 12th of 2012.
Okay, let me see if I can get a May 12th one. Not that my quality would have went up much. Okay, January. I uploaded a lot too. What the fuck?
Yeah, but you don't have 64,000 videos.
March, May. Okay, what date was it?
May 12th, 2020. May 12th, 2012.
Okay, here I have this video. Oh, it's private. I'll unlist it. You want me to? How are we gonna compare it? Should I just send it to you?
Yeah. Just send it, and then we'll watch it one by one.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll do the cross comparison there.
Here.
Okay.
Oh, my intro, dude.
That was your intro?
Yeah.
All right. You want to start with Phil's or yours?
Phil's.
Let's start with Phil's. All right.
Mario!
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Oh god! Enjoy your flight. It's the Magic Koopa.
I don't know if I can watch more of this.
Yeah, okay, that's enough. We get what it is. The audio's so bad.
It's so bad.
See, I have editing in mind.
Yeah, at least you have the intro.
Dude, it's Sonic.
I just want to see the actual stuff.
Okay. Okay, I'm just making sounds apparently.
At least you're a kid having fun, and versus Phil with this.
Okay, maybe.
Do you hear the audio?
I didn't say sentences. Can I say something? Maybe I'll say something later. But
Maybe let's click.
This goes hard on mute. Dude, I'm still raging. Turn down the volume a lot, by the way. Dude, I'm gonna get mad.
I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I cut it. Dude, I'm supersonic now.
You cut it out? All right, so this is nostalgia. I could probably end up watching yours. Like if I was scrolling YouTube back in the day, I'd probably watch yours over Phil's. Because, like, do you just... the ear grating is so bad with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's actually the worst.
That's so nostalgic, dude. Can you imagine? I've had that username for 11 years, dude. The intro, Bo Blacks.
Before people go and get that and download it again.
Yeah.
But but that's the difference between
OG Bo Blacks video. I'm gonna link it, dude. I'm linking the chats, dude.
I could watch that over a Phil video from like 2012. I could watch that 100%. But like the thing is with Phil, right? It's like he didn't have additional stuff with it. Like you at least put like a little minor editing in. You at least put in an intro. Phil, it's like game just starts screaming into a microphone on a completely separate device.
Yeah,
know?
and by that time you could see I had capture card
Yeah,
footage. Like
you-
that wasn't off the TV. I did do off the TV like 6 months prior to that, but like
Yeah, but you
it
had a
was for a
capture
very short
card.
time.
Phil didn't get a
Yeah.
capture card until like 2015, 2016, I think.
Yeah.
He just kept going with it.
He put into the videos and his larger upload volume compared to these other, much more successful creators, when in reality, he just has the most videos precisely because of how awfully low effort they are. It's a perfect example of quantity over quality. Once again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's that he brags about it in a really grating way while putting others down. Oddly enough, Phil's first conflict with someone else to be documented online wasn't a result of him disrespecting other YouTubers who were trying to make money off of their content. Instead, it was during a recording of his playthrough of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions when he was making too much of a racket, and his neighbor decided to interject. Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his neighbor's advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil. The running jokes surrounding DSP's online presence actually had a running start, as they were already going on before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing his content in order to pick up on it. Though if you are to go back and look at these older uploads, you can catch them in the wild. For example, Phil claimed he suffered from a chronic nasal drip, and because of this, he also chronically snorted loudly into the microphone.
Okay, I can't handle the snorts. I'm gonna be honest. I've watched so
Dude.
much Phil content. It's so bad. I hear it in my
Okay,
sleep.
there was like a video in the recommended when I clicked on the Tom video that was like DSP reacted to the Tom video, so I clicked on it and I only watched it for 1 minute, but he did snort in it,
He
which
snorts.
I found weird. But he apologized immediately after, so
Dude.
at least he's aware.
He snorts so much. It is unhealthy. It gets gross. Like, he has those deep ones too, where it's like, it's ugh. I hear it in my fucking sleep sometimes after I'm
Oh
done
my
watching
God.
detractor content. It's so loud and so obnoxious, and he doesn't just like mute the mic or try to like walk away or blow his nose or something. He just does this loud ass fucking noise like every 5 minutes. It's the most aggravating shit. I hate that. I fucking hate the snorts.
Later on, in part due to his tendency to ask for money, this tick of Phil's got him compared to pigs many, many times. Another focal point for his haters was his loudness, which his neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh.
Dude, he
lovingly
may have
dubbed
coined the term pay pig.
I think he might have.
Damn.
I think he actually did. I think that's what Phil's got him compared to pigs many, many times. Yeah, see, I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see
Even though
that.
pay pig now means like someone who donates a lot,
Yeah.
but still,
Yeah, no, it's a different situation.
feel like that tracks.
Yeah, kind of.
point for his haters was his loudness, which his neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier
Someone in my
exquisite
chat
sound
says,
design.
can't believe that people who have never seen unregistered Hypercam 2 in their life are adults now. True, dude. Do you remember? Were you around when everything was unregistered Hypercam 2?
No, I wasn't
Top
around.
right-hand
During,
corner?
I wasn't during. I
Bro.
wasn't around during that era. I would. So how I with YouTube, right? I would float in and out all the time. I never stuck around YouTube long enough to like make it something that I fondly remember when I was growing up. But I really stuck with it in like 2015 to now is like when I really started to get into it more.
Yeah. You know what really fucks me up with like people who are like becoming adults who are younger than me is people who have never rewound a VHS tape.
Yeah.
That gets me, dude, because that sound is just so like ingrained in my mind.
Dude,
like of the rewind.
VHS tapes are great. They're fucking great.
But yeah. Oh, fraps. Oh my god. And what were the capture cards everyone used? Like Dazzles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Sorry for interrupting with that. But,
no, you're fine. It's that's good to know because this is something that you've grown up at the same exact time that Phil was growing up with the YouTube community. Sure,
yeah,
you were
except
younger.
Phil's like 20 years older than
Yeah,
me, and I'm
he had
14, and I still make better videos.
And you have a higher subscriber count than him.
Oh yeah, did he never get past like 200K?
No. Motherfucker's been sitting at that for like
Because
9
DSP
years.
is way more well known than me, but he still has less subs. It's funny.
But this is the thing. He's well known because of how much everyone hates him.
Yeah.
Like every
awesome.
community knows about DSP. Every community.
His laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier exquisite sound design.
I fucking did that laugh, bro.
That laugh sounds fake, man.
That's his real laugh.
There's no way.
It's his,
What?
That's his actual laugh.
that's like how, like, when people type, did he look at people typing out ha 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 and then thought that's how he, like, supposed to laugh?
That's literally
what it
how
sounds like.
He laughs like the fucking...
Ha ha ha. Okay.
Oh, it's so fucking terrible.
But let's be fair here, regardless of how entertaining or irritating these may be, they're most likely done unconsciously by Phil. This is just how he is. He had no choice. However, what he has chosen is to be the real-life incarnation of a character from South Park, as he made a series of videos dedicated exclusively to cataloging his funniest racist remarks while gaming. Many people's careers get...
Wait, 4 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, this is well, this is screen capped from old YouTube, right?
Yeah.
So it's not actually 4 years ago. They might be like
Hold on.
older, but still, dude.
I want to find
the fuck?
my favorite DSP clip, because I think Tom puts it in the video. DSP Jews. Hold on. There it is.
Whatever they want.
So he's pretending to be like a Nazi, and all the necromorphs in Dead Space 2 are the Jews.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact to turn everyone into necromorphs.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's his best racist moments. Oh, God.
Fan voted? No, it's not his
yeah.
fault. The fans voted the racist remark
DSP's fan vote.
of 2010.
Imagine all the fans
Oh my god.
were voting like Phil. How can you be more racist? Let's keep voting for these. Please
God.
link this, please. All right, I will link it in chat for you guys. Fucking. There's another one where he makes. I think he makes another one about selling a young black girl.
Oh, I remember
Yeah.
that because people were talking about that. Like, that's actually something I did hear. Because, like, the thing is, DSP's been hated for so long, so I think I have, like, buried nostalgia memories of people hating on DSP. Because I also watched Review Tech USA. Like, he's my longest watched YouTuber.
Right.
So I probably tuned into a couple DSP stuff.
I think this is the clip that we're all thinking of.
Anyway, I promise, no one from our
I think I have seen this years ago.
Lie. What an asshole.
I just have to see it again. It's so funny.
That's far enough.
Doesn't he say... let me listen.
I'm Sheriff Romero. I guess you must be Vince. Best if we make this quick.
Come on, Phil.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profits.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Didn't that happen recently? Yeah, it did. PS5 in the background. Someone in my chat says Sons of Kojima. Oh, I remember people saying that.
The Sons of Kojima are another
It's
important
something. Yeah, it's like a group that was trying to troll him or whatever. We'll learn about through Tom's video though.
Yeah, they went hard. They went hard, and Medicare like
It's
fucking
so
stepped
interesting because this whole history is just like clarifying like little bits and pieces that I picked up on over like a decade of just being like in gaming YouTube.
See, that's the thing, is that most people know about him, whether it's like tiny little snippets or they're enthralled in the lore. Everyone's heard of Phil at one point.
Decimated when they have one racist remark revealed to their audience, but Phil is such an absolute based unit that he himself compiles and posts his own expose material. Around the same time he started putting more effort into uploading to his YouTube channel, he was also hired into a job as a customer service phone operator for a company called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters, though sometimes he refers to it as HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly worked extra hours and was paid less than other people who did the same job as him, despite the company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training for a promotion into what sounds like a general managerial role.
Does that sound like something that's true to you, Bo Blacks? Let's just be real here. Does that sound real?
So he was getting underpaid while also getting promoted? That doesn't make any sense.
And they said that he was too good for the position that he was at.
But they were underpaying him anyway.
So think about it,
That
right?
doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. So think about it like this, right? This guy is already known as the laziest motherfucker on the internet, right? When he tells a story about working as a phone salesman or like a customer service representative, do you really believe that him saying, I was the best employee ever, I was supposed to undergo training, I was too good for my position? I don't believe him. I don't believe him
Dude,
for a fucking
imagine
second.
trying to get customer service for something and Phil picks up the phone. Yeah, what's your problem?
He does a snort. He does a snort
Like,
on the phone. Why?
Like, I don't know. Just fix it yourself. I don't fucking know. This is what the book in front of me says right here, man.
I've done everything right. I've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, it must be something. You must fucked up somehow. I don't know. Call someone else.
That'd be so great.
Look up online, bitch. Hangs up.
Somebody needs to like leak Phil's old calls from his job.
Leaks customer service calls or Phil's customer service calls.
That would be funny.
Holy shit.
Dude really out here changing his occupation from Dark Side Phil to Dark Sale Phil. Abraham Lincoln is about to be his biggest detractor. Oh, okay, bro.
Supposedly did all of this training while remaining a customer service employee, which he described as equivalent to working 2 jobs simultaneously. After 2 years of this, he was temporarily taken out of his customer service position and placed into that managerial position. And if his word is to be trusted, he revamped the entire company and started saving them a lot of money. And his work was so excellent that they gave him an award. The only problem was his work was so excellent, in fact, they no longer had any use for him. And within 2 months of giving him this award, they laid him off.
Does that make any sense?
Where's the award?
Oh, the award.
Has he showed the award?
He shows the award. Let's get into that.
Does this sound
Okay,
fishy
let's
to you
see
at all?
what the
Because it
award-
sounds like the Pacific Ocean to me, and to many other people as well. Well, though we only have Phil's side of the story, it's not that difficult to glean a very different one from simply looking into it. For starters, his last job was at Best Buy, and the story with it is also very interesting. Phil claims that he was the leader of a business team and was paid better than everyone else, and that the leadership at Best Buy hated him because he made too much money. Again, this story is basically that he was so good at his job.
Doesn't that makes no sense, right?
He made too much money, so they were mad. What? They're the ones who pay him.
And he was so good at his job, it caused internal arguments with the Best Buy team. Does that make any sense to you?
It's competition, dude.
It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
Do you think Phil believes these delusions, or is he just? Do you think he's completely bullshitting?
I think he believes these delusions. The reason,
Yeah, like he bullshits himself internally and then believes it.
that's
Yeah,
why
I
he
think
gets
so, too.
he gets so hyped on himself. Like he thinks he's amazing, so naturally that's going to make his delusions. He's gonna believe those delusions. He's gonna sit there and go, "Oh, that thing that I said about myself, that's totally true. I'm 100% amazing. What are you talking about?"
Dude, I really actually want to talk to Phil on a live stream one time.
He won't.
Because I think I could, like, bait him into saying things by, like, talking about the good old days. Like, because I'd be like, remember when you didn't have to use capture cards, and then I could
You're
get
a
him to
drama
say some
tuber.
shit?
Nope, you're a drama tuber. He knows you already. He knows all the drama tubers. He knows everybody. Because when I reached out to him for an interview so I could sneak him onto the show, right? Like when I used to be on the show, I tried getting Phil on. And he was like, "I know who you are." And I was like, "I've never talked about Phil before then." And he sent me an email back, and I'm trying to remember the email. It was just like, "Fuck you, I know you do YouTube drama." And I'm like, how the
Damn.
fuck? I was like, "Bro, I'm like a nobody. How the fuck did you know me?"
Yeah, I mean...
I was like, "I'm a literal
Okay.
nobody, bro."
I guess he might have known you from being a mod in Review Tech USA's chat, and maybe he was stalking that.
I don't know.
But, I mean, if he did that, he definitely knows who I am. So
He knows
it
all
would
the drama
work.
tumors. He knows every drama tuber. He pretends he doesn't know. Like, he pretended not to know who Turkey Tom was. Total bullshit. I don't believe that for a second. He knows everybody.
There was no reason for
Yo,
the business
Pigeon
team.
Salad, thank you for the 5 members.
Pigeon salads.
Thank you. Everybody got some Mayo Monkey members.
Yep.
I apologize, Chris's stream. I'm also streaming as well.
No, don't
But
apologize.
I gotta shout out the five members. Hell yeah.
No, bro, we're
Dude,
doing.
we're only 14 minutes in. Dude, I'm down to watch this whole thing
Me
all
too.
night, dude.
I'm-
This is like nostalgia. Because this is my 2 favorite things. Dumb law cows, like Tipster, and then it's also like nostalgic for me. It's like, this is so nostalgic, dude. 2010, 2011 YouTube.
And
gaming.
I love having someone to dump this fucking DSP lore shit onto other than my chat.
Yes.
They're
Because
probably
I'm excited
happy.
to learn about it, and I don't know anything about it, so I won't roll my eyes.
My chat is
Yeah.
probably so
Hi.
fucking happy that I have someone to dump this shit onto. Because I always dump it onto them.
Yes. I'm turning into a DSP detractor
It's
in
happening.
real time.
It's happening.
he was the leader of to exist, and because they couldn't just fire him, they framed him for violating Best Buy's discount policy. That, or he did indeed get fired for violating Best Buy's discount policy, but I'll let you decide which is more likely. If only they reduced
You got fired. You got fired for the discount policy. There's no fucking way it was anything else.
his pay instead of framing him, they would have found out that Phil is willing to be underpaid and work multiple jobs at the same time. Anyway, this is just a segue to the question, how did he get a job at a helicopter support company? The answer is deceptively simple. His dad. As a former logistics coordinator for HSI put it, there was a significant culture of being rewarded in accordance to who you know rather than what your work affects. Presumably, Phil heard these kinds of complaints from his more blue-collar workers and decided to pretend he was one of them, but the truth was precisely the opposite. His father, David, worked at the company as a customer support manager from 2005 to 2007, later being promoted to logistics manager and finally continuous improvement leader, which is noteworthy since this is the exact phrase Phil uses when describing his job and training at the company. It instantly becomes clear that David, having achieved a reputable position in the company, had his son hired as the position he used to occupy. The highest likelihood is that Phil simply transplanted his dad's achievements onto himself. Unlike Phil, his dad is an
Isn't that amazing? His dad gave him a job.
Yeah.
His dad gave him a job, and then he thinks, "Oh, I did all the things my dad did."
Oh my god. Yeah, dude, he made me and my dad did those things, so therefore, like, we share the accomplishments. It's just family.
Yeah, it's
know,
just genetics. Success.
it's family
is
honor.
genetics. It goes down the line.
extremely
Yeah.
experienced and highly skilled person, a former Marine with GPAs north of 3.7, along with a bachelor's, 2 masters, and 1 PhD, all related to quality management. His stint managing HSI was just an extension of his already decades-long business relationship with its parent company, Sikorsky Aircraft, having begun as a mere shop technician and being promoted all the way up to an elite position before becoming his own boss and opening a company of his own. The job he passed down to his son wasn't an entry position, it was something he worked up to for 3 decades. So it's no wonder Phil couldn't fill his shoes even a little bit. All of this,
Bro, I would.
Holy shit, dude.
His dad sounds
His fucking
bad
dad's
the
a
fuck ass.
Chad.
Yeah, his dad
He's
sounds like a
self-made.
Sigma male. Total Sigma
Dude,
male.
he could manage and assure quality in everybody except for his own son, though. That's kind of I'm just kidding.
You're shitty at raising your son. I'll be honest. Great at everything
No,
else.
I don't
shit at
know.
raising
I don't
your
know.
son.
Maybe he did raise him fine, and he just has like narcissistic tendencies. It's just how Phil is. I'm not gonna shit on his parenting, but like I just want to make that joke. But his dad seems cool.
His dad
Sure.
seems like a fucking Sigma male.
I respect him already.
Ex-Marines, became his own boss, completely fucking destroyed the game. Gave his son a job. Son's a retard.
becomes particularly egregious when later on in his career, Phil punctuates
Dude,
this
Phil
story with
was
his
such
complaints.
a bad employee that his own dad fired him.
That would be crazy. Imagine you have to bring your son in. You're like, I gave you this job. I worked 30 years to try and get this job, and I give it to you on a silver platter, and you fuck it up. that would be the
Holy
most
shit.
terrifying conversation of all time.
Yeah.
grievances
I was
about
like,
how corporate
no,
America.
Dad, I didn't fuck it up. The role, it's just bullshit, dude. You must know, man. Like,
Dad, it was just lag.
fuck.
It was just lag. It was,
It was
just
lag, man.
It was all lag, Dad. The servers
Times
are
have
bad.
changed, man. It might have been easier back in the 90s, but right now it's modern day, dude.
Listen, you just don't understand. The controls are a lot more different than they are now. The port is just fine.
I'm a Let's Player, Dad. I'm supposed to be an entertainer. I don't know how to do this stuff.
Oh, God, I fucking love Phil.
is mean and exploitative to poor little blue-collar workers like him, when he was literally a nepotism hire. The whole being thoroughly trained for an elite position story also disintegrates once Phil makes the mistake of showing the award he got during a stream. As it turns out, the award for his amazing work was, in fact, simply a certificate that he had completed something called ACE certification program, which, by doing cursory research into the company, is something that tens of thousands of people go through at HSI, and not a special program he was assigned to by
I love him. I went through
You
special-
finished basic training.
Congratulations, you finished
And it's
basic
just a
training.
certificate. It's not meant to. Did he put it in a frame or didn't it come in a frame?
I would
Well, maybe.
assume
I don't know.
assume that it came in a frame, right? But he was like, "Yeah, this is special training. I was going to an elite position. This is something that everyone has to do."
That's like something you put on your wall, like as the first step in putting like 20 of those on your wall. You know,
exactly.
like a doctor or something. You know.
the vice president himself. In any case, his delusion about his job at HSI is so great that he actually believes that him being laid off caused the company to go out of business.
At that helicopter company I worked for, within a few years of me getting laid off, they went out of business.
Another very conveniently
Within
underexplained
a
wrinkle
few
in this.
years. Wow. You were such a devastating loss that they continued for a couple of years after.
Yeah, but like he
Before going
straight up
bankrupt.
believes, Bo Blacks, that he got fired, which means the company went under. He was the only thing keeping that company together. Come on.
Dude, imagine being the dad and having your son tell that to you. You'd be like, fuck off.
Get the fuck out of here, you retarded.
You're not my son anymore. All my work, and you blame the downfall on... Fuck you.
Story is the detail
If
about
I
him
were
buying a condo.
Phil's dad, I'd hate him, bro.
Bro, I would be so disappointed in him. I'd never speak to him. I'd be like, you're a fucking disappointment to the Burdell family. Get the fuck out. You were chosen.
You ruined the Barnell name.
Oh my god.
So that he could live closer to the job. And I paraphrase, be the guy that shows up during a snowstorm when everyone else doesn't. The problem with his Hustlers University tier motivational grind begins with the fact that he bought a condo while being supposedly severely underpaid. However, the real crux of the condo story comes when you find out that based on the intentional self-docs Phil gave out in a video tour of his condo and the public records of his dad's address, which are not going to be specified for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off a mere 5 minutes from the total commute, meaning he bought a $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one.
I also heard, and I don't know if this is 100% true. I've heard this from multiple detractors, but I'm not certain about it. That technically he bought the condo because he tried to impress a girl, and the girl already had a boyfriend. So he bought the condo to show that he was more successful than the boyfriend, and she would come over and eat his food and leave.
That sounds like a Phil thing to do.
That sounds like the ultimate Phil fucking move. I wouldn't be shocked if that was 100% true. I've just heard like different things about it when it comes to the condo. Tom like talks about one specific aspect, but like I've heard he bought it because he was trying to bang a girl. I heard that.
Dude, even if it's even if it was completely made up by like trolls to make him look bad,
I wouldn't be shocked.
The fact that we believe it is just like, yeah, it's probably true. I think it's true. I think it's real.
But is that not like a thing that you could definitely see happening? Like the trolls come out of nowhere. They start talking about, we have new Phil information, and then what I just said ends up being 100% real. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, me neither.
Dark Side Flow in the chat. I showed you my condo. Please respond.
Followers of DSP have added to the in-depth analysis of his condo shenanigans, saying that part of Phil's motivations for buying property so close to his parents was so he could just go back to their house to get meals and his clothes washed, due to him being too much of a man-child to do those things himself. And to be honest, I actually agree with that lifestyle choice because I am a man-baby and I refuse to do anything. Last but not least, it's claimed he at one point admitted to buying the condo from a girl he worked with in hopes of getting with her, only to be notified she had a boyfriend after the deal was closed. However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil uploads have been privated or otherwise unavailable through regular means, so these footnotes have yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts, Phil once again found himself unemployed, and it was during this period that he decided to pursue content creation full-time, and his hobby turned into his profession. There was only one pesky little issue with this plan. Phil had his AdSense account preemptively disabled for directly begging for his audience to click on the ads that appeared on—
Oh, right. He skips right to this.
Oh my god.
Okay, back in the day, what was the thing that when AdSense first rolled out, wasn't there a rule that you weren't allowed to direct your audience to click on the ads?
Yep. Yeah, there was.
His videos. Something that went against the terms and conditions of the standard AdSense contract.
It's relatively common knowledge, even to like a 15-year-old autistic kid.
Well, watch this one.
Videos there because hopefully, fingers crossed.
Phil would later try and distract people from this fact by saying that went against the terms and conditions of the standard AdSense contract.
Please go to my partner channel, The King of HD,
Mike the Bike,
click on the ads to show up on the videos there because hopefully, fingers crossed.
Phil would later—
Please click on the ads on my main channel, my monetized channel. Please click the ads. Fingers crossed that I'll get a lot of money.
Guys, please click the fucking super chat button.
Yeah,
thank you.
YouTube, that was a joke. Please don't dig me for that from the bots. Don't click on the ads.
Try and distract people from this fact by saying that the real reason his AdSense was suspended was due to a video of his being so successful, YouTube thought he was cheating.
I made this video of me in the shower topless, scrubbing my body, basically slurring my words because I had drank so much, all right? It went viral. Within a day, the thing had something like 30,000 views, if not more. And honestly, because I was making so much, there were ads on it and people were going crazy for the ads. I made like $1,000 in a day on that video, which is out of control, right?
I love that he switched the narrative. He's like, yeah, I never told people to click on them. People were just really wanted to be supportive of me.
Damn, dude, pre-adpocalypse YouTube, 30K views, $1,000.
I don't believe
man.
that. I don't believe that for a fact.
I don't know if I believe that, but also I don't know what the numbers were back then.
But the thing is that that's with him with an unusual click-through rate, which he says was his fans just being super supportive to him, not him asking them to click on the ads.
The fan, yeah, the way he said that, like, the fans just love the ads. They watched my video and, like, the best ads in the world came up and they just had to click it and, like, change their life. They, like,
that was his code.
Found the girl of their dreams through the fucking, like, click on me for tits ad, you know?
But that was his cope. He got caught saying, click on the ads. YouTube was like, this looks wrong. Why is this such high click-through rate? And then he's like, oh, well, you know, everyone just wanted to, like, support me. It's not my fault. I didn't tell them to do anything. I fucking hate this guy.
But that video got so much attention. Guess what? That was the video that triggered YouTube 7+ years ago to think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they contacted me and said, "We're kicking you out of the AdSense program on this channel because we suspect that you're sitting there clicking on the video to get ad revenue because you made so much in one day." And I was like, I didn't. It was the viewers. The viewers went nuts for this crazy video and probably went over and went, "Oh, I want to support Phil, the underdog. He just lost his job. Let's all click on the ads or whatever," which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that on YouTube. No, you're not supposed to ever try to have someone click on ads or anything. It's supposed to be of their own free will. So YouTube falsely accused me of...
YouTube falsely accused me of telling people to click on that.
Dude, maybe he did make $1,000 because of the YouTube partnership program back at the time he's talking about. It was so exclusive that YouTube would individually contact creators and monetize their stats that closely. Then maybe he did make $1,000.
Maybe.
Pigeon Salad sent $5. DSP, one of my subs loved my content so much that they clicked on the ad, it cured their cancer, and it helped them win the lottery. Please clap. Hell yeah, dude.
I fucking love when Pigeon donates. That motherfucker's funny.
Doing this myself.
That sounds very, very real. In the very same breath, he lets it slip that he asked for people to click on the ads, confirming that this was the violation in question before proceeding to haphazardly justify it. This wasn't the only blow Phil suffered. As a series of playthroughs he was in the process of completing were being uploaded to his channel for the game Splinter Cell Conviction, he got copyright striked, which made the original Darkside Phil channel screech to a halt. In response to this, he created DSP Gaming, his longest running and currently still active main channel, even after the original channel was reactivated when YouTube decided the copyright...
Alright, Mike the Bike. You could suck my fat Italian fucking dick. What are you doing? You doing some kind of membership fucking message to me, bitch? I'm never commissioning you for a song again. Ever.
Dude, Phil was huge back in the day though. 100K back then is like equivalent to $1 million now.
He was competing with PewDiePie back in the day. Him and PewDiePie were like literally neck and neck.
And now this, a decade later, it only has twice as many subs as this.
Yep. Well, this is his original King of Hate channel. So he's had, I want to say he's had like 6 channels.
I thought this was DSP Gaming.
No, so DSP Gaming is the channel that he eventually landed on. So this was his main this was his main channel for a long period of time until it got completely demonetized and he gave up.
Yeah. Okay.
Love ya.
100K subs back then is really impressive, though.
It is impressive, but it was also based around the laziest content, and he got in early.
Yeah.
If he went in like
that was how so many people blew up, especially a YouTuber called Kobanner9456. He got like millions and millions of views by just having better like game capture equipment and getting things early and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
it was so cancer. I hated the YouTube game back then, dude. You literally got big in gaming by being the first one to upload the new game.
Yeah,
that was the game, and it was so cancer.
But that's his mindset now, is that he has to buy every brand new release immediately and play it. His mindset is still from this era of YouTube, where he hasn't been cancer about it. He hasn't
been the case for like half a decade.
Bubbleaxe, he hasn't evolved in a decade. This man is a dinosaur.
I love it.
Since his AdSense account was still not working, the prospect of being a professional gaming content creator on YouTube was still squarely outside of Phil's purview, so he went to another website, which at the time was one of YouTube's main competitors, Blip.tv. Blip was considered laxer on copyright issues, hence why creators like nostalgia critics Doug Walker also re-uploaded their content there. However,
oh god, Doug Walker, another amazing character. I love the nostalgia critic. I love that whole website. Spoonie, greatest person ever. Linkara, best comic reviewer on the planet.
Phil's time on Blip was very short, as the more relaxed terms of service made him a little too comfortable. How comfortable? Well, he decided to roleplay as the last remaining Nazi during a playthrough of the game Dead Space 2, saying that every enemy he killed in-game was Jewish.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact to turn everyone into necromorphs.
Despite being the second biggest creator on it at the time, this probably lost him his partnership with Blip, leaving him bereft and upset that he wasn't given a chance to redeem himself by the platform. Just in the nick of time, however, came Machinima, who offered him a chance to bypass his AdSense troubles by having the money come into their account. For the sake of full disclosure, an often forgotten about fact is that this wasn't the first opportunity he had to partner with Machinima. The first time a contract was being negotiated was back in 2010, but Phil ruined it by first demanding his videos be featured once a week on Machinima's channel, and when his demands were rejected, he made a video trashing the company for
Look at this. He demanded that his videos be featured once a week and that we add the pro and post roles ourselves. We told him to take a hike, period. FYI, Darkside Phil's vids, where he calls out Machinima, is completely off base. He literally just made shit up. Almost none of it is true.
Wow, what the fuck?
Imagine
He could have made so much money. He could have made so much money.
But that's the craziest thing. Back in the day, Machinima was the one place for gaming content creators to make money. And he just pisses on the ground and goes, fuck you, I demand to be front page all the time. Like, what?
That's so stupid.
Dude, what, in my opinion, what was good content coming out of Machinima back then was like RB and the Chief. That shit was goated. I fucking love that show. Red versus Blue, great shit back in the day. Phil, no. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean...
Front page Phil, no.
Yeah, they put the best of the best on the front page, like...
That was what content was.
And it's to help people who make good content but aren't getting as many views.
Mm-hmm.
Phil was the exact opposite.
Exactly.
Why would he? Yeah.
unrelated, and according to Hutch, made up reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway. On top of that, they would also protect him from any potential copyright issues he may face. Just like that, DSP was back to brute forcing his YouTube success by uploading a massive volume of videos until one of them happened to get a lot of views, much like he used to do on the original DSP account. Alongside the gameplay videos, he had other segments such as Ask the King Q&A, The Week in Preview, which I suppose covered DSP-related news, and the most notorious DSP Tries It, where Phil would, as the name suggests, try new things of all varieties. Eventually, it was canceled, however, due to the negative effects it was having on his health, due to how often the trying involved eating extremely unhealthy fast food. Despite the very rocky road
every time he bought something from Jack in the Box, it was fucking disgusting. Oh my god.
took to get to this point.
It always comes back to Jack in the Box.
And all cows love Jack in the Box, dude.
It all comes
It's their
back to
favorite.
Jack in the Box. Phil loves it. Boogie loves it. Fucking Wiggs loves it. And Tipster loves it.
Tipster loves it.
It all comes back.
Phil finally approached something resembling stability, and even a fan base who tolerated his attempts at humor and the incessant burping and snorting straight into the microphone. Okay, that's a little facetious. The Dead Space thing was honestly pretty funny. If you were to scroll through the comments on his condo tours from 2011, people were genuinely happy for Phil, many even living vicariously through him, wishing they had an entire condo to be their man cave full of gaming memorabilia. For every person annoyed by Phil, there were many more that enjoyed watching him. There was a moment in time in which it could be said the general audience wanted to like him, and there was a reason to be optimistic for the future of Darkside Phil, but nobody could predict how fast this reputation would sour.
Hate worthless humans. If you worked on this part of the game, you're a worthless human.
In the early 2010s, Google reformed its AdSense system, and now it rewarded viewer retention instead of sheer numbers of views. Essentially, the longer someone watches your video, the better. Just getting a click is not enough to make as much money as someone who gets people to stick around on their video for an hour. This was an issue for Phil since he had a penchant for splitting his videos up into dozens of little tidbits, rarely cracking 10 minutes, often being as short as 2. He also
Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that he was supposed to cut them up to 10 minutes, but he would only do 2-minute segments of a playthrough.
Yeah, he was trying to game the system for sure.
Yeah, that's the only way I can think about it, is that if he was trying to pump out as many short videos as possible to get as many clicks as possible versus like 10-minute segment, 10-minute segment, 10-minute segment. That would make more sense.
Yeah. It just wasn't common back then because most people weren't thinking about YouTube in a way to exploit it as hard as possible.
But
like most people didn't have that mindset back then. So it wasn't too common, but yeah, that's probably the reason why he did it.
Mm-hmm.
used to improve the technical aspects of his content despite how much money he had already made out of it and how many of his actual legitimate fans were begging him. By 2011, PewDiePie was already soaring to insane heights of popularity with relatively good quality, a decent mic, and even a face cam, setting a new standard for gaming content, while Phil was still languishing with his busted camera filming his screen with little to no editing to speak of. The problem became more and more inflamed as time went on, and Phil's viewers let him know that if he wasn't interested in evolving his format, they would move on to newer and better channels than his, to which he either responded with derision, a ban from his channel comments, or both. In short, DSP made it clear he didn't want to treat YouTube like it was, his job and his only source of income.
2 years ago, it was about me, waking up, putting my camera down whenever the hell I felt like it, recording for a few hours and uploading the footage to YouTube. Now, it's about having a schedule. Every day, getting up, whether I feel good or not,
plopping down on the couch, setting up, live streaming on a schedule so you guys can watch live, then trying to figure out how to schedule out uploads. It actually, I'd say this, it's actually more work at this point doing what I'm doing because it is more like having a regular job. You know,
This dude is such a bitch.
Oh my god.
Come
Really,
on,
like-
let me ask you. Let's be legit here. I used to work a full 9 to 5 on top of doing the YouTube shit before I just went straight to YouTube. Right? I did that. I made that decision. I was able to do both. Watching Phil bitch about it like it's the hardest thing on planet Earth. YouTube is not like this fucking difficult thing. Is editing your shit kind of annoying? Absolutely. But it's better than any other fucking job. It really is. Is it a pain in the ass? Absolutely. Are you going to get fucked out a lot of the times? Absolutely. But it's way better than anything else. God forbid you get put on a schedule, Phil.
Exactly. And especially for Phil back then, because he didn't edit.
Yeah. Like,
so
that's the thing I wanted to ask you is like, you've been doing this for years. And then when it switched over to that, you were still a kid, like just having fun with it. But if you were in Phil's position, would you bitch about doing a schedule and shit?
No, I would love it. I wanted to be full-time back then. I would have loved to be in Phil's position back then.
But it's like shocking that he is complaining that it's like, oh, this is more difficult than a regular job. No, it's not. You're live streaming.
It's not, no.
Live streaming's not hard, Phil. Trying to edit out small little bits of your live stream is not difficult. You just throw it up.
Especially back then when the expectation of quality was much lower, so people would probably have more tolerance to watch Phil's stuff than they would now.
See, that's what I was thinking. That's a good way of looking at it. Because they basically just let him do it as long as he could, and then YouTube changed. And there's even a part that Tom brings up that it's like, we want you to change. There are other creators that are doing this way better than you. Please make the change or else we'll leave. And he's like, that sounds like a lot of work. I had to do a whole schedule and change everything. This guy's the laziest motherfucker on planet Earth.
every day I'm trying to do 2 streams because that's the kind of dedication that I put towards this effort. So, you know, sitting down, streaming for several hours, uploading videos, streaming a second stream, babysitting the videos, setting them up for uploads, putting them into playlists.
Babysitting the videos?
Yeah, babysitting the uploads.
So that's like, I guess, watching them over once before pressing upload to make sure it's okay.
Or maybe he's just checking the views every couple of minutes. Like, I don't know what he means by babysitting the videos.
I imagine it means like doing a final watch before uploading.
But they're 2 minutes
if
a
there's
pop.
an edit. Okay, yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about with babysitting. Maybe looking at comments or views, like you said. Not necessary, but okay.
But it's like
babysitting the videos. Like you're trying to make everything sound like work. Like, oh, I had to press on my computer. I had to move the mouse.
Exactly.
Like, okay.
It's just pathetic. It's literally pathetic. It's so
you
funny.
guys in the know. It's a lot of work versus what I used to do.
Very rarely do you get this clear of an admission of laziness. He often bragged about how much money he made off of his channel, but clearly it wasn't enough for him to hire an editor, get a capture card, or basically anything that would improve the experience for the viewer. The viewer being the reason he gets any money in the first place. And if that weren't enough, even in hindsight he sees nothing wrong with his attitude, and actually blamed the negative responses he was getting on people being envious of how much money he was making. Due to his plummeting popularity, and concomitantly, his depleting AdSense revenue, Machinima sought to reevaluate his contract, renegotiating various areas of their partnership. Particularly, the amount Phil was paid for pumping out his content slop was under heavy scrutiny, since Machinima was receiving a lot less from advertisers. It seems that this renegotiation talk finally lit an ember under Phil's ass and got him to at least try and do different things than his usual stick. One of these things was a series called Project 7, which was purportedly made based on suggestions from Machinima and his fanbase. I know this era of YouTube, and particularly content adjacent to AVGN and Nostalgia Critic, which this definitely was, is typically cringy and corny, and that's part of the appeal, but I think this was cutting it a little bit close.
Dude, Project 7 is the worst fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It's worse than anything atop the fourth wall, Linkara, Nostalgia Critic, any of those guys. This is worse than
and
any of
Machinima
that.
probably got like an editor to like help make and conceptualize it with Phil.
That's like the best part. If Machinima hired some poor intern to edit this shit, oh.
Yeah, you think Phil could do these effects on his own?
No way.
Yeah, he literally Machinima not only like got him to make this, but they probably helped fund editing help.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and you'll never escape my clutches.
That's just me being a hater, though, because alongside with this panel at MagFest 2012, Project 7 was one of the very few instances of genuine positivity surrounding Phil's come-up. And for a very brief period, it was almost as if he wasn't completely phoning it in for the money. However, despite Project 7 looking good on Phil's resume, and giving his channel the appearance that he was indeed putting in an effort, the stories surrounding it behind the scenes were dismal. In an hour-and-a-half long video that eventually came out in 2015, only to be taken down by Phil due to it being a PR nightmare for him, his friends John Rambo and Howard, with whom he did Project 7, told the truth about how it was made. Mind you, this wasn't initiated by John and Howard, but by Phil himself, who, when asked about the rumors of the two no longer being friends with him, said that real men discussed their problems and suggested that the only feasible explanation for their falling out is that they were jealous of him. As Phil,
I love that every time. Every time.
Oh my God.
Every Bovlax, every time he gets into a beef.
Jealous of Phil.
That it's either they're jealous of me, I'm better than them, I'm not a part of the drama. Real men don't bring drama publicly. Come on. It's just all the time. It's every time without fail.
tends to do. All of the videos of Project 7, which heavily relied on editing and storyboarding, were produced by two childhood friends of Howard's, Andre and Paul, who ran the YouTube channel Respect the Pact. As a matter of fact, they were the ones who had the idea for Project 7 and only brought Phil in, presumably because he was looking for ways to branch out with his contents. Initially, Phil being the face of it meant that their work would get more eyes on it than usual, which is a good thing. However, they quickly realized Phil wasn't exactly someone who exhibited good faith. For starters, the editing and special effects, which again were the brunt of the series, was taking up a lot of Andre and Paul's time, especially since Andre was about to become a father. This prompted John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This turned out to be a bold-faced lie, which was instantly revealed once John mentioned it to them. Apparently, Phil had every intention of keeping every proceed from Project 7 to himself, and wanted to share it with absolutely no one. And before you think this is because of machinima renegotiation...
Does that sound crazy? Does that sound crazy?
Jesus, he didn't do like any of the editing or conceptual work or anything, but he just wants all the money because it was on his channel that he built up from filming his TV screen.
Yep. This dude is the greediest, laziest bastard you will ever witness in your life. Like, if you...
Wouldn't it be, it'd be like smarter to just like take a bigger cut than you honestly should have, but still paying them. But no, he just did the full on, I'm not paying you at all.
Yeah. Like, remember when Leafy got in trouble for paying that editor like $20? Like, people got pissy about that.
At least it was $20.
Yeah,
like...
at least it was $20. Phil was like, fuck off.
Leafy's attempt was way better.
At least he offered the guy money.
Yeah.
Or what have you. During the production and publishing of the show, Howard noticed that Phil bought a plethora of expensive man-baby gamer toys, which he's known for decking his house out with. And if that isn't enough to invoke a sense of injustice, a BMW. Notwithstanding, everyone involved in the series contributed out of their own pocket to produce and sell merchandise for it. But only Phil ever saw any of the resulting revenue. The pettiness on Phil's part was so extensive that he didn't even tolerate positive comments about the other participants in Project 7. Upon seeing John Rambo's contributions to the show be considered funnier and better performed than his, Phil rushed to claim that everything, including their lines, was his idea, when they were not. They confronted...
Like these little things, like these tiny little things, just
they stack up.
Really, why does he give a shit about one person's opinion on the comedy of something to the fact that he would like lie about it? Like literally make up lies just to because of a comment that said his colleague was funny.
That's the thing, right? Every single time he gets into something, every time, he'll say that he's either the one that completely started from the ground up and he is the best at it and people just didn't understand his genius. It's either other people are jealous of him because he has a lot of money. It stacks up. These little things, Bo Blacks, continue to stack up, and then you start acting like a detractor. Next thing you know, you're going to start digging. You're going to start looking for little things everywhere that he's like made tiny little lies about that stack into big situations. It's going to happen.
He just never tells the truth, man.
No, it's literally impossible for him to do that.
Him about it, and he apologized, but according to John in particular, Phil's apologies meant very little. Over the course of their friendship, Phil tended to either make a slight or tell a lie about John, apologize when confronted, only to do it again a while after. Ultimately, this is why their friendship broke down. They simply lost all faith that Phil could listen and care about what actions of his made his pretty much only friends uncomfortable or upset, and gave up on interacting with him altogether. Eventually, in 2022, Phil claimed that the reason no payment was made to them for their work on the project was due to the fact that, indeed, the project was losing money. Even if this was the case, and who knows, there's a fair chance it was, he could have just communicated that to them. The fact that he didn't talk about the project failing until 10 years later is at least a little bit suspicious, I guess.
Isn't that kind of like crazy? 10 whole years. 10 whole years he never talked about the reason why Project 7 failed.
Oh my god.
He fucked over all of his friends.
He's so stupid.
Imagine being in that position, right, Bo Black's like Augie does After Hours, and like he never says that you were ever actually the co-host of it, or like that you never put any input in it whatsoever. Like he just completely like struck your name from the record, and then 10 years later he's like, yeah, that guy Bo Black's, yeah, it just didn't work. You'd be like, what the fuck?
That's kind of what happened with Game Grumps and JonTron.
Yeah, where they phased him
honestly.
out.
Yeah, complete. And they didn't mention his name on the show for like 6 years after the fact.
Yeah, they phased him out. So like I couldn't imagine doing that. Like you're good friends with these people.
Well, it wasn't a phase, it was an immediate cut, but
Well, people just started they didn't talk about him ever. They just let it go. They were
he
like,
was banned, dude. He was banned because it wasn't just like JonTron left. It was like JonTron's like banned from the show. Like, don't even talk about him.
Yeah, which I think is
and when they first talked about him, it was like a big deal. Pigeon Salad sends $5. Phil seems like the kind of douche that would write his name all over a school group project and claim his classmates tried to steal credit from him.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Just a little. While the seeds were being sown for the disintegration of Phil's relationship with his friends, he was beginning a new relationship with someone else. Leanna, also known as Panda Lee Games, or
Panda Lee. I hope Keemstar gets to interview this woman. Bro, she is delusionally crazy. Like, she's insane.
just Panda Lee. Immediately, people took issue with the fact that Phil was 30 years old while Leanna was born in 1993, meaning in 2012 she would have been 19 turning 20. Since Phil's life was indistinguishable from his content at this point, since he would spend most of his waking hours doing something or other to contribute to the pumping out of more content, Leanna coming into his life meant that she was bound to show up on the videos as well. However, some viewers took issues with this, as her presence was sometimes considered disruptive to the regular flow of content. Personally, I don't get this very much because as far as I can tell, she was basically the female version of Phil, and close to being as obnoxious and insensitive as he was.
But anyway, yeah, you gotta like expose the Illuminati. They know everything, but I know more.
Viewers attempted to negotiate with Phil regarding.
Bro, this
Genius.
woman is
Is she like
shit.
female Phil?
Yes, yes, literally. She's actually very crazy. There's actually a woman, and I don't think Tom touches on her at all, and I don't remember her name. She threatened to kill Phil, and she went on Kiwi Farms and like posted like videos and shit. And she's like, I am going to kill Phil Burnell. I'm gonna stab that motherfucker. Like, it was something involving like I think it was one of his exes or something. Like she threatened to kill him. And Panda Lee, this girl, was dating him, and they almost got into a fight at his condo. There's a bunch of shit that is like not talked about.
Jesus.
Bro, she's crazy. I don't remember her fucking name. One of the DSP detractors in chat will fucking know
her presence in the videos, but Phil, like he always does, took this constructive criticism as abject hatred and responded exactly how you'd expect him to. When a commenter said, don't mind her doing playthrough with you, but these type of vlogs should just be you, he replied with a very gracious, you're a f***ing idiot. The Leanna situation went on for a while despite the consistent grumbling of some members of the audience, until one day, it scabbed over during a stream in which Phil was playing Kingdom Hearts. Panda Lee began provoking the chat by making a series of remarks about the game's quality. Kingdom Hearts is boring. All fanboys, please cry into jars so I can moisturize in your sadness and rage. Due to this somewhat inflammatory comment towards a beloved franchise, people fell to her goading and began arguing with her in chat. This is hardly a shock, since when people are watching Phil play a game, it tends to be because they like the game. This went on.
Oh, okay. So the woman that threatened to kill Phil was Jenna, Phil's sister-in-law. Okay, so it was a sister-in-law of his that threatened to kill Phil. Yeah.
Okay.
There's so many.
Oh, what?
There's so many moving parts. There's so many moving parts.
Jesus.
Until the crushing majority of chat turned against her, not just because they liked Kingdom Hearts, but because she was actively drawing negative attention to herself for no reason. All of it culminated in her appealing to Phil to do something about people being mean to her in chat, and so Phil conceded.
Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat, I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk. Since you can't act your age or act mature and you all want to argue with my girlfriend, now you can just have no chat. How about that?
Oh my god.
So,
dude, this is what he does all the
Yeah,
time.
he loves putting like control. This is like the one environment where he has like full control. He loves being the king of this domain. He's like, I'm in charge, I'm putting my foot down.
But that's like what he does all the time. Like anytime he gets mad, he goes, well, fuck you guys. And he just starts banning like everybody in the chat. Every single person. I love it. It's so funny every time.
So great.
It's so funny.
He thinks he's like the kingpin of like webcam let's plays.
He really does. He's just like, well, all of you are being mean to my girlfriend, so fuck you.
all of you who are acting immature, this is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. idiots.
If people had found her to be a slight, even if infrequent, annoyance before, now she had been seen as a bully and a coward who was prone to instigating conflicts with her boyfriend's audience, only to run back under his umbrella of safety when people treated her how she treated others. She also took on Phil's tendencies regarding participating in flame wars in the comment sections, saying things like, I get paid for trolls to watch and whine, so I don't see the harm in letting me get paid for them to cry more. Yeah, you clearly aren't getting any, but Phil is and has for over a year now. And let's be honest, do you think Phil and I care about what you or anyone else thinks? Because we don't. If you were in front of me face to face, you'd get a nice helping of my fist punching you right in the balls. Perhaps the most ironic moment out of the whole situation was that years later, Phil actually threw her under the bus and described her as someone who was confrontational and always wanted to get the one up on everyone else. I mentioned it before, but that's exactly the same trait that made Phil so unlikable early on. So he's not even projecting it onto her, he's accurately noticing why they got along with each other so well. They were similar people. But Leanna did serve a purpose in the larger narrative of DSP. Her presence led to much more concrete displays of disrespect from Phil to his audience. Indirectly, she was the reason many of Phil's fans noticed how comfortable he was, disregarding their opinions and just doing whatever he wanted at their behest. Besides the beginning of Leanna's presence in his life and content, 2012 was also marked by even more examples of Phil being terrible at gaming, despite it being the core of his job. The most glaring instance was during a video of Half-Life Black Mesa, in which he failed to pay attention to the game's tutorial instructions, proceeded to struggle for 30 minutes in an area of the game because he didn't know how to crouch jump, and then claimed that this core mechanic of the game's movement was actually bugged.
I love that. I can't get over that.
It's fucking great, dude.
Everything is bugged. Everything is wrong. Everything is lag. It's the game's fault. I don't know how to crouch jump. It's not a real mechanic.
Dude, Phil's skill at video games is just amazing to see. I think I randomly clicked on one of his streams when he was playing the new 2D Sonic game, and the way he was playing it was just the most...
You would love the way he
I was
plays
like,
Sonic.
how does someone even like think to play a game like this?
Bro, you would love his Sonic playthroughs and how shit they are. Sonic Frontiers, I think he did Sonic Frontiers, and it was so bad. And he bitched the whole time because nobody donates during Nintendo games, Sega games. I think those are the ones nobody really donates, and he hates playing them. But he always buys games that are brand spanking new. Doesn't matter what company it is. And he'll always bitch. He's like, I didn't get enough donations today because I'm playing a Nintendo game. Well, Sonic doesn't make me a lot of money. Like,
oh my god. Holy shit.
You would love his Sonic playthroughs. They're fucking funny.
Up until this moment, Phil's haters were disorganized and disaffected, believing that no matter how poignant their criticisms of Phil and his content were, they'd just fall on deaf ears. But as 2013 began, this was fated to change. A YouTube account called EvilAJ2010 uploaded the very first entry to a sprawling series of videos that would ultimately spell Phil's downfall as a content creator. This series was called This Is How You Don't Play, and it compiled DSP's playthroughs while highlighting...
Hey, there's the video, Bublex. This is how you don't play Metal Gear Solid.
Dude, and Phil had enough fans to like stack 1.3k dislikes on this too.
Yeah, which is... You know, it's good. It's just the thing is that Phil is shit at this game. So it was a great compilation clip.
Yeah, it was like funny. It was just a funny comedic video.
The funniest examples of him being awful at a game. The first one contained clips of Phil playing Metal Gear, a stealth game, like it was a regular action game, and dying a lot in the process. Phil addressed this during one of his long-winded rant videos, and though he made an effort to claim that they were the dumb ones for bringing attention to DSP's playthroughs and indirectly making him money, it was clear that for whatever reason, being called bad at a game bugged him, even if just a little. At face value, it's just a video highlighting how much he sucks at Metal Gear Solid. It's not that big of a deal, right? Like somebody could make a whole channel on how bad I am at video games. They could make it billions. But for Phil, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. The dam was cracking, and many of Phil's detractors, as he came to notoriously call them, saw it as a sign that they could also speak about their grievances with DSP in general. Slowly, the spark created by this video turned into a wildfire, and to an extent it was more popular than Phil himself. Due to Phil's focus on quantity over quality, the views his videos got weren't really attached to him or his brand, nor on how good the videos were. Hence why they oscillated so much depending on what game he played or what the video's topic was. Meanwhile, the How You Don't Play video catered to a very specific audience, people who didn't like Phil, and there was definitely an audience for that. It seemed like Phil felt the shift to his public image happen in real time, prompting him to make 2 videos to address the negativity, though he acted as if people actually hated him just because he was bad at the games. The thing is, many people have marketed their gaming videos on them sucking at it and dying a lot, but DSP was the opposite. He had a history of branding himself as a pro player and of blaming the game whenever he sucked. Part of his...
See, that is his problem. If he didn't act that way, he would have been fine. He would have still...
Yeah, for sure.
He would have been a million sub YouTuber if he just played into it and was like, yeah, I'm shit at games. Watch me be bad at it.
Yeah, that's what Game Grumps did.
That's what
Aaron was really bad at games, and a lot of people are like, oh, he doesn't read the tutorial, he's bad at games or whatever, and Aaron like played into it.
Mm-hmm. And same as PewDiePie. PewDiePie didn't know how to play Amnesia. He played it like shit. And that's what got him his start. Like, Phil literally could have done that, but instead he rather pretend like he was some big hotshot fucking video game player when he was never good at it in the first place.
If Phil like changed a couple, like his attitude and the way he did things or whatever, he could have been like a YouTuber that I would have loved when I was when he was making videos back then. 'Cause
Right.
I loved Game Grumps when they would like fuck up and laugh at the game and all that shit.
It's almost like you wanted to watch someone have fun.
Yeah.
It's almost like that's what you're supposed to do as a video game YouTuber.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ego,
especially on YouTube. Like, it wasn't about the skill. It wasn't about like being the top or being the best. It's just about playing it.
It was about having fun.
being
at the end of the
entertaining.
day. Yeah, have fun,
Yeah.
be entertaining. That's all it is. But Phil never got the memo.
like YouTube wasn't esports. Like, they're two separate things. But I guess he didn't get that. He needed to be the best at everything.
Nope. Somebody just sent me a clip of Phil like screaming that he didn't get enough members today.
Persona.
Today, I love how it's just still going, dude.
Oh wait.
Here we go. Let's continue on with the final videos. What's next?
Thank you for them sharing all the benefits.
This is the
of your
Peter Pan
videos.
story.
Oh right, this is where he pretends that he has a reaction channel and he takes people's money. He basically says, "I will react to your video if you give me a membership," and then he never watches the videos and says they're shit.
Oh my god.
I fucking love that part.
Was that he was good at games. Furthermore, he also had a history of putting other people down for not being good at games. Case in point, Tobuscus. Back in mid-2012, he made a video called Get Competitors' Ads Off My Videos that supposedly was just him being upset that other channels were being advertised for in his videos. Putting aside the issue that he was still pocketing the money for these ads, in actuality, the video was a lot more malicious than Phil let on. For a significant portion of it, he did nothing but bash Tobuscus gratuitously.
That being said, please understand, disclaimer, this video is not intended to be a direct attack on anyone.
A few moments later.
Your videos suck, you're not funny, and you're not good at gaming. Watch your own videos. You're horrible. When it comes to gaming, he's not funny. He's not funny.
For starters, this was a straight up stupid move, since if you were into one gaming YouTuber back then, likelihood is you were into a lot of the other ones. So all Phil was doing was angering the parts of his audience that he shared with Toby. But Phil also specifically,
Which is what I was about to say. That back in the day, the gaming YouTube community was fucking tight knit. Like they were tight knit as shit.
Yeah, and the overall viewership on YouTube was lower, so everyone kind of knew everyone, and it was like, yeah, it was pretty tight knit. So that's obviously a horrible move.
That's a dumb fucking move.
Yeah, and that's why drama didn't happen a lot back in the day. Whenever we think about YouTube drama, kind of like we're like, oh, it originated in 2016, and it existed a little bit before then and stuff like that. But the reason it became a thing is because back in the day, you wouldn't want to cause drama because the communities are so tight knit that would actually be bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then the site just grew so much, and through Leafy, we learned that hey. Now it's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, drama can work.
So,
drama can work. It took a long time to get to where we are today, where the community died again. But we'll be back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just been changing and morphing.
Well, the community never dies, and drama never dies. Drama and all that shit never fucking dies. It's impossible.
Yeah, humans just love being dramatic with each other. That's why there's drama TV shows, reality TV shows, all that shit. Tabloids and stuff like that, but just on YouTube, like it's just changed and stuff dependent on what's happening in communities and what people want to watch and what YouTube algorithm is and et cetera, et cetera. And now we're here where it's all political based and kind of cancer.
You know what's crazy? A random video of yours popped up on my feed today, and it was when you were on Zerka's stream with Frogan.
Yeah.
Bro, Frogan is just as much as a bitch as she was 2 years ago as she is now. Like, fuck Frogan.
I didn't know about Frogan. I met her in that stream.
Yeah.
And I've hated her ever since.
Bro, I
literally.
watched that.
Like, I was shitting on her in that stream.
I saw.
Because she was, like, literally, like, maliciously laughing at like, slandering someone else for Nutella on their face when they were, like, a kid.
Yeah, bro. When I saw that video, I was like, damn, she's still a bitch. And it's been 2 years.
Yeah. I'm just, and then ever since then she got like creator awards and stuff like that, and I'm like, in my head I'm like, the only way these if she is still the same way she was back then, the only reason these big creators are promoting her is for them to look better, because
I can agree with you on that. They're just doing it as like a promotional thing for them. She doesn't add anything additional. She's
token streamer. She
is, and then on top of that, she's been calling H3 like fucking a genocidal maniac. Like, I can't get over that shit. Frogan's
insane.
Frogan's fucking insane.
Didn't Ethan apologize to her? So dumb, dude.
Dude, she kept talking about it in Hassan's Discord. I saw Destiny cover it, and she was like, Ethan's coming across like a racist Zionist pig. And I'm like, what the fuck?
She's crazy. She is crazy.
It's like, this bitch is insane.
Still. Yeah. I found that out early, unfortunately.
Yeah, I saw your face. I saw your face in that video, and I was like, he's almost
Yeah,
lost his
literally
shit.
the face scan, yeah.
Specifically and seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which are DSP's whole brand, whether he knew it or not. Additionally, he suggested that Tobuscus, along with other gaming channels he chose not to name here, have found different ways to abuse the YouTube system to get big. This is coming from the man who purposely split his playthroughs into hundreds of different parts so that his total view count would go up, and asked for people to click on his ads so that he made more money from a video. Anyone with a cursory knowledge of DSP recognized he was throwing giant rocks from a extremely thin glass house. Last but not least, he says other gaming YouTubers don't put as much effort into their gameplays as he does, despite the fact that, as of May 2012, he was still refusing to buy a capture card to properly record his playthroughs instead of pointing a camera at his screen. In his mind, his decision to not pay anyone to edit and improve his SEO by making decent thumbnails for him is justified due to how stellar his commentary is. So much so that he describes it as non-stop improv comedy. I'm not going to sit here and act like popular early 2010s gaming content was all comedy gold, but Phil's brand of comedy definitely managed to be even more obnoxious. All in all, it was very clear that Phil was simply seething because there was someone being more professional than he was and making more money than he did because of it.
Okay? And then they hired Toby Turner to be the guy backstage. He's acting like an asshole. He acts like he's a goofball. He's self-deprecating. Complete, utter flop.
This entire commotion was particularly rich due to how many times Phil accused other people of disliking him out of jealousy, including the creator of the How You Don't Play series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into a decentralized group called Kojima World Order.
Oh, these people are crazy. I'm gonna be honest. The Kojima World Order, some of them were insane. Like, let's just be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
they named themselves the Kojima World Order. Like, that name alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The group in of itself, for when you're gonna learn more about them, right? It's gonna be a little crazy. I'm gonna be real. I'm cool. Like, the DSP detractors are like, I'm cool with a lot of their channels. This group back in the day, I would hate to be a part of that group. That sounds like fucking ass cancer.
Whose intro can be seen in many of the detractors' videos at the time. Unfortunately, there was also a downside to Phil being faced with all of these criticisms. It gave him the opportunity to play the victim. Despite his decline in viewership having begun all the way back when YouTube's ad revenue system switched to retention, he swiftly shifted the blame to Evil AJ, and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said as a side to be on. Finally, in early to mid-2013, DSP did the unthinkable and bought a capture card, presumably his way of caving to the negativity. Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been giving you for years as to what they want to see, or maybe just like what the industry standard is. However, it was a little too late, and the tide had already turned against him for good. Undeterred, Phil went on to cause even greater controversy within his audience when he started the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway of 2013. When rather than giving away actual games, he instead gave away empty boxes.
This is Deus Ex Human Revolution Collector's Edition. Comes with this very nifty collector's box on the inside. Comes with a few things. First of all, collector's edition packaging. As you open that up, you're gonna see the game's gone because I traded in years ago.
Doing a game. I'm doing a game giveaway.
I'm giving away the case because it's so cool.
Bro, but like, imagine you're tuning into this and you're like, wow, Phil's doing a giveaway? That sounds amazing. I would love some side stuff from Phil. Oh, I have this video game right here. It's Deus Ex Machina. Opens the box. Nothing's inside of it.
Yeah, I did game giveaways back then, and even I sent them as my teenager ass. It reminds me, I did like a series where it was like, I think it was 2012, where it was like 12 Days of Christmas or whatever. And in each video, there was like a hidden annotation or something on like one frame that's like the character of the watch page URL.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got all of them combined and were the first one to get to that video and comment, then I would give away the game to them.
Yeah, but you would give them the game, right? You wouldn't give them the box. You wouldn't give them the box of the game.
No, not just the box. I'd give them the game. I bought the game and give it to them, yeah.
See, Boblax was a way better creator than Phil.
Yeah, it was Paper Mario Sticker Star on the 3DS that I gave.
Nice. See, at least you gave a game to somebody. Phil gives boxes.
Yeah, brand new game at the time, too. I bought it for them. It wasn't used, like...
Damn.
Yeah, so...
You went hard.
Yeah, I
This
went
got him
hard,
lambasted
dude.
and unsubscribed from, even by many of his diehard fans. Besides his fans, he was also being ridiculed by his peers. Other YouTubers and gaming-adjacent celebrities anywhere from 2013 to mid-2014 were finding out who DSP was from the clips of him floating around online. PewDiePie and Minecraft's creator Nosh were roped into the DSP phenomenon. Even fellow Blip.tv-adjacent lolcow Spoonie was roped in. Perhaps the most notable instance of another YouTuber chiming in with their 2 cents about DSP's situation was Total Biscuit, but not because it was the most
Can't wait to report on your death, huh?
aggressive takedown.
Oh,
In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was one of the most scathing pieces of criticism DSP ever received, precisely because of how generous and understanding it was as far as trying to see it from Phil's point of view. After being mentioned a few times by DSP, Total Biscuit made a comment saying, "If DSP is name dropping me a lot, I don't know why. It's really weird that he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's content and his attitude. I've done some terrible things on the internet that I regret, but nothing close to the stuff he does on a very regular basis. He is a really, really bad Let's Player, constantly blaming the game for his own mistakes, and I find that really distasteful. If you make your living playing someone else's work, then the least you can do is respect the work that went into it in the first place. I don't like to see someone harassed online daily. I've experienced it myself, and it's put me in some really dark places. But to say DSP brings it on himself is a massive understatement. His persona is the king of hate. He does it on purpose, and there's a lot of baggage that comes with being super negative. That's like his only defining characteristic. He's not good at the games he plays. He's a controversy machine, and that feeds his channel. Nothing I've seen him do has caused anything positive to happen. Here's the thing. Insulting your fans is often blown out of proportion. DSP is terrible for this, and most of what he says to his viewers is inexcusable, but let's not pretend that viewers are immune to criticism themselves. They often act like assholes, they're entitled, whiny, and provide a lot of subjective criticism with no constructive use. It can drain you emotionally and mentally to be subject to that kind of stuff all the time, and I really feel like part of that is why DSP acts the way he does now. Sometimes viewers do things and should be called out, but let's be frank, DSP has a long history of calling viewers out for no reason. Rather than try to move away from that, he has embraced it. I'd like to see DSP get some help. Therapy. DSP in his current form doesn't help anyone, least of all himself. And
I'm not gonna lie, this is the greatest fucking advice that anyone's given him, and it's from fucking Total Biscuit.
Total Biscuit was a super insightful guy.
But that is like crazy.
He was he was great for the content creator community.
He was, but like the craziest part is that like out of everyone to give Phil any advice, it was Total Biscuit that was just like, bro, you're a fucking idiot. Like stop it. Stop now. You're retarded.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And he did Total Biscuit had like a gaming community kind of YouTuber podcast called it was called Co-optional towards the end, but it was originally like the Game Station MCN podcast. So he would be on podcasts a lot. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that he addressed DSP in this way. But yeah, I fully agree with everything he's saying. Like,
I don't see
Total Biscuit was a super insightful guy.
Yeah, I don't see a single issue here. This is like amazing advice, and he never took it. And he never took it. Never fucking took it once.
Nope.
The guy's an idiot.
They make me believe he has some problems that he needs to deal with and get past. Because regular people would not consider that a normal, sensible thing to do. I kind of pity him, but there's no smoke without fire, and DSP is a metaphorical arsonist obsessed with burning his house down. Kojima World Order is still hilarious. Phil, upon reading that comment, didn't take kindly to it. The entire comment is incredibly flawed. It's obvious he doesn't watch my content at all, and has only formed an idea of who I am and what I produce from the KWO montages. Because watching any playthrough for more than 5 minutes outside of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, you'd know that my content isn't constantly bashing games, game devs, and blaming the game exclusively. Yes, complaining about the games are part of what I do, but not nearly 100% of the content I put out. The fact he thinks that the king of hate means that I've embraced being negative about everything, and that's my hook, just proves he has no idea whatsoever what he's talking about. Total Biscuit thinks that his videos are some kind of godsend because he's informing people about new games that you might not have heard of, and frequently he rips the sucky ones a new asshole. He thinks his content is better than mine because people don't buy bad games when they see his stuff. Only I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews, just because
this is where he starts the whole meaningful content shit. But Black, serious question. How many emails have you gotten of somebody reaching out to you and being like, your video helped me, like your content's helped me, like I'm way better for it, you know, like it got me through a dark time. Have you ever gotten those emails? I'm pretty sure you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that often though.
It's not often, but it does happen. Phil talks like every single email he gets on a daily basis is people saying that he makes meaningful, amazing content that helps save their lives. He's been saying that for 10 years.
Not true.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. I'm pretty sure you might get emails that are saying you're making me want to kill myself. Like, every time that you beg to me, I want to kill myself.
He puts out one highly edited video and I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him better than me. And honestly, one edited video versus playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do. Seeking therapy because I sometimes get upset over / baited by trolls. If I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be
edited video versus playing through an entire shitty game, which is harder to do.
Which one is hard? Yeah, which one is harder, Bublax?
No, because if you edited the video, you'd have to play through the entire game and then edit the video afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you make an edited video on a shitty game. Mm-hmm. I guess it depends how long the game is, because if you play like a really good like 10-hour video game and then edit it for like 10 hours afterward or 20 hours afterward versus playing like 30 hours of a shitty game where you're not having fun at all, I guess the edited one would be easier, but that's I don't know. You know, I'm Phil. Now I'm making excuses. But
yeah, no, but like think about it. He puts think about it, right?
Playing through a game isn't really work most of the time.
It isn't, but if you're making a highly edited video after you've already played through the entire game, how how is Phil uploading 10-minute segments or like 2-minute segments more work than somebody that plays the whole game, does a highly edited video, plays the game on top of that all in one go?
It's not more work.
It's not. It's not more work. It's just, Phil's just an idiot.
By now. Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo and only had one inmate, himself. Besides him pretending like Total Biscuit was saying DSP's content was exclusively negative, Phil completely sidesteps the treating fans like shit accusation and the empty box giveaway so that he doesn't have to acknowledge there's at least an inkling of truth to TB's comment. Despite the fast approaching instability due to his plummeting in popularity and YouTube's ad revenue policies not treating his content kindly whatsoever, the financial mastermind that is Phil Burnell decided it was time to once again buy a new condo, this time in Washington. Supposedly, he had no outstanding debt besides his condo, which he was still paying the mortgage for, and decided that Connecticut was too expensive to live in due to its very high taxes. So much so that it was worth it getting a house in another state, despite his outright admission that he had no prospects of selling or renting the Connecticut condo. In early 2014, Phil and Leanna moved in together. Phil made it clear from the get-go that he was going to need his audience's money. A lot of it. Again,
Did you hear that part? He's moving from Connecticut to Washington.
Yeah.
As a condo still in Connecticut. You heard the part that he has no plans to sell it, no plans to rent it out.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. So, Bubbleax, you're paying a mortgage on a condo. You're moving halfway across the country. That's going to cost you a couple grand. And you're going to buy another condo in Seattle. How are you going to afford all that shit?
You would only do that if you're, like, really well off.
How are you going to afford that shit?
Begging people to click on your fucking ads on your webcam Kingdom Hearts gameplay?
I just can't imagine. I'd be pissing myself to do something like that. Like, you don't even have a plan to sell it or to rent it out. This is like Boogie's situation.
Well, if MagFest let him go and do that fucking panel, he would have made millions.
Exactly. This is like with Boogie, right? Everyone's like, Boogie, just sell your house. You'll clear like $253,000 minimum. And he's just like, well, I don't want to do that. Or if I try to sell my house, it's just more of a pain than anything. It's like, why? Take the money. It can't be that fucking difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it might be, like, annoying to do or whatever, and you might not want to do it, but don't say that just because you don't want to do it. Don't, like, cut that off as an option and say, like, you're about to go broke or homeless.
Yeah.
Like, Boogie in the documentary acting like he would be, like, on the street at, like, a moment's notice, and is at breaking point is just completely ridiculous and insane.
Yeah, well, the thing is that with him, right, with Phil, he does the same thing Boogie does, except he just doesn't think at all. Like, there's literally nothing going on in there. Boogie at least will think about it a little bit. Phil will just impulsively do it. That's the definitive difference between the two. I find it frustrating as shit, because I find Boogie frustrating for all his stupid shit, and now I find Phil frustrating for his stupid shit. It's so difficult.
Issue isn't necessarily that he's asking for support. It's that the reason he needs support in the first place is that he decided to do a very expensive move at the same time his channel was dying. To make matters worse, he tried implying that his lack of money wasn't his fault, but that the slow months he was experiencing was due to the games being released at the time not being good. It even got to the point that he suggested he was going to upgrade his videos quality to 1080p. You know the situation is bad when Darkside Phil is considering doing the bare minimum. But the trolls didn't fall for the pity party. If anything, his pivot to e-begging after his AdSense brute force strategy was no longer functional only earned him even more distaste, since instead of doing the smart thing by admitting this format was outdated and obsolete and changing it radically, he would rather beg for his fans to give him money directly. Before, Phil was just ignoring the requests of people who watched him, but now he was setting himself up to inevitably ignore the requests of people directly putting money in his pocket. But tensions weren't rising exclusively on the YouTube front. Over at his fan forum, because yes, he has a fan forum, the users were beginning to become upset over DSP's tyrannical method of management. Without due justification or warnings, Phil tended to ban users and lock threads without any concern. One infamous quote to come out of this situation was Phil saying, "I can't break the rules, I am the rules." I believe he's actually unknowingly quoting the
Can't break the rules. I am the rules. Some fucking dumbass.
Oh my God.
Some dumbass internet forum.
He's king of the webcam Let's Play empire.
Louis XIV, King of France, who said, "I am the law, I am the state." His own fan base got so sick of it that even the mods of the forum, who were appointed by Phil himself, took issue with it and tried to strike an agreement with Phil so that by establishing clearer rules, he would no longer act as an administrator and let them do their job. Consequently, he made a post announcing it. Effective immediately, all account names, avatars, signatures, etc. related to known internet memes dedicated to negativity regarding myself or my work are considered trolling, and per forum rules are a permanently bannable offense. This includes the Kojima World Order in particular, but is not limited to it. I'm already seeing accounts that, no surprise, are popping up on the site and doing nothing but spreading unfair and unwarranted negativity about me. I'm all for legit criticism, but these anti-DSP movements are not that. They're one-sided bullying campaigns and will not be tolerated on my site in place of business. If you have a problem with that, contact an admin for immediate deactivation of your account. Thanks all for understanding and moving forward positively. Despite this agreement, Phil proceeded to not uphold his end of the bargain by permabanning a user for what he deemed was unwarranted and unproven slander. The mods of the forum, along with many of the Twitch mods, resigned en masse, saying, for those who read the settled agreement, this was not allowed. It was in direct violation of our agreement. We tried our best to stay, and unfortunately we failed in that regard. All the best to the departing staff. Noticing that even his own mods had left him, or in his eyes betrayed him, a la Julius Caesar, Phil decided to respond on the forums. Mods did not uphold their end of the bargain first, which is why we've come to this. I refuse to pay thousands of dollars for a website where I get personally...
Question. You're old school. You're old school internet.
Yeah.
Bubblex, would you pay thousands of dollars for a random internet forum?
No.
A website.
But I was also a teenager.
Yeah, but like think about it, right? Even as a teenager, I'm pretty sure
I think
there were
I
free
made
websites.
a website. Yeah, I made a website on like Websly or something like that or whatever. I literally had multiple websites. I had one for my channel and then a ROM hack I was making and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it didn't have its unique URL, but it was like, I don't know, www.websly or whatever it was. I don't even know if that's what it was called, .boblax.com or something like that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't do this whole like paying thousands of dollars, even as a grown adult, for a website where you can find a free one. Why would you do that?
No, I wouldn't even do that today. So
I don't see a need to do that at all.
Attacked with slander on a daily basis by the same people. Getting slaps on the wrist, such as warning points, haven't done anything to change the fact that the forums are a shooting gallery for my head. In the future, I'll either be seeking new forum staff who actually have the time and willingness to properly moderate, or I'll be downgrading the forum altogether to something more manageable for less people. I guess I didn't really need a $3,000 website, and I set myself up for failure when I got it. Thanks for those leaving, and I wish you all well in the future. For those wishing to stay, let me know so we can talk stuff out. I actually don't know what the hell he's talking about here. There are free forum template websites you can use for free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a really bad liar. As a matter of fact, there's no reason to even bring up $3,000 in the first place, so I suspect he just said it to brag. Unless he's trying to suggest he was paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation continued to escalate as an administrator ousted Phil and would continue to take over the site, who in turn canceled the giveaway he was doing at the time due to it relying on fan art that was being published on the site. After the site was flooded with not safe for work images and completely wrecked, it went down and stayed down for good. At least until Phil revived it sometime later with a new, less inflammatory name, just the DSP forums. When someone entered DSP's stream as he played Mortal Kombat 10, they successfully got him to lose his temper by bringing up the Leanna Kingdom Hearts incident, prompting Phil to spend the next few minutes just airing out his rage.
You thought it was gonna happen 2 fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. The reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. The people who want to play have to wait now, right? Because you have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet.
The tirade alienated vast swaths of his audience, and he apologized the very next day in a video on his YouTube channel. For once, this was an appropriate response, even if he was pressured into doing it. Every once in a while, Phil does seem to exhibit a sense of clarity. For example, some of his trolls doxed his new location back in the summer of 2014, which wasn't a very...
Which I feel bad for Phil. I do.
Yeah.
That's a horrible thing that happened. But Phil
like doxing. I think it's bad.
Yeah, doxing bad. I feel like that's something that everyone needs to fucking understand. Doxing bad. No matter who. Doxing bad.
Difficult task to do considering how careless DSP was about it. It took a long time for someone to do something with that information, but after 5 consecutive days of being DDoS attacked, someone tried to swat Phil, saying he either had or was in the process of murdering his girlfriend and her family. I don't have to explain how absolutely unjustified and dangerous this was, but thankfully, Phil had already been in contact with the police because he predicted something like that would happen. Perhaps because something similar already had happened at some point, but that's just speculation. However, Phil took this as an opportunity to conflate the people who tried to swat him and falsely accuse him with anyone and everyone who had ever made a "this is how you don't play" video or mocked him on the internet, saying that it was the negative vibe people created around him that almost cost him his life. As bad as swatting is, that's just a silly thing for him to do, especially in the relatively serious situation he found himself in at the time. Obviously, not every hater is responsible for the one nut job that decided to swat him. The noise surrounding his name was getting a tad too loud for Phil's liking, but since he was too proud to start paying an editor and putting out decent content to quell the mutiny that the Kojima World Order had created, his strategy to deal with his detractors was to abuse the copyright privileges he had, in part due to being a member of Machinima, to strike the channel of whoever was bad-mouthing him. Once again, Total Biscuit, this time along with Slow Beef, popped up on...
Yeah, see, that just makes it totally better, right? You start copyright striking people. Nice, dude. Nice.
What the fuck?
That's a Dark Viper move right there.
Yeah, the fact that Dark Viper is doing that move in 2023 is actually insane.
I'm surprised.
That whole situation's insane.
I'm surprised after the last massive false copyright claim drama that happened, which was Ackman vs. Quantum. I am surprised that anyone still has the balls to even do that nowadays.
Dude, I'm surprised with any copyright situation. There's like the Pokemon one, the Quantum one. There's like Suzy Liu.
Yep.
There's been so many, and every time it's like everybody watching and learns like, okay, don't do that. So it was insane when Quantum did, and now DSP or not DSP, Dark Side. No, not Dark Side Phil. Dark
Dark Viper.
Dark Side Viper.
You had to
Dark Side
with
Viper is fucking going ham, dude. It's crazy.
Dark Side Viper.
DSV.
Bro,
DSV.
dude, I ain't gonna lie. Viper is a fucking budding lolcow right now. That dude's on the fucking.
He doesn't have quite enough like memes to make him like a really juicy lolcow, but he's getting there. He has like the comparing React content to rape, and
you didn't watch Chud's stream
then. with
You didn't watch Chud's stream then. Oh man,
there might be more juice. Yeah,
there was
he's
so
like a
much
budding
more.
lolcow at the same stage or similar stage as Tipster, right? Where Tipster has a lot of memes, but like DSP and Wings and Boogie are just like. And Christian are just like uncontested in the amount of juice, but they're beefing up. The cows are beefing up.
Yeah, they're beefing up. We're getting more of them. There's more and more.
The milk is getting more plentiful.
It's good. 2024, the year of the lolcow, guys. 2024.
Twitter to address what Phil was up to with the abusive copyright claims. Ironically, DSP was soon going to suffer the same fate he put many people through at this time, when DSP Gaming began facing various copyright ID takedown notices due to his use of fan art in his pre-streams. The threat that this post to Phil's livelihood was so immense that drastic action will be taken. Hundreds of playthroughs that featured fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine. Not only was his personality pushing people away from his videos and streams, now his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away, and the house of cards was very quickly collapsing. Again, this is not something I wish on anyone, not even someone as annoying as Phil. Having your livelihood ravaged is a terrible thing. However, the crux of the issue is, despite having actively participated in bringing all of this upon himself, he simply wouldn't stop in blaming exclusively other people for the damage done to his channel. Additionally, he returned to directly asking his viewers for money, this time with a Patreon already set up, which, around this period of mid to late 2015, was making a little over $1,000 a month. Like he always did when it came to asking for money, he brought up the topics of his taxes and bills, saying he had to pay.
Yeah. Dude, the Patreon shit is also
especially
crazy.
Since Patreon was frowned upon by most viewers at the time.
Yeah, so with him, right, Patreon is weird because he, like every other creator back in the day that started making Patreons, was getting shit on, but he was fine. The reason he was fine is because he would actually like do some of the things in the Patreon and stay in contact with these people. A lot of it he didn't do, but like compared to like Spoonie or the Channel Awesome guys, he was one of the guys that actually did something with the Patreon until he got lazy and fucked it all up.
Off his house. But it was clear to anyone with half a brain that Phil was not exactly living frugally. He had nothing resembling savings to subsist on, and actually depended on things like the hike in revenue in the latter half of the year to keep himself afloat through all of the debt he had incurred. None of which is explained to the viewer, of course, because that would reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was. Due to the declining ad revenue, Machinima once again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of looking inward to where he could improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watch his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves, among other things. Though he'd previously pledged—
Man, Phil was right. Everyone who watches with an ad blocker is a thief now. Every YouTuber's
freeloaders.
Every YouTuber's acting like everyone's a thief now.
As Destiny would say, freeloaders.
Oh God.
To never again ask for money online.
That's the one W I'll give Phil.
He would rather get a different job than be an e-beggar. He presumably reconsidered this when he realized how good he actually had it in comparison to a real job, and he didn't want to lose his YouTube gig. He'd actually ridiculed the mere concept of asking people for money, saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Everything is a tax write-off. I don't need money, I don't want that. That's ridiculous. I would have people be sending me money and stuff, and I'm still not asking for that, and I would actually morally feel bad if that were the case.
He's delusional. This is 2015.
I would morally feel bad begging for money.
Then he must feel like fucking Hitler all day. No wonder he did that little bit with the fucking, like, Hitler in Dead Space, dude. He felt like he was being that immoral. He feels like the demon, dude.
So true.
He is the law.
All right, Mike is giving Mike is shilling right now. Just Pearly thinks parody has just dropped. Also, for any music lovers, I have been live reviewing Rolling Stone's 250 Greatest Guitarist. I'm releasing my first demo for my new solo music project in a month. Thank you, Mike the Bike, fucking based. Make sure you check out Mike's fucking channel.
Sorry, Mike. The only band I know is Crush 40, so
bruh.
Yeah.
Go over to Mike's channel. I commissioned him to make really. I commissioned him to make an awesome Quantum song, and I still love it. It's like his 4th most popular video. I fucking love that.
Mike the Bike BLM remix. Thank you.
True BLM remix. It needs to happen.
It's a classic, dude. Or cover. Come on, cover, dude.
A BLM cover. A BLM cover.
With Mike the Bike's voice. Dude, are you brave enough to cover BLM song?
Mike could get away with it.
Yeah, dude. That's like final boss of all covers, dude. Do you have the balls?
He goes, I'll surpass Crush 40 one day. Don't worry, Mike. You're gonna kill it. Subscribe to Mike the Bike's channel.
Crush 40 is the band who makes the Sonic music, by the way.
Yeah, I would be shocked. He's gonna one day. He's gonna.
No, he won't. Dude, he'll never surpass Sonic. What the fuck?
He'll surpass Sonic one day. Bro.
No.
Maybe, eventually. But he needs to do the BLM song remix. I'm kind of down for
yeah,
that.
maybe he'll surpass if he has the power to do that.
That's a million sub video, right? That's a million view video right there. Everyone would be.
I mean, people still look it up, and the only version that's really out there on YouTube, as far as I know, is Tommy C's. So you could get some of that watch or front page of Bo Black's BLM search result.
You could. There's a lot of people looking for that. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to finding it, apparently.
Mike the Bike sent 2 to me, but 20 to Chris? What the fuck? I'll do a blues cover of BLM when I hit 3K subs.
Also for any
I don't know how close he is to 3K.
He's pretty. He's not super close, but he's there. Subscribe to Mike so that he can do the BLM thing.
For my new solo
Yeah.
music project on this
Make sure you do that.
Mike just put a cap on his career because if he passes 3K and does the cover, then he'll be canceled and he'll never
No, he
get
won't.
further.
No. He won't be
This is a cap.
canceled. He won't be canceled. This isn't a cap. It won't be canceled. Well, how is Mike gonna get canceled? It's covering a BLM song. He's not white. He can get away with it.
Is he black?
No, he's Cuban.
I don't know. Iffy, but possible.
He can maybe get away with it. He's Cuban. He could do it.
Yeah.
Most Latin American people say the N-word anyways, and they don't get in trouble.
True.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with opening up a Patreon per se, but when you try to guilt trip people into paying for debts that you chose to incur, there's definitely a problem at hand. This wasn't the only instance of Phil eating his own words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was free.
The reason that people are playing Minecraft is because it is free. Guess what, Notch? You're a f***ing idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he changed his tune to simply having
Bro, I forgot what
Fuck you, Notch.
I forgot when he like completely shit on Minecraft. He was like, nobody wants to play Minecraft. Fuck you, Notch.
Everyone plays it because it's free, okay? But people still play it. I guess that was before everything was free to play, so he's like, it's fake.
I guess. I think the funniest
But
part is
I mean,
that
his videos are free. I don't fucking know.
I just love this part is that in his Patreon, down the line, he's like, oh, so far patrons allow me to play things I've missed, like Minecraft.
Oh, he missed it.
He missed Minecraft.
Dude, he missed the wave. He just never heard of it until the Patreon.
That's the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard.
missed the game and said it as one of the tiers. However, much like any of the other obligations Phil made to his patrons during this time, he would fail to fulfill the extent of what was promised, with him only playing one of 4
Mike the
prospective
Bike
Minecraft
sends
sessions
10.
to low viewers.
Okay, here's 10, Josh, but in return, I'm shilling the 24-hour charity stream I'm doing for St. Jude's on December 1st.
Dude, show all day, bro. You don't even need to send me money, Mike.
Yes.
You could show all day. I help. I like helping out people I like in this community. You don't need to send money.
Yeah. Another incident came when users voted Persona 3 to be that month's Patreon game. After a 4-month playthrough, he reached the final boss, only to rage quit it and not finish, saying it was the worst designed boss fight he'd ever done. He only returned to Persona 3 later, though we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Another tier on the DSP Patreon was yet another reboot of Project 7, which he promised to do if he hit $1,250 a month. The goal was
is
met,
there a
and he took some
tier
time
of
off.
playing video games with him? A Skype call?
No.
Is that one of the rewards?
So he
people
never
did that back in the day.
See, he never wants to interact with his fans. Even back in the day, he never wanted to interact with them. So there was no reason for him to add a tier to actually interact with those people. Instead, he would be like, I'm going to restart Project 7, the thing that I completely imploded and alienated my friends over. I'll redo that if I have like $1,200 a month. I'll do that, even though I didn't do any work the first time. Come on.
Oh no.
Oh, come
the rebirth isn't gonna happen, is it?
No.
Of streaming to work on it. Just 2 weeks
What
later, he
comes out
definitely
first, Nick Diorio video or Project 7 Rebirth?
Project 7. Nick Diorio is never uploading a video. It's just never happening.
Production, saying to do Project 7 at that time would not make sense, all while refusing to refund the money donated for that specific purpose. It was also around this time that Phil decided he would only fulfill his pledge obligations if the pledges surpassed the set goals by several $100s, supposedly to counteract the abundance of false pledges he was receiving on Patreon. In addition,
Yeah, he just gave up. He's like, nah. He's like, I just don't want to do it.
Actually, it's a higher tier now.
Yeah, now it's higher.
Into this controversy, the prospect of another Project 7 reboot reignited whatever was left of Phil's deteriorating relationship with Howard and John, who at this point were very mad at Phil for a variety of reasons, including the fact he monetized a video he made talking about their mutual acquaintance, Scott. The entirety of their back and forth adds up to several hours, but the short of it was that ever since his move to Washington, there was no longer a real friendship between Phil, John, and Howard. Since this time, Phil has made clear on multiple occasions how he simply doesn't have the time to invest into friendships, instead sinking his time into his business, something that apparently continues to this day. Much later on, Phil recognized that during this time period, it wasn't just his professional life that was tumbling down, but also his personal life. His relationship with Leanna was deteriorating, and he'd completely lost touch with his best friends from his peak era, both of which are cited as some of the most negatively impactful moments of his life. He also recalls doing nothing but eating fast food and drinking to such an extreme point that he describes himself as being an alcoholic at the time. Pretty sad.
He's still an alcoholic. He has a healthy relationship with alcohol.
Yeah.
He literally has probably said that at one point in one of his streams. All he does is drink gin. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
What the fuck?
Somebody who's a Phil detractor tell me he's definitely said those words. I stopped drinking, but I have a healthy relationship with alcohol.
Well, you know, guys, I do have a healthy relationship with alcohol.
I know there are Phil detractors in here.
Come on, guys.
Guys, please, somebody tell me that there's a clip out there of Phil saying I have a healthy relationship with alcohol. He does shots for $100. I forgot about that. He does gin shots for $100. Blaze should get DSP on the next RV trip. DSP doesn't leave his house. It's impossible. You're never getting him out of his house. That's like the hardest thing on planet Earth to do. I almost convinced Keem to I was like, let's fly out. I was like, let's fly out to Seattle and try to have an interview with DSP. And we tried and it just didn't work. He hates Keem so much, and I don't have the money to pull that shit. I don't have the money to pull.
Damn.
I want to do it so bad. I want to meet this man. I want to see if he's real, if he's not some figment of my imagination.
And despite everything, you can't help but feel pretty bad for the guy.
Tipster and DSP drunk stream? Absolutely. That would be the funniest fucking content of all time.
Phil has had a Patreon.
They have to play
Tipster
Mario.
and DSP in a stream together would just be perfect.
Dude, that would be so fucking
But
funny.
the thing is, DSP wouldn't do it because Tipster's drama, and Tipster wouldn't do it because he thinks DSP is drama. So...
You're right. That'd just be...
He's like, I don't want to interact with commentary community, even though Phil isn't commentary community, and then Phil's like, I don't want to interact with drama YouTubers.
Damn.
And Tipster is a drama YouTuber, but he won't admit it.
He is. He's full-blown drama.
DSP began 2016 with a three-pronged plan. On his main account, DSP Gaming, he'd continue posting playthroughs like he always did, while his vlogs went to the King of Hate Vlog DSP, and his edited videos and montages were uploaded to a third account called KO Gaming. After a rough 2015 that introduced Phil to the consequences of behaving the way he did, he was angling to outwork his lack of manners and the audience of trolls he had attracted. It was supposed to be his year. Phil would finally become Himothy, until one foolish mistake sapped his momentum right at the very beginning. One of the ways he found to make up for his past shortcomings as a content creator was to return to Persona 3 to beat it, as he was supposed to do a long time before. However, just as his live stream for it was about to begin and the screen was set on a message informing people that it would start shortly, he mistakenly left his webcam on and visible to the viewers. In doing so, he exposed his audience to what appears to be his pre-stream preparation ritual, if we can call it that.
The May 1st burst.
The May 1st burst. Oh, the funniest thing that DSP has ever contributed to the fucking internet. It's the greatest moment of all time.
On May 1st, 2016, Philip Barnell nutted and exploded all over the keyboard.
Bro, he didn't
all
even pull
in front
his
of his
pants
fans.
up. He didn't even pull his pants up.
So he just had a soft cock with cum all over it, just fucking ready to play Persona 3.
Some of the detractors that I've watched are like, no, we checked him. He didn't move his hands. He just busted and he was like, oh, the camera's on. And then he didn't move. He didn't move from the chair. He didn't turn off the camera. He didn't go to a different screen. He just kept, he just started playing.
He didn't even get fucking some toilet paper out, dude, and fucking...
No, he was
So he just had a dirty-ass penis out playing Persona 3 Live?
Apparently. The detractors have said that he just let it go. He was just like...
He
didn't even clean himself up. He just kept it going.
Let's not forget the fact that he artistically demanded his audience shouldn't donate $200 for him to do 2 shots.
What was
and
this?
instead do
Let's not forget the fact that he
$100
artistically demanded his audience shouldn't donate $200 for him to do 2 shots and instead do 2 $100 donations.
That makes no sense.
That makes no fucking sense. else. That makes no sense.
I'm pretty sure I can't really show it on screen, even though it's not explicit per se, since you can't see any of it happening, but it's fairly obvious based on the fast-paced jerking motions and his facial expressions that DSP is cranking one out immediately prior to beginning a stream. As soon as he's very visibly done, the live stream starts, and he says,
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
almost as if he was knowingly nodding to those who had the displeasure of witnessing the whole thing. As far as live streams go, this comes close to the mother of all of them. It was covered by Keemstar of Drama Alert, and potentially, it's the single most well-known moment of DSP's career to this day, however ironic and depressing that may seem. Phil's first response to the situation was to simply ban anyone in stream chat that questioned him on what exactly he was up to during that pre-stream. Due to the stream only—
Someone in my chat just goes conspiracy theory. Phil doesn't bust.
Yeah, he's shooting blanks.
It was all fake. It was all fake. He couldn't bust, so he just went on camera and did that. Oh, God.
having 20 to 30 people on it at a time, and since a lot of people watch live streams in the background while doing something else like gaming, he probably thought this moment would simply sink into obscurity and be quickly forgotten about by those who had witnessed it. I wonder, in the hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of DSP live streaming and unedited videos leading up to this, if that or something equivalent has happened before, and it just got lost, like tears in the rain. His next move was to berate those who suggested he was such a degenerate as to masturbate in front of his YouTube viewers publicly, before proceeding to claim he was simply scratching his leg. I don't know one single human on earth that enjoys scratching their leg that much, and honestly,
I fucking love that. Was his excuse back in the day? I was just scratching my leg.
I feel like if he had just acknowledged what happened
He's
and made a joke out of it.
He's admitted that it was him nutting.
Oh yeah,
now, right?
Oh yeah. He after like I think it was like a few days to a week after people were just like, no, you like straight up jerked off on stream. Then he gave up, and it was because Keem was covering it because he was copyright striking people with machinima that were uploading that segment across YouTube. But
oh my god,
he knew that if he struck Drama Alert, it's over. Like, his life is over.
Like, Keem, yeah.
But that was Drama Alert at its height. Like, in 2016, that's when, like, Drama Alert makes or breaks your career.
I saw the Drama Alert video of this. That's why I know about it.
So, he was copyright striking everybody. But he didn't do it to Keem. And then he started sucking up to Keem. And he was like, oh, let me on Drama Alert for the interview. It's actually pretty funny. Bruh.
Probably would have been pretty funny. He just couldn't do that. The hit to his ego was too big. After the immediate shock and embarrassment wore him down to the point where Phil felt comfortable in ceasing his reflexive lying, about a day later, he embraced it and admitted that he was, in fact, not just scratching his leg. Due to how thoroughly he welcomed the mockery this time around, some people thought that Phil either faked it or did it on purpose in order to get attention to his floundering career. However, as misdirected a person as Phil is, I doubt this is the case, not only because it falls outside of the purview of the typical shenanigans he gets up to, but I honestly also think he lacks the imagination one needs to have that sort of move. It's too Andy Kaufman for good old Phil. There are way simpler and less risky ways to boost engagement besides public humiliation, and if we've learned anything, Phil loves to self-aggrandize, not the opposite. To be fair, despite—
Oh, there's another thing about the jerking off segment. Apparently, every time somebody brings that up in his chat, or if a detractor makes a video on the jerk off thing, he said, my wife cries every time she has to be reminded of me jerking off on stream. Like he said,
because he was jerking off to, because he loves his fans more than her. He can't nut in her, so he nuts to his fans instead. She's so sad about it.
But like, imagine that you try to like tell people, it's like, hey, you need to stop talking about that time I jerked off. It makes my wife cry every time she thinks about it.
That sounds like something Tipster would say. I'll be back. I just need to pee.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I gotta entertain both chats now. Damn. I'm getting fucked here. Bo Blacks. I gotta find his channel. Uh-oh. Cat's literally crying downstairs. So true. Cat is completely crying downstairs all the time, every day. Oh God, I just heard myself talk. I hate that. Put his socks on. He's cocking his viewers. Get Augie on. It would definitely be awesome. But he ain't here. But like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to ask right now. Chris, why does Tipster cheat on his wife? I don't know. He doesn't cheat on his wife. I'm like reading two chats at once. This is like fucked. What is this? The maid is crying downstairs. So true. His wife, I'm being honest. Cat is crying, guys. Cat is crying. Every time somebody brings up the fact that DSP jerked off, his wife is crying. It's just what it is. There's a stream his wife was on and said she didn't care about the incident. Yeah, well, that's changed. Apparently she cries every time that people bring up him jerking off on stream. So that's changed. That's a lie. Roommate, bruh. If Phil had a maid, his house wouldn't be a fucking shithole. I'm not joking. Get Augie on, hands off Ouija board. Yeah, Augie died. They haven't told you that. I'm gonna tell all of you. I got the secret tea. Augie's dead. He's never coming back. He went for milk, and I'm sorry, chat. He's just never coming back. He died. It's a shame. It's forevermore. RFC After Hours. Are we certain that his wife even exists? Okay, so there's another thing that his wife might not be with him anymore, and that he's been using a small child with a wig to pretend to be his wife while he's driving around. I've heard that conspiracy theory. But I can't prove that one, nor am I going to artistically break that down.
What's up?
Oh, the chat were talking about, do you even believe that that his wife is still with him? I was like, well, there is a theory that apparently he's using a child with a wig and
what?
Having the child pretend to be his wife in car rides.
What's the higher probability, Tipster's wife existing or DSP's?
That's actually like a really good fucking question. Fuck, you stumped me on that one. I'll say Tipster's wife is real.
Yeah.
I'll say Tipster's
We've seen
wife
selfies of them together.
Yeah,
she doesn't look happy in any of them though.
But the thing is that
I think the papers have definitely came out, or they've definitely said the D word a couple times.
Yeah. Plus Phil, nobody's seen his wife in like how many years? Like 3-4 years or something crazy. Like she was on one live stream and never seen again. Like I don't know
how bad the incident in and of itself is. This is one of Phil's most competent bouts of dealing with backlash, as he just very quickly owned up to it within like a day or two. However, despite dealing with this flub minimally well, Phil couldn't look very optimistically towards the future of his career and was very much past his prime. On the 1st of May, 2016, while streaming the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Moon, on Twitch, his fans would incur Phil's wrath as he...
Wait, what? Phil is debunking rumors that he flagged down Tom's video on my Twitter. Whoa! What?
His wife gets Vietnam flashbacks to May 1st, 2016.
Is Tom's video
DSP
flagged down
is
and we just are still seeing it because it's from a previous load?
I don't know.
I mean, you could
hold on. I don't want to fuck it up. You look it up for a second. I don't want to take the video down.
You don't want to. Yeah.
What is this? Lockout live. Wait, Worm. What are you talking about? People are saying that Tom has debunked it on my Twitter. Hold on, let me double check.
The DSP video's still up.
Phil is debunking rumors that he flagged down Tom's video. I don't know what that means. That's weird. I doubt Phil has the balls to flag anyone anymore. I'm gonna be honest. Phil does not have the balls or the power. Yeah, it's still up. I don't know what he's talking about.
Lashed out at them.
Quite honestly, let me take a look, because I've not looked at stream numbers all day. My God, the stream numbers were terrible. Wow, what happened? Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now.
And even if Phil flagged it, he's not going to get away with it. Tom said he deleted it due to editing. Oh, the first time it was released. That's what you're talking about. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute. You're talking about this one right now or the first? Because I watched like the first 3 minutes of the original upload, and then Tom took it down, and I was like, what the fuck? But I get what you're talking about now. Okay, I got confused for a second.
No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to be like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what
Imagine,
people
bro.
are fucking too lazy to come out to the streams.
But like, imagine. To be clear, didn't. Okay, yeah. People were thinking that. All right, I see what you're talking about. Thank you, Worm.
Yeah.
But that's like the craziest shit, right? Imagine if we were just sitting here, like me and you were just having a nice time, and we didn't have a lot of viewers, and then like a wave of viewers came in, but nobody was donating, and we just started yelling, "What? Everyone's just fucking lazy. Nobody gives a shit about this. Why aren't you donating more money?" Like, we would be the biggest assholes on planet Earth.
You guys are lazy as fuck. Where's the super chat?
Yeah, where are
Bitch.
they? Membership super chats.
Where?
Dude, my favorite person. Oh no, I'm not gonna open that can of worms. I'm not gonna open that can of worms. Nope. Nope. Not gonna do it.
else to say, you know?
There are few mistakes as easy to avoid as openly complaining you don't get more viewers. And while it's not a particularly grave one, it shines a light on Phil's perennial state of mind. He isn't open to consider that his lack of popularity is due to the lack of quality of his content, or better yet, the consequence of his behavior as an online personality. Phil received backlash from his fan base, which was then compounded by other creators like ReviewTech USA, who covered his little tantrum on livestream. Phil.
Holy shit, somebody just donated to me and it reminded me of some shit. His now wife actually cheated on her boyfriend with Phil. I forgot about that.
Wait, what? Sorry, that went over my head because I just got a dono.
That's all right. His wife now is Kat, the wife nobody sees anymore, right?
Yeah.
How they met is that she was dating a guy called Subaru Man, and then she banged Phil and left Subaru Man to go with Phil. And then Phil talks about how important it is for relationships not to be based on cheating.
Well, dude, Phil's cock was just irresistible. Pigeon Salad throws 20 my way. Thank you so much. For years upon years, Phil dreaded this curse, where he left the camera on while he shot his burst. He tried to lie to his fans despite the fact he never washed his hands, and finally admitted to the burst of May 1st.
This is so
Thank
amazing.
you for that amazing literature. The burst of May 1st.
Dude, Pigeon's great. He's able to get like the TTS rhyming down. It's so funny every time. Doug with the 5 gifted. Thank you, bro.
Apologize for calling his viewers lazy, but remains steadfast in his belief that the viewership drop-off has nothing to do with the content itself. At this point in time, the How You Don't Play videos made with clips from Phil's content had completely eclipsed Phil's actual content as far as views and engagement, and Phil thought to capitalize on the community source content. He allowed other people to submit videos to be uploaded to the KO Gaming channel and promised to pay them with, you guessed it, exposure by having their channel's name in the description. I have to make a small note here by saying that he still hasn't tried hiring an editor to work for him to help make his Let's Play content watchable. It's actually mesmerizing. Anyway, the success of posting community source content on KO Gaming was short-lived, as in 2016 the channel was demonetized for reasons unclear. His situation was already dire as far as channel growth was concerned, but soon things took a turn for the worse. As the adpocalypse hit in early 2017, much of Phil's backlog on his other 2 channels got demonetized, meaning he could no longer profit off of them and depended even more on his immediate income. However, the potential for AdSense revenue was stripped away from Phil when his content was deemed advertiser unfriendly, mostly because of the years of content on each channel loaded with every offensive expletive known to man. Because of this quick succession of unfortunate events, Phil found himself unable to pay for the immense amounts of credit card debt he had accrued, the mortgage for his new home, potentially even the mortgage for his old home as well, since it's not clear that he stopped paying it, and last but not least, the medication he needed for his chronic back pain. This panic over his future led to even greater tensions with Machinima, who advised DSP to start uploading shorter edited content to try and amend the declining rates of viewership. However, at this point, DSP is almost a decade
The fact that
in the phone
Machinima was still with him in 2017 is mind-boggling, but also it might not be because Machinima was kind of sucking ass back then too.
Yeah, Machinima was sucking. Oh, excuse me. Fuck. Every time that he gets into a situation involving YouTube that kills his channel, it's always Machinima. It's always him and Machinima. Machinima's like, hey, you got a bunch of copyright strikes. You have to delete all these videos off of your channel now. And Phil's like, I should just fight them. And they're like, no, delete it. And he doesn't think and deletes the whole thing. So it killed his ranking in YouTube. This has happened a million times with him.
I don't know. They're like a match made in heaven. MCN's existing past YouTube introducing the partnership program is just so stupid.
It's useless.
The only reason, dude, MCNs, I hate them because the only reason they existed is to take advantage of the loophole, or take advantage of the lack of direct payment that YouTube gave to its creators. But then once YouTube introduced that, there was no reason to have them, and then they made up like dumb excuses or whatever. Because MCNs were horrible. They would take like 40%, 30% of your revenue just for like letting you pay out. Like they didn't give any support. They just filled a gap that was there. And then once that gap was filled, they basically just stole money from people. So,
dude, he switched to multiple MCNs. He went for a fake MCN because he thought that MCN would be able to circumvent DMCA law and like copyright law and be able to start striking all the detractor channels.
Oh my god. So a detractor made like a fake MCN giving him all the promises. That's so funny.
A fake MCN and everything. He left a good one for that one.
That is, oh my god.
It's so funny every time.
That's crazy.
Think about it.
Is it going to be talked about in this?
Oh, yeah, very briefly, but like you could definitely find a detractor video where they talk about it. I think It's a Gundam makes maybe my favorite DSP videos. It's a Gundam makes really good DSP videos. Like they are full feature length, like based on the situation that is going on at that time. Like DSP getting removed from Twitch. Like Tom's video is good if you're a normie going through it, right? But if you want to know like everything that happened in a specific moment, You can go Snort Hogan.
Yeah, I
and all
imagine
those
there's
guys.
much more than 2 out.
Oh, yeah.
Like someone could make a Geno Samuel type documentary on him and have
Somebody
it be like.
People do, technically. Snort Hogan does that technically. Duty Streams does that technically. King Sly. There's a lot of dudes
But is it like going from the very beginning to the very end in chronological order, in-depth series like Geno Samuel?
No, I think it's just them like clipping out any time that he freaks the fuck out or like has an issue or talks about stupid shit. So it's not like Geno.
It's more like breaking news rather than going back and all the way through.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
But yeah, it's cool that they document all that stuff. And they probably have all the old stuff on there too, right?
Yeah.
Or did they just start from a certain period and they don't have like any 2011 drama videos, for example?
You know Memology.
Yeah.
So Memology has been a DSP detractor channel since he first started on YouTube. And then he switched up his content on his main channel to like actually do good content that isn't DSP based, and he blew up. But he still has his own DSP still like detractor channel. So I'm pretty sure he's had it for
I've been
years.
seeing it in the bottom corner of your screen share the entire time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I knew he was a DSP detractor because there was always, I think the most DSP I saw is that there was random clips of him in Memology videos.
Yeah, like Memology used to be really big into that shit. He's still big into that shit. I remember he called into the show and he wanted to talk about Phil when we were trying to figure some shit out. And he was like, you guys are fucking this up. Phil's way worse than this.
Yeah.
Yes. Calls her Aaron is a woke feminist who, wait, what? Who's a feminist? This is not a political chat.
No, dude, we need to talk about DSP.
This is not a political chat.
This is a lol cow.
Yeah.
Lol cow.
I don't do politics outside of making fun of retards. That's my politics.
Yeah, like Tipster's take on Israel and Hamas.
Bro, can we talk about that briefly? I need let's take a break. I want to talk about that. When I got sent that
break?
clip, I don't even want it. The tipster break would be great, but this one, I need the fucking where he's like, oh man, it's so good that what was it?
Like what's going on?
What's going on in Israel and Palestine's good because it's not trans people getting talked about or something.
It was crazy. Yeah. So what about it?
I need to listen to it. I just need to listen to it. I have it literally saved on my computer.
Listen to this.
With the Israel-Palestine. Like what's going on with the Israel-Palestine conflict right now. It's a serious issue, so I'm not trying to make light of it or whatever. But one positive thing that's come out of it is right-wingers have been busy talking about that and aren't really shitting on trans people anymore. So that's a plus, right?
So that's a plus.
I love it. I love it. I fucking love it, dude. I'm gonna be the memology for Tipster at this point.
You already kind of are.
Although I'm not like, I kind of like, I don't look into Tipster at all, like in between the bully streams. It's only like on the bully streams, and I kind of go through it haphazardly. I'm not really combing. Like there's a lot of times where people find Tipster stuff before me. Like Lorex found Tipster wearing his goth mommy t-shirt in public, which I didn't even catch. So.
There's a lot of things that Tipster's done out there. What is this? Alex Gekmo. Shout out to the 0.013% of Tipster subs that still continue to watch his videos.
He gets under 1,000. Even Mayo Monkey gets more than that. And Mayo Monkey's criminally underviewed, guys. YouTube.com/@MayoMonkey, by the way.
Yes, I did the math. What the fuck? Oh.
Lord.
That's bad.
It's at least it's not as bad as Def Noodles though.
Def Noodles is dead. Def Noodles is dead
got
in
fucked,
water.
which is sad because Def Noodles actually turned back to normal, dude. I like Def Noodles now, but everyone else hates him.
I don't hate Def Noodles. I had a very brief conversation with him because
I didn't mean you. I just meant like everybody who's not watching his content.
Well, the thing is like most people are still mad about like all the other crazy shit, right? But he's gotten a lot better. I don't really have an issue with Def Noodles. I think he's on a bit of a redemption arc, a little bit. I don't trust it, obviously, but like, I'm not gonna shit on the guy. I feel like he's learning and he's getting better. So what's the point of like being mad about it?
Yeah. Speaking of shitting on someone, though, someone in my chat called Red Danger Flame Emoji 9997 says, "Can you ever shut up?"
Who?
Why did you come in my stream if you don't want to hear me talk? You're fucking retarded. Ban this motherfucker, dude. Ban him. I'm playing DSP, dude. There's this fucking emoji shit's in the way, man.
Yeah, dude, the emoji
I can't ban them. The emojis are in the way.
Mods, do your thing.
What the fuck? I only can press 100 emojis. I guess you can't be banned because of the 100 emojis, but...
That's great.
Fuck you.
You just got shit on in your own stream, dude.
Oh, wait. No, wait. The emojis are gone. Okay, I'll let them be, though. I'll be nice.
You'll be nice.
Don't fuck with me again, though.
Tips are sent to gay ops team.
That's Tipster's alt right there, Red Danger.
True.
He's like, can't you ever shut the fuck up? I prefer to watch my videos without talking for a minute straight.
Just a worm. Tipster should be in charge of the American Armed Forces. No, he should not. It would all be prescribed HRT instead of like steroids. Do not give Tipster control of the U.S. military. There is a defense Tipster hasn't sat on and crushed. Jesus, even the DSP detractors know about Tipster.
Yeah, dude, the Tipster detractors. Dude, Tipster has got to go on Lolcow podcast, dude.
He needs to. He needs to.
I
think he should. Like, Tommy wasn't as brutal as like everyone else was towards the end, you know? Like, he could get...
I didn't watch it yet. I'm going to react to it.
Yeah,
for the first time with you, but
yeah. But
have you seen Lolcow?
No, I haven't seen it yet. But what I'm trying to say is like, if anybody could get him to like go on the show, it's like Tommy, Boogie, and Wings, because like none of them were mean to him. Even Tommy was like pretty fucking nice to him. He just goofed on him a few times, versus like everybody else that was like, this dude's a piece of shit, you know.
Yeah, the Tipster wouldn't get ruined in the Lolcow podcast. It would be like the Farmers podcast afterwards where he would get bullied.
Oh, yeah, no. He would get bullied immediately because you have Nick, Tom, and Mudahar. 3 people that love to shit on him.
Love to shit on Tipster, yep.
That is like a...
they like me, like them and then me are probably like the top 4 Tipster shitters. Because Tom's big video and then Muda... Well, it's more Go Dangles, Muda's wife, who hates Tipster.
Muda fucking loves the shit on Tipster.
Yeah, he loves the shit on Tipster too, because who doesn't? And then, Nick, who's planning to make a video or was planning to make a video.
10 to 15 years down the line. It's just never happening. Yeah. It's just never happening. I want to see some shit shows on the Lolcow podcast. I'm really glad it came out. See, I agree. There needs to be more fighting. There needs to be more chaos.
Yeah.
That's what I subscribed for.
There will be an episode 2, you know that.
Well, I do know what the second episode is.
Wait, did you see the second episode? Oh,
yeah, we can't. Yep. No,
you've seen it. Yeah.
Everyone's got to be quiet about that. We don't want to leak nothing. Like, that was
No,
funny.
I'm not leaking anything about it, but, I mean, let's just say that, it was so good that I already made a video that I may release the second that drops, so... Yeah,
you already have a
it's
video?
really good.
You already have a video in the works?
Yeah, because it's good drama to cover. I want to cover it.
Such good... Dude, the DMs are the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
I'm like waiting anxiously for Wednesday so I can like upload that shit.
I want to tell everyone about it. I really do. I want to show everybody those DMs. But I can't do it.
Well, on Wednesday, it'll be good to go.
Wednesday, so true. I swear to God.
I'm so excited. I already recorded I already have a full fucking video almost done for it.
Dude, I love. You know which DM I'm talking about? It's like shoot yourself in the face.
Yeah, that one was revealed on the stream prior as a teaser. Oh, so that one's public, yeah.
Did Nick say who said that to whom?
Yeah, it was Keemstar, yeah.
Oh, it was Keem.
Yeah. Right? But what's really funny, which is what you guys will see on Wednesday on Lolcow Podcast and my channel, is that it's the voice memos and the videos.
The voice.
That's when it gets crazy, yeah.
Dude, the video. Okay, I won't say anything, but there is one video that you're all going to be like, why in the fuck did this happen? Why did they do this? Why did he do this?
It's great. It's great. Wednesday, we have a date. I think Wednesday's too long. I wish they would release it Monday or something.
They have to space it out because they have to do like another podcast episode. They have to have a good flow.
They gotta record more and then do it bi-daily or like once every 3 days. But whatever. I guess Wednesday's fine. I'm just impatient. It's my job, so I'm more honed in on this than the average viewer. But still, dude.
Dude, I am.
Yeah.
I want these people to hear the voice memo so they understand what I had to go through for like 4 months.
They will. Everyone had to go through it, dude. We'll open up that conversation.
We will. We'll eventually
later this week. Yeah.
I'd
love to do a stream with you just talking about what it was like during the Rich stream. Because, shit went down, man.
Bro, that was so rough.
All right, let's continue with DSP for now.
He's tight on money either.
All right, hold on. I need to answer this question. Do you think Jalen is a lol cow? Bro.
Yes.
I've given up. I've given up on Jalen. Like, I don't know what to think anymore about it. what do I have to say?
I feel like a lol cow is when there's a repeated cycle and it's easy to provoke that cycle.
Yeah, I'm done.
And I feel like once that happens, it's just they're a lol cow.
I'm done. Jalen is a fucking lol cow. Like, there's no way. Okay, listen. I don't want to say there's no way to redeem, right? Because people can change. The problem is that somebody like Jalen, Boogie, I can't even put Wings in that category because Wings is doing better.
You can be a reformed lol. You can be a lol cow and then stop being a lol cow. Didn't Review Tech USA kind of do that? I know he was considered a lol cow at a certain point. I never thought he was like lol cowy.
Yeah, a lot of people thought a lot of people thought Rich was a lol cow. He had a bit of a moment, and then he fixed that moment and became better for it, right? So like it can happen. The problem is that with Jalen, and me and you both fucking know, there's no way of redeeming that.
It's an endless cycle, yeah, and you keep milking the lols out of her in the exact same way every time. I'd say she's a lol cow for sure, based on what I think the definition of it is, which I think it's like literally milking the lol out of cows, and if you can consistently get that milk through the same methods every time and they never learn, bam, lol cow.
I agree.
But some people have different criteria for what a lol cow is.
Do I think Jalen should be on the podcast? No. Here's why. Jalen is not entertaining in a conversational setting.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work. Trust me. What is she going to do? Tommy's going to talk to her. She's going to be like, okay. Boogie and Wings are going to be... They're not going to know how to handle her because she's incredibly quiet. Then Tommy's going to say something she's going to get pissed off at. She's going to say the N-word, and then you have 2 seconds of a clip. Yeah. That's all it is.
Oh, there's kind of also a lol cow aesthetic, right? There's the behavior and the aesthetic. And Jalen has the behavior, but not the aesthetic. The aesthetic is like 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old guy. Only thing got going for him is uploading gameplay videos, fucking, fat.
Or you could do like a Daniel Larson thing where you're like a crazy, schizophrenic, homeless kid running around the country getting into fist fights. Like there's that guy. There's a lot of different versions of lol cow.
Yeah, but like for the lol cow podcast, I feel like the vibe is like the retro gamer, fat ass lol cows. And the people that would fit that would probably be like DSP, Wings, Boogie, and Tipster. Those are like the 4 that would come to mind to me.
To be honest,
in terms of just fitting.
They can bring on guests that are different forms of lol cows, right? Like there's a way to do it.
Yeah.
But with Jalen is not entertaining enough to make the cut. If I'm being perfectly honest, I don't think she's entertaining at all to make the cut.
I agree.
Vito is a lol cow. Yeah, I'm not getting into the Vito shit. I've already expressed my frustrations.
There's no way he's paying for someone competent to edit
Dude,
his
the
slot.
thing is, everything Vito does online, I kind of don't like, but also when I met him in real life, he was dope as fuck, so I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave it, dude.
I leave Vito alone, because
But he's fun to hang out with, that's all I'll say. He's fun to hang out with. He's chill, but I mean, he also says crazy shit online, so I don't fucking know.
My actual position on Vito is that, like, it's whatever. Vito's like the one dude that I'm just like, whatever. It's just Vito. You know what I mean? I don't even think about it like lol cow shit. I'm just like, it's Vito. It's whatever. I don't even care. Doesn't occupy my brain at all.
He's fun to hang out with.
I bet he was
'Cause,
fun
like,
to hang out with.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like the more controversial people are more fun to hang out with, because the people who are like do YouTube properly and don't get in any trouble, they're just so vanilla, you know. But in like a party setting, like I'm talking about like getting fucked up and chilling and stuff like that, not in terms of proper business, but yeah. So
yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Capable of understanding how the business model of his own business operates.
Like, I'd
Phil
get
thinks
high
that
and fucked up with fucking DSP. That'd be funny as shit, dude. He'd probably make Jew jokes in the middle of us being fucking stoned out of our minds.
See, that would be funny if you get high with Jalen. That's not funny.
No.
See?
No.
You gotta find the ones that are funny.
Dude, you gotta come to VidCon next year, bro. Or not VidCon like the convention, but just like the meetup, man.
Dude, I fucking went to the Baltimore one and nobody was there. I had a nice time
Yeah,
with the
we
people I
all
did go
dipped.
with. I had a nice time with the people I went with. And then I ran into
be
Dumpy.
Oh, damn.
I ran
Dumpy's-
into him like randomly. We were at the Destiny
Dumpy
panel.
is nice. Yeah, I was gonna go to Baltimore. I truly was, but I fell on some financial issues prior to it.
That's
and,
all right.
So yeah.
I had a nice time.
I need to meet you, man. You're gonna be epic to hang out with. Dude, Phil is mad because we did the podcast without him. Blocked Keemstar.
Bro, Keemstar's been
Breaking
blocked by
news.
Phil for like 3 years. This is just bait. This is bait.
Dude, he's Keemstar's reminding his audience once again that the Lolcow podcast exists.
And it's
I'm
on
sure they
it's
didn't
his.
know
Yeah,
until that tweet.
You know. Makes sense. Sorry to ask. No, don't be sorry, Springy. I'm just being honest with you. Like, I just genuinely believe that Jalen's just not entertaining enough to be on a podcast.
along with Google, is shafting him out of money after years of his loyal servitude. In his mind, they owe him something, even if the content simply is not working out. Strangely, he seems to believe that the changes in algorithm were somehow malicious in nature, and that they owed him an explanation as to why he was being treated unfairly. He released a video airing out his grievances.
YouTube doesn't give an explanation to anyone, dude. What do you mean?
Dude, he has Karen energy. Anytime things don't go in his direction.
YouTube must tell me about the algorithm changes.
Yeah, anytime.
I wish.
It would be great.
Fuck you. You have to deal with demonetization as well, idiot.
It would be great if they told anybody anything.
And basically saying that he'll get to the bottom of it as if there was something to get to the bottom of. There's no deeper explanation to it, other than his low quality standards put his channel in a bad situation, and once the apocalypse hit, he was too exposed and got the worst of it. Phil obviously didn't see it that way and wanted to get a satisfactory answer as to why he was making so little money, and primarily he wanted an answer to why it wasn't his fault. His tirade heightened the friction between him and Machinima, and finally their partnership came to an end as Phil was fired from the network. Probably one of the only people to ever be fired from the Machinima network. By March 2017, views had never been lower, despite how frequently content was being pumped out.
Literally. How did it take till 2017 for them to fire? Like, that's just...
He was with them since like 2013, 2014.
Dude, yeah, Machinima would have anybody. Oh, fuck that. I fucking hate MCNs, dude.
Somebody in the
fucking
chat.
hate them.
Somebody in the chat. I keep thinking this is Ricky Gervais when I glance quickly.
Phil's merch on Teespring wasn't bringing in enough revenue to keep things afloat, so he went on the search for a new MCN to be a part of so that he could continue his work. Keep in mind, by 2017, MCNs were basically phased out from YouTube. Most people saw them as scams, or, in other words, companies that take all of your money, give you a portion of it, and don't really do anything for you as a result. But here Phil was still looking
that's
for MCN.
exactly what they are. They are scams.
Yeah, they usually are.
See, as, dude, Tom should have said definitive. No, I'm just kidding. But, dude, MCNs are so I've had personal experience with them. Dude, the MCN that, my first video that got 100K, it was before drama, it made $200, and the MCN wouldn't send it to me because they were defunct, right? When that happened. So they still owe me money. It's crazy. MCNs literally are in control of your money and then send you out the paycheck.
Yeah,
so if they're incompetent, you're not gonna get the money.
Yeah, fuck
and when
that.
you do, it's a percentage regardless. I fucking hate MCNs, man. And they don't do anything.
It's a waste of time
They don't
and
do
money.
anything for you.
Waste of time and money.
He found one called Curse, which was willing to take him in. This was a bit foolish on their part, I should say, since he promptly abandoned them to sign with another MCN, Laveria Media, who offered him content ID protection, with the bonus of allowing him to copyright claim the derivative videos of his detractors. Soon after, Phil noticed Laveria's inability to commit to any of their promises to him on writing, and
see, that's the fake one.
Yeah, because I've never heard of that one. Like, I've heard of Curse. Everyone wanted to get into Curse.
Yeah, he got into Curse and left Curse to go for the fake one because they were going to be able to DMCA the detractors' videos.
I was like fiending to get into Curse when I was a creator, dude. I wanted in.
It seems like a lot of people
People
really
would brag
like
to me
Curse.
that they got into Curse.
Damn.
Going to be able to meet his expectations. So he returned to Curse, which, while less lucrative, allowed Phil to continue his work. However, just as one negative feedback loop is looking like it might stop, another one begins. Phil's domestic life with Leanna became turbulent. Leanna, by this time, had recently gotten herself a job, and as the breadwinner of the family, was often out working. Probably because of the life experience she was accruing while at work, surrounded by adults with expectations of responsibility and maturity, she began maturing herself, and naturally, muted tensions rose between her and Phil. In early 2017, she tweeted a photo of a fake engagement ring saying, "My coworkers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged. Gotta fake it." While seemingly small, it communicated a lot about how the relationship was going. She wanted more out of it. She wanted commitment, expecting Phil to take it to the next level, while he was comfortably inert. While he acted very confused on stream when it was brought up, it appears he quickly took the hint and got engaged to her, though he admitted there was no hope of having an actual marriage take place due to Phil's unstable finances. Despite the proposal, there were various signs that they were adrift and on a fast track to separation. A little while later, Leanna suffered an anxiety attack that was so intense it landed her in the hospital. This flare-up of her condition compounded on top of their already bad situation, since they had to pay for her 3-hour stay in the emergency room, despite her receiving nothing resembling treatment besides a pill, according to Phil. The reason for her anxiety attack is unknown. It could just be from the stress of having a job, but many people speculate it had to do with her relationship with Phil. Soon enough, Leanna did break up with Phil and moved out. While he denied it for a brief period, he eventually did speak out on it, saying the following: "Since there's been tons of speculation and it makes sense to clear it up, yes, it's true that Leanna and I have broken up. We actually broke up a while ago and she moved out 2 weeks ago. We purposefully agreed to keep quiet to prevent any unnecessary drama on either side, being that we both have public personas and social media presence, and we're still on good speaking terms. This is a personal matter between us dealing with behind-the-scenes occurrences and feelings that, quite frankly, are nobody's businesses." But
why did you even talk about it? Just leave it alone.
I mean, people were probably prying at him. This response, like, it seems oddly like respectful from Phil, but I'm sure he's gonna do something to like completely.
But then there's my position where it's like you should never fucking tell people that you're dating anyone on this fucking website.
Yeah, but I mean, it was already like part of his channel and stuff, so people are gonna speculate when she goes. I feel like a statement like this kind of was necessary.
Or you could just or you just talk about it offhandedly. You're just like, yeah,
maybe not make it as professional. I mean, I'm sure he fucks it up in some other way. I'm not saying Phil is great now, but you know,
he threw her under the bus yesterday, talking about Tom's documentary. He's like she was the toxic one.
He's a horrible person, but like in this specific isolated instance, like this statement,
I guess.
I don't know. I mean, people were asking about it, so
I guess I'm not shitting on Phil for that. My brain just immediately thinks like I would never fucking like tell anybody.
Yeah, you wouldn't do it in the first place, but he was already in that position. So
I guess.
but our own. I wish Leanna the best. I still talk with her regularly, and we'd both appreciate it if you'd respect our privacy on this matter. As in, don't bother asking for details because you won't get them. In fact, this is probably the only time I'll really address it, as I prefer to move on positively and focus on the future. There will not be any videos made on this subject. Thanks for understanding. Meanwhile, the trolls took this opportunity to make a phone call to the radio station 897 KACC and requested the song Baby Come Back on Phil's behalf.
897 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player.
Kids in their name? They're like roasting Darkside Phil's username without even knowing who he is.
I'm gonna be perfectly real. Phil's trolls are maybe some of the funniest trolls. Some of them, not all.
That's a pretty funny troll.
Some of them are funny. Some of them
it's invasive, maybe, but like, who cares?
Well, listen,
he deserves it.
They called into a radio station. They were like, "Oh, there's this guy, Darkside Phil, that loves his girlfriend. They broke up. Can you play this song?" That's like harmless. Right, that's a little that's harmless.
Yeah, it's pretty harmless. Yeah, for sure.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving hit Phil like a ton of bricks, perhaps even worse than his financial issues. He began sleeping poorly and began struggling to eat as well, as he used to eat after Leanna made him dinner. Along with the ending of his friendship with John and Howard, Phil has described his breakup with Leanna as one of the most negatively impactful things to have happened to him in his life. At this point, he was more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber since he was getting increasingly less results from his uploads, and still, the requests for donations to his Patreon kept becoming more frequent. His trolls found themselves at a crossroads, like a dog chasing a car. They didn't know whether to celebrate Phil finally approaching rock bottom or to mourn how low he'd come. By November 2017, Phil got into another relationship, one that he publicly announced in early 2018 by posting a picture of a red-haired woman tending to his Christmas tree, though her identity was concealed. The trolls' response to this was to quickly start a thread on Kiwi Farms, claiming to be a lady of the night who was hired to pretend to be DSP's girlfriend. And what is perhaps the strangest twist of this entire story, it turns out the people behind this particular troll campaign were Patrick and Brenda Bronsgeist, a pair of professional scammers who use pictures of young women without their consent to swindle victims of their money. After a decade of their grift, it was their attempt at defaming Phil that caused their undoing. The woman whose picture they used to pretend to be Phil's fake girlfriend was contacted and promptly refuted their story, and just like that, the thread was gone. The account that made this thread was soon linked to another pseudonym, Angelina Capri, who had registered a domain in the name of none other than Patrick Bronsgeist. By the time they changed the registry information to the domain providers, it was too late. Kiwi Farms had already gotten to them. Scouring the internet for any information they could find about them, they came up with various indecent images of Brenda, among other things. Another account linked to Patrick was recorded attempting to provoke Phil during Twitch streams, claiming to be a patron who would rescind his pledge if Phil didn't address the rumors directly. Whether this was a botched attempt to extort Phil, or just a way to kick him when he was already down for entertainment is still unknown. Owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, would personally email Phil seeking to clear the air around the situation. I love drama. I also really hate being lied to. The escort story had steam to it because the escort identity had tweets mentioning you going back 4 years before the first This Is...
Dude, I love that Medicare stepped into this fucking drama. He literally helped prove that this shit was fake. Him and Null, they like went hard and helped
The
DSP.
lolcow stuff, as like, I feel like a lot of people turn away from these types of stories because like Kiwi Farms, doxing's involved, like the detractors are usually as bad or if not worse than the people they're talking about. But like, I don't know, dude, the fucking, all this info is just funny as fuck, dude. It's hilarious.
There might be some lolcow podcast drama.
Already?
Okay. I don't know how real this is, so D-Max, don't get mad at me. D-Max needs to be fired from the lolcow live. Cannot believe Boogie298 would sign on a podcast that steals from small accounts. So whoever edited the first lolcow live just ripped my video for the intro. The DSP portion is literally my video cuts, music edits, etc. at Keemstar. Come on, man. Use it if you want, but at least credit it. Oh,
is that? Do we have a direct comparison? Is that what actually happened?
I don't know. Let me pull that up. I don't know if it's Alex Gekmo.
Get the Dick Stroking Phil
Dick
video out. Get the May 1st burst video and compare it to the teaser, because the teaser was really good. Or is it? Wait, is it the intro to the first episode?
Dick Stroking Phil. Yeah, it's intro to the first episode.
Okay, I haven't seen that. So.
Oh, there are so many videos. I don't know which one it is. Hold on. There's so many of them.
What the fuck?
There's so many.
Wait, does he talk about it on his Twitter? Does he link? Because I imagine he would give like an example. Dick Stroking Phil. Dude, that username is like throbbing burst cock level.
Okay. It got okay. Apparently, it just got handled 10 minutes ago. Deleted that tweet since the situation is resolved. Cheers to everyone who helped out. Much appreciated.
So he got credited?
Yeah, apparently they credited him. So that's done. Wow, Alex Gekmo.
Shout out to Dick Stroking Phil.
Yeah.
Stroking Phil.
Damn, Alex Gekmo tweeted this, what, like a minute ago? 4 minutes ago.
Alex Gekmo is so behind on the news, dude. He's such an unreliable news source.
Bro, he used to be...
If you follow Alex Gekmo on Twitter,
unfollow.
He's bad news source. No. Subscribe to Mayo Monkey on YouTube instead. Thank you.
Alex Gekmo's gonna have a fucking heart attack hearing that.
Yeah, fuck you, Alex.
Alex, listen, bro, you were late to one story. It doesn't mean that your life's over.
How you don't play. The escort profile itself had its identity verified by a third party. Every single thing they said was impossible to disprove, but it fell apart in January when she claimed and no one believed you had someone. That threw her entire story off balance, and people began looking for what was going on. The truth? They were professional catfishers, a Dutch couple using random girls' pics to get money and Amazon wishlist items. They were genuine fans of yours in 2014, but turned detractor, then decided to use their extensive catfishing profile against you. I know you don't want to visit my site, so this is an archive of the full details on a third-party site. It totally exonerates you. Cheers, big ears. Following this fiasco, Phil introduced his new girlfriend, Kat. Compared to Leanna, who was outgoing and often outspoken to the point of being jarring for Phil's following, Kat was more shy, refusing to participate in Phil's playthroughs and seemingly being averse to having her photo shared. She appeared so uncomfortable in front of a camera that it quickly became a gag that Phil had kidnapped her as a hostage. Regardless of what was being said by the detractors, this was a good sign.
What an amazing gag. Yeah, he definitely took over this woman's life.
For the relationship, since Kat wanted nothing to do with Phil's online presence and what it came.
If Kat's uncomfortable on camera and we haven't seen her in a couple years, that doesn't mean that Phil is like faking that he's still married to her. He could legitimately still be with her, right?
I agree with that. And I don't believe in because there's a trend. They call it #team divorce. I don't think that they're divorced. I don't want to speculate on it.
#team love, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on it.
Fuck the haters, dude. Darkside Phil's epic, dude. I love his webcam let's play.
But let me finish my statement.
Sorry.
I could definitely see him pretending like they never did break up and hiring an actor to pretend like he has a wife when he goes out into the world. I can see it.
But would he put that much work in? Would he like pay money for an actor and all that?
I think he would. I kind of think he would. I think he has Mama J. I think he has Mama JF. He's kidnapped Mama JF and he's been forcing her to be his wife.
I mean, Phil's pathetic, but I don't think he's like fucking that evil. But we'll see. We'll see.
I don't think it's like evil. I just don't know if he's like married to this woman anymore. Because like every time he talks about her, it's like so depressing.
Hiring an actor. I mean,
the actor thing is funny. The actor thing would be fucking hilarious if it was true. It would be fucking great.
packaged with. In
That is
2018,
so
Phil tried to
sad.
replicate the virality of his original DSP Tries It Axe Body Detailer video, but it was quickly overshadowed by another controversy he involved himself in. At the time, prominent streamers and influencers received copies of the newly released State of Decay 2, common practice for companies who want to promote their products. Upon realizing he was simply too irrelevant to be viable as a recipient of a free copy, Phil took to Twitter to rant. Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. They are walking advertisements, not true gamers.
Not true gamers! Not true gamers, dude, like him.
Dude, this is.
Oh my god.
Bublack
the
should have made
review
it.
copies.
Bublack should have made a Twitter versus about this. This was a fucking shit show. Every large Twitch
Damn.
streamer came out and shit on Phil. Everybody.
Oh, wait, when was this? This was probably predated Twitter versus.
It probably predated Twitter versus. It was when State of Decay 2 was being released. So like.
Twitter versus started in 2019, so. But I mean, there have been dramas that I've missed or skipped or whatever. So.
Yeah, hold on.
Maybe it wasn't on my radar.
Maybe.
Some things I just skip if I don't think it's gonna get a lot.
2018, so it was a year.
Yeah,
it was a year before you
I missed
started.
it. I might have made a Twitter versus on it if I was doing it back then, but I wasn't.
Yeah, because
I was, but it was like the uncommentated music in the background only, and it was like focused squarely on Keemstar and almost nothing else.
And are doing so solely for a paycheck. I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday, just like so many of you, and my reactions will be legit, as always. Within a day, Phil retracted the statement once he realized he himself had received free copies of games such as Fallout 4 and Dark Souls 3, and that would obviously make him look like a hypocrite. So he retracted the statement, presumably because he himself had received free copies. Not only did he acknowledge the hypocrisy, he also suggested using Twitter for business purposes exclusively to prevent similar situations in the future. Despite his promising relationship with Kat at this point in time, Phil opened up to his audience about his struggles with depression, pointing to the times when he acted extremely stupid and self-destructive as times that he had underlying issues. Years later, it seems he was at least partially admitting that Total Biscuit was right in assessing him as someone, quote-unquote, obsessed with burning his own house down. In July 2018, YouTube guidelines for MCNs changed, and now every report on a client of theirs had to be manually reviewed. This proved a very big problem for—
Yeah, the minute you get that manual review area, you're fucked. I have that right now. That's why I do live streams. I always get manually reviewed. It's bullshit.
You mean like being in the position where like YouTube doesn't trust your reviews and everything goes yellow? I'm like that on Mayo Monkey, and it's so frustrating.
It's a
Main
pain in the
channel,
ass.
luckily I'm not that like that, and it's so dumb because I rate it green and then they turn it yellow, and then I review it and it goes green, but they're still like, oh, you had some bad reviews back in like September, so we can't trust you. Like what?
Yeah, they
like,
fuck you. They fuck you hard. And then I still have my
so
community
fucky.
guidelines violation on here, so like it's falling off in January. So hopefully
give
that'll help.
super thanks to Kristen Ark and me on our videos. Come on, dude. Click the ads.
Yeah, don't click the ads.
No, but dude, people sleep on super thanks, dude.
They do.
Yeah, you can get your comment to the top, dude.
Good. You
Everyone
could.
can see what you say.
It could just be fuck
Super
you,
thanks.
Chris. Here's
We need to
$20.
normalize super thanks,
For
and
every stream.
normalize YouTube Premium, and normalize subbing to Mayo Monkey, and normalizing donating $100 to Mayo Monkey right now. Yeah.
My
We
God.
do need to normalize all that. Thank you.
Boblax is fucking shilling. He wants
Still
your
did. There were
shekels.
dozens of trolls willing to mass report him, creating a massive backlog of reports that some—
We all do, but just don't turn into
Please.
Phil. Don't turn into Phil, Boblax.
Please, guys, I'm gonna go homeless, dude. I'm
You're
on the
gonna go-
verge of homelessness, just like Boogie. Please, I need the money to feed my girlfriend who's like 20 million years younger than me. Thank you.
It's so nice.
one at Curse had to be burned with. Because of this, along with Phil's low numbers, they decided to drop him, meaning Phil
Dude,
was once
I
again a free
can't.
agent.
Dude,
This was
think about
particularly
this.
impactful.
With Boogie's relationship, I'm gonna shit on it for a second, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
drunk, by the way.
Do it.
So literally, Boogie's age gap between him and his girlfriend is so big that it's impossible for me to have the same age gap with someone in a relationship. If I were to date someone that much younger than me, they wouldn't even be conceived yet. They'd literally be cum in some dude's penis. That's how big the age gap is. So I don't know, I'm fucking drunk, but there you go. I just wanted to point that out. Anyway, give me money. That's the moral of the story. I hate that your laugh cuts out on Discord. I just don't know. Like,
My laugh is very high pitched and it's fucking annoying. Trust me.
You need to like turn off the like Discord cutoff thing so I can hear that shit.
I'm sorry. That was the funniest shit I've heard all day. That was fucking...
It's true. Wait, how big is the age gap? Isn't it like 20?
29
how many
years.
is it? Like 29 years? Yeah, I'm 26. They would literally be like, the cum hasn't even formed in their dad's balls at this point. Like, but it wouldn't exist. Also, it's funny, like, Boogie tweeted out today, like, oh, I've been harassed for 17 years straight. So your girlfriend has only lived in a world where her boyfriend wasn't harassed for the 4 years of her life? Just, like, when you think about the gaps, it's just, like so much time, dude. Boogie's old, dude. Imagine being 50, bro. 50? So old, man.
Dude, I hate these tweets that he makes. Y'all ever think you'd see the day where there's this much drama surrounding me and instead of addressing it, I just unbox cards and eat 30-year-old gum? You're addressing it by tweeting it out!
Your gum's older than your girlfriend!
Yes.
But, yeah, I mean, Boogie's so funny because he's like, I'm only addressing drama on LolCow now. But he just talks about not addressing drama all the time. He's like Phil, where he's like, I'm not going to address drama. I'm going to talk about how I'm not addressing it all the time.
It's just such fucking bullshit. It's just such bullshit. I hate people that fucking, like, e-beg. I hate it so much. Like, if you're in it, but hold on. I don't have an issue with it if you have legitimate dire straits, right? Like, if you have legitimate dire straits.
Which I do, youtube.com/manmonkey. You don't know.
Okay, so
continue.
So like, I don't have when it comes to that, right? Like, legitimate dire straits, I really don't have an issue with it. But if you try to guilt trip your audience into trying to pay you in those legitimate crises moments, I have an issue with you. And that's like what Phil and Boogie and others do all the time. It's like, my life is constantly falling apart. It's your problem. You did this to yourself. You're a dumbass.
Exactly. That's why when I was starting to have my financial, and I feel like I'm guilt tripping a little bit. Maybe I am.
I would, Bublax, I would tell you to your face if you were guilt tripping too hard. I'd be like, you're being a bitch.
It's like my answer to that was expand my content. Post more on Mayo Monkey, stream more on Mayo Monkey, make Boborb, hire people to help with Twitterverse so I can make more content. And you know what? It isn't just about making money. I've been happier making more content. It's been great. It's been so much fun. Like, you know, I don't work on Twitterverse as much as I used to. That's true. But I'm using that time to make these streams, Kristanark, or like make Boborb videos. And it's just been like really fun, and I'd rather make more money that way through working harder and re-strategizing my position rather than just like begging, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you'll get the money if you make the content, so make the content, you know?
But that's the thing that you're doing that no one else is fucking doing, that I have an issue with when it comes to like saying, I'm in a financial strait here, I kind of need some help. If you didn't do jack shit, you kept doing the same fucking thing, and you started screaming, I need money, I would have been like, Bublax, you're being retarded.
You would have shit on me. Well,
I would have shit. I would shit on you immediately. I would say you're being a fucking bitch. The sheer fact that you're continuing to do the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results, you might as well just put a fucking gun in your mouth and pull the trigger. Like, you're just ruining your life.
Versus, which is so
like like I would tell you right off the bat, you fucking suck dick if you started to do that.
You better, because I see you dick sucking a little too much sometimes. So you
dick
better
sucking,
not fucking keep.
Dick sucking in what? Hold on, dick sucking in what context? Let's just get to the root of it. What is it?
You fucking slurp Keem all the time. You promoted LolCow podcast
because I like Tommy
on Rich's stream.
Yeah, because I like Tommy. The main thing is that I want Tommy and I want that podcast to do well. It's not because Keemstar's in charge of it. It's because it's a new opportunity for Tommy to do something like you're doing, something different, something new. That's why I'm promoting it.
Tommy.
I don't give an actual fuck that Keemstar's in charge of this shit. I am more excited to see somebody who I've been watching for a long time change up and do something new.
Well, I was mostly being jovial, but also and joking around. So it's cool serious. That you're saying that that's the reason you're shouting it out more than it's because of a Keemstar show. Because I mean, Tommy, he's doing I mean, I haven't watched the LolCow podcast. I want to watch it with you later on the stream, but he's being you know, I mean, it's good for him. He's doing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's doing a good job. We'll see, but
like I've been watching.
I've turned around to Tommy. I hated Tommy back in 2019, mainly because he attacked me, motherfucker.
But it's got.
But it's been so long, and I don't know, Tommy. He's a fun guy, dude. So I'm fine with Tommy. I love him.
Yeah, Tommy.
I'm very drunk, by the way.
At least,
I don't know why I
you're
got
being
so
open
drunk
and
for
honest.
this stream. But...
Well, because Phil does. You need to get drunk for Phil.
Yeah.
You need to get
I
drunk
like
for
getting
Phil.
fucked up on stream.
Be careful with that. Be careful with that.
Hey, no offense though. I don't. I mean, you were promoting LolCow a lot, but
That's
I mean,
fine.
If it's for Tommy, then it's more understandable.
Plus, I genuinely enjoy like LolCow content, so of course I'm gonna push that.
I think it's gonna. Yeah, I think it has good potential too. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
that's the main thing.
On his finances since the month prior, he maxed out his credit cards to pay off the total sum of state taxes he owed, and without an MCN, his main channel, DSP Gaming, apparently couldn't be monetized. He did find a brief period of relief thanks to one troll who spent a hefty sum on donations to him, planning to eventually charge Phil back for all of it, but ultimately the chargeback didn't work and Phil got to keep the money. Since he no longer had the MCN's AdSense linked to his main account, Phil had to appeal his original ban on DSP Gaming from 2010 in order to make a living. He started uploading his new content into his long dormant KO Gaming account, but that wasn't much of a fix considering the channel was dead from the lack of uploads and engagement. Phil truly was between a rock and a hard place here. On Twitch, he aired out his frustrations in regards to his dwindling income and a lack of financial support from his YouTube viewers, saying, "I'm gonna make a video about it tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge on Patreon for real this time. If people watch on YouTube, that's no excuse anymore. You guys on stream, I cannot really ask for more. You guys give me so much already. But those YouTube viewers at this point are just taking shit for granted, and it has to stop. Those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my video and having less than 200 patrons?" In the video, he announces that from now on KO Gaming, he will be heeding people's requests and
Also, they need to go live.
A 20% conversion rate? That's impossible for what?
It's not. It's not
Holy
possible.
shit, dude.
Also, I really believe. I think the LolCow podcast should go live at least once a week. They should go live, like actual do like live events or something. That would be awesome. It's in the fucking name, for God's sake.
uploading long-form content, almost as an archive to his streams, instead of hundreds of 10-minute or shorter clips that he used to do. Though this is a concession, it's done very begrudgingly, and it's not timely whatsoever. It would have been significant had he done this 5 years prior, but now it's just too little too late. I should make a note here that he's more than willing to press his YouTube viewers for wanting to watch something without paying for it. Meanwhile, he's not very eager to press himself to get a real job if his financial situation is as dire as he claims it is. It's almost like he's completely sidestepping his monetary burdens and placing them squarely on his viewers, like they're the ones in debt to him. Luckily for Phil, DSP Gaming did eventually regain monetization. During that year's Halloween stream, after participating on the stream for a couple of games, Kat abruptly left the stream to go out with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she left was because of the excess of trolls in chat that were upsetting her. One troll in particular got the brunt of Phil's ire, the almighty Tevin.
Why does everyone want me to give Tevin a birthday shout out? You guys are.
It's always Tevin's fault. It's always Tevin.
Tevin.
Bro, Tevin is the greatest DSP detractor of all time. He's great.
I don't know anything about him.
He's just this dude that restreams Phil, and Phil hates his guts because he gets more money than Phil every time he just watches his own stream.
Holy shit.
Like Phil will make
Great.
So to calculate out how much Phil needs, so Phil does 3 streams, right? One stream is
a day?
Yeah, 3 streams a day. So he does a level 1 podcast where he wants to make about $50 to $100 a stream, right? On that. Plus membership, so about $200 he's looking to do. Then another $200 on the first gameplay stream, and then another $200 on the next gameplay stream. So in total, he wants to make $600 daily. If he doesn't hit $600 daily, that's a slow stream for him. And he complains to everybody. Bubblax, imagine that.
I'm lucky if I make 600 a stream.
I'm lucky to even make
I don't
100.
stream even with the mindset of making money. I stream with the mindset of making content. So
yeah, that's what regular people do. That's what regular people do. Yo, what's up, Shaleepy? How you doing? Psych Draws is committing slander
Someone
in my
said
chat.
Tommy mentioned on a gaming stream that he wanted money from the podcast to help us get out for college.
Well,
that's insane, guys. Everyone donate all your money to Tommy C streams now.
True.
First kid.
I do. True.
Pull back all the donos I know you were going to give to me and Chris. Put it to Tommy's kid, man.
Am I saying happy birthday to Tevin or not? Happy birthday to my #1 fucking thief who deserves jail time for the amount of stuff that he steals illegally, except that YouTube won't do anything about it, and he knows that I can't afford to stop him. Happy birthday.
He's so mad.
He's like, with a happy birthday to my #1 thief. I would sue him if I could.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Oh
You
my
took
God,
all my
dude.
money.
Fucking DSP.
I love this guy so much. It's just great.
Tevin's claim to fame, besides beating Phil in Street Fighter on one occasion, is having tried out the Wings of Redemption playbook on DSP, deliberately calling him Dave instead of Phil to get a rise out of him. Although it didn't catch on as much as Wings' Richard Samuel routine, it was an admirable effort. Besides being responsible for restreaming many of Phil's streams, Tevin had been around for quite some time, knowing of DSP since before 2010. What's interesting is that many of Phil's most prominent detractors at one point were actually fans of him. Quite the Batman dynamic he has going on. Due to all the DSP derivative content Tevin had uploaded, Phil began frequently accusing Tevin of stealing his content, comparing him to a bank robber, among other things. For a brief period, he was the primary recipient of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase, "It's Tevin's fault," became one of the rallying cries for the detractors, especially during that period. But no matter how much Phil accused others, ultimately, he was his own worst enemy. Despite being a very meek person in real life, according to everyone who's actually encountered him, online, Phil just had conflict in his nature. Some were less personal, such as his brief friction with low-tier God, as the two were often compared to each other due to both being very toxic Street Fighter players. As a matter of fact, they even fought a match in-game once.
Starts off the match with a swirl cycle pressure, praying that it can work.
Another fighting game adjacent beef. Phil.
I just love that low-tier God and him even had a
my god,
fucking
Alpha
beef.
Omega Sin, bro?
Yeah, he had a fucking beef.
Is he a lol cow too, or is he epic?
I don't know if he's a lol cow. I don't know if he was considered a lol. I don't think he's ever been considered a lol cow. I don't even think he makes content.
What's the current take on Alpha Omega Sin?
I genuinely have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I don't think he would be considered a lol cow by today's standards. I don't even know if he still makes content. Does he?
I don't know. He might have quit.
Maybe.
Was unable to stop himself from entering was when Alpha Omega Sin used him as an example of people who rage quit matches. To which Phil replied by qualifying that when he purposefully throws a match, it's not rage quitting.
He used to be such a huge YouTuber. I watched Alpha Omega Sin so much back in the day, man.
Yeah, and he shit on DSP.
He's one of my favorite YouTubers. Yeah.
Dude, everyone you know that is an old school gaming YouTuber is shit on this man.
Yeah. I found out about so many people through Alpha Omega Sin. I probably found out about Tipster through Alpha Omega Sin.
Wouldn't
I
be
found out about
surprised.
Game Chasers through him, so.
Wait, what the fuck is going on? Okay, wait, what is this dream thing? The amount of people spreading the intentional lie that I admitted to grooming someone. Wait a minute! What the fuck is happening right now?
The Dream grooming allegations, aren't those like a year old?
Yeah,
I covered them like a year ago.
Didn't that already happen?
I think Dream made like a response to it like a year later, and it was like really long.
Yeah, but wait. I've been harassed for almost a year due to a false accusation right after my face reveal. The person publicly said they'll be pressing charges and posting proof, but it could take days, and then went silent for a year and never did either while I waited and waited. Holy shit, he posted like a gigantic fucking Twitter. What the fuck? I thought this was all proven fake.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But
I don't really care about Dream.
Wait, he's still talking about it?
Yeah,
Wait,
this just got posted.
He already made a huge post about it.
Yeah, so he made a huge post originally like months ago, and now he's made another post about it apparently. Someone less than a week before the accusations was liking replies to my tweets positively, deleted DMs, and called people doubting her jealous that I didn't want them instead. Admitted they considered lying about their age to try and DM me weeks before they turned 18. Okay, this is AIDS. I'd rather laugh at Phil. Fuck grooming allegations.
Yeah, that's a little complicated.
Listen, I think Dream's a fucking weirdo.
Dream stinks. He plays Minecraft bad. I like Darkside Phil's gameplay better.
True.
He doesn't actually quit. A highlight of Phil's response.
Chris addressed the alien in the room. What alien?
Is when his audience outright tells him that to make a response and address it is just going to create more negativity and he should let it go. To which he responds that he's been the bigger man for a very long time, meaning it's okay for him to engage with someone saying something bad about him just this once. I guess that's sort of Phil's general sin as a content creator. He's unwilling to not engage with negativity, which makes for a very depreciated viewing experience for people who actually want to watch his streams. He also got in some trouble in 2019 when talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While he does express sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 20...
I remember this! He was like, Etika passed away. My trolls have been pretty bad too, guys.
Yeah.
I remember this. Fuck Phil, dude.
I remember this.
Phil.
2019 when talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While he does express sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many people to claim he was making what happened about himself. The video also attracted some negative attention due to it briefly being monetized after being uploaded, with the first line in the description being a Streamlabs link to give Phil a tip. Honestly, I think this one...
This guy's so stupid.
Nice.
This guy's so retarded. It's great.
Not that big of a deal, but obviously someone was mad. In a similar instance, about a year later, Phil got himself in hot water again, this time regarding Kobe Bryant's passing.
Today's just a bad day. Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash. My saves get corrupted and deleted from freaking Knights. What else could happen? I hope nothing else. I hope that's it.
DSP had a history of conflating other...
Kobe Bryant died, but all my saves got corrupted.
That's literally like Tipster talking about Israel, Palestine, and the trans people, dude. I swear, Tipster is the new DSP.
He really is. He's growing on me. You're convincing me slowly.
People's circumstances with relevant or petty things. For example, when Toby Turner was facing some very serious allegations in April 2016, Phil posted a video covering his personal story with Toby. The only problem was his gripes with Toby were over things like Phil's opinions on his content or Toby having been disruptive and cringy during E3 2011. When the topic at hand was Toby potentially being a sex offender. Another example of Phil's pettiness.
Guys, listen. Toby's being accused of being a sex offender, but you know, they were pretty cringe at E3.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro.
Dude, when he got, oh man, when Phil covers drama, it is the funniest shit on planet
He's
Earth.
the best drama YouTuber.
Dude, he said I birthed commentary at one point. It was like a few months ago. He was like,
holy shit.
And I was like, who the fuck are you? Like,
everything, it's all owed to Phil. Phil's my god, man.
Phil created Let's Plays, commentary. He's done vlogging. He's done food review mukbangs. Phil created everything, and he is just downtrodden. He's just beaten.
YouTuber Pro Jared. In 2016, Jared made an innocuous tweet saying, I took a wrong turn on in the internet and ended up reading DSP hilarity, haha, whoops. A whole 3 years later, when Jared was faced with accusations that he cheated on his wife and was exchanging salacious DMs with minors, Phil actually remembered this microscopic dig and spoofed it, saying, took a day off from the entire internet, but hashtag Pro Jared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed, haha, whoops. In an unrelated video, he outright brags about biding his time and keeping his eye on the bigger YouTuber who had punched down on him, but he made no comment when Jared addressed the accusations himself and largely disproved them. This tweet went viral and got positive reactions from a few other prominent content creators, and Phil had a mind to capitalize on the first morsel of positive online attention he got in the entire decade. How did he do this? Not by pushing out some content to capture people's attention and keep them coming back for more. No, of course not, okay? Instead, Phil deferred back to his standard operating procedure, going over every negative thing ever said about him for the 1,000th time in an almost 2-hour-long video.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Fuck?
That was funny, because he got really good attention during the Pro Jared shit, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I covered that tweet.
Yeah, so he made a 2-hour video talking about how all the trolls have been treating him, how his life's falling apart, how his channel's dying, how nobody gives him money, how nobody tips him. Instead of talking about anything else, he talked about all the worst shit about him.
He's retarded. He should have just made a commentary video on Jared calling him a pedo or some shit.
True, but calling him a pedo would also be incredibly bad.
I mean, yeah. But at the time, everyone thought that.
Well, yeah, everyone at the time.
Man. But yeah, I'm just assuming Phil's gonna be a dick. Obviously, that's not the best move. But
listen, DSP is my PewDiePie.
One of the claims he makes in this very long video is that he had less haters now than he used to in proportion to how many genuine viewers he has. Phil was right, but he had no idea why this was and presumably chalked it up to trolls getting tired of his shtick and moving on to something else. Unbeknownst to him and many of the casual followers of the DSP phenomenon, the main group of DSP detractors was about to implode. Wings had Sean Ranklin, Chris Chan had Liquid Chris, and Darkside Phil had the Sons of Kojima. Sons of Kojima was a group dedicated to discussing, reacting to, and memeing on DSP, their name being an intentionally purposeful nod to Phil's complaints about Hideo Kojima's game design decisions in the Metal Gear game he was playing in the first This Is How You Don't Play episode. The first proper group with this purpose was the aforementioned Kojima World Order, who focused primarily on troll compilations. However, Sons of Kojima took it to the next level and added their own commentary and spins on the contents to the DSP moments that they compiled. Even the original creator of the This Is How You Don't Play series, Evil AJ 2010, was a member. Quickly, the Sons of Kojima became the largest group of detractors online, with one man in its helm, Fred Fox.
Wait, who's this? Fred Fox? Fred Fox?
Fred Fox.
Deriving his name from the AVGN clip you just saw, Fred sought to keep his real identity a close-kept secret and tried to establish a strict code of conduct in other members of the SOC and even the general DSP trolling community at large. Many former members cited the group as an enjoyable pastime that was gradually ruined by Fred, who took it significantly more serious than everybody else. His number one rule was that no one under any circumstance could profit off of DSP, supposedly because it would affect their capability of neutral and fair judgment of his actions.
Oh yeah, the guy that was in charge refused to allow people to make any money off of DSP detractor content.
that's retarded. He's like just as cringe as DSP at that point. Just
basically,
Sons of Kojima on him.
Yeah, the whole Sons of Kojima arc is pretty fucked up. Like I'm pretty sure that one of the guys tried. I think the leader of the group tried to dox other creators of DSP detractor content. Yeah. It's a complete fucking shit show. I'm not sure how much more of this live stream you really need to know. This video you need to really know, because we've been going at this for like 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours? Do
yeah.
you want to watch the whole thing? I mean, I'm down because I don't know anything about him, but I mean,
the
if
rest
just move on.
We can move on to the cope that this video starts, because that shit gets real funny. So let's see here. Yeah, most of this is the side scrollers stuff. You were in the side scrollers chat during his interview. I saw you there.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that.
So the majority of this is like the PayPal doxing stuff. Was that Mr. Girl?
Ugh.
Did I just see Mr. Girl? Hold
why is there pedos?
I literally just saw. There he is.
What the fuck? fuck?
Why is Mr. Girl?
Okay,
in here?
what did Mr. Girl get
What?
involved
Yeah.
with
What?
DSP?
Wait. What did Mr. Girl do? what did Mr. Girl do? I didn't see that part.
Jose were the accusations of heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the
Oh, okay. So
it's a reference. Based. Mr. Girl is a pedophile. Fuck him.
Oh shit.
Okay. Okay. What are we doing next? What are we doing next?
All right. Well,
I'm down for anything, man.
we could do a quick cope on this because he's very mad at Tom. Incredibly mad at Tom. Like, he's been bitching about Tom for hours. Like, as long as we've done this live stream, he's been bitching about Tom longer
still
than this.
bitching?
Yes. This is a clip that I caught earlier. Let me see here.
All right. Let's address the elephant in the room very, very briefly. All right? I've already told you guys this. I'm going to say it again. I'm not involving myself in any drama whatsoever. At all. All right? It's sad that I have to keep reiterating this. Because every day, I get people who keep
tipster
bringing up
moment
drama. Whether it's in my stream chat, whether it's they're sending me emails or video comments or tweeting me and saying drama. Hey, Phil, drama. Okay? It just seems like more and more people, all right, want to pull me into their drama for various reasons. And in reality, I am someone who, for the majority of the time that I made content on the internet, 15 years, I've tried to stay out of other people's drama. I don't go on.
That's like the craziest.
Why do you have a 2-hour video of drama involving you?
But
no one could make a 2-hour video over me.
No, not a lot of people. Not a lot of people could fucking do that. That's the craziest part. He's like, I never get into drama with anybody. There's 2 whole hours of information out there about you.
Slam-based content shows. I don't do giant react specials making fun of people. You know what I'm saying? Even the react stuff that I've done has been way more level-headed than most people. I'm not just sitting there laughing at someone's misfortunes. I'm trying to analyze what's going on and compare it to my own situation and maybe give some insight and advice. It's a little different than what a lot of...
Man, we're total dicks compared to Phil Boblax.
Yeah, he gives his insight and advice based on his own life, so you just talk about yourself more? Okay.
We're total dicks, Boblax. We were making fun of him.
People do, right?
I fucking hate that noise. I fucking
pig.
Bro, it's like so heavy and it's so like visceral. It's so deep. I hate the snorts.
Been drama that people are trying to pull me into. All right? You guys don't even know, because here's the thing. I don't tell you guys because you don't need to know. But there is people out there who are constantly trying to pull me into drama on purpose because they feel that they can benefit from it, right? If Phil leaves a soundbite on his show, or if he brings something up, or just what was it, yesterday someone and talked about, there's a new documentary about me, and I'm like, well,
that's too. I fucking in less than 2 minutes he snorted like a fucking animal. I fucking hate that noise so much.
I've seen it. I have no desire to see it, and then someone says, well, the title of it is very negative, and I'm like, well, then obviously I'm not interested. It's the difference between someone trying to do like a neutral documentary or someone trying to get clickbait, right? So I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't really care, right? I just don't. And actually, last night I was playing.
You notice how he said that the title's clickbait? He's just like, well, the title's clickbait. How could I be a failure? How can I be a failure?
That is just so poetic. So perfect. That's his attitude.
How can I be a failure, guys?
Mario.
It's just so
okay.
Perfect.
And someone said to me, that they had seen the documentary, and they actually felt like, although there was a lot of making fun of me and stuff in it, that it was more level-headed and it was kind of fair. And I'm like, that's nice. That's the case. That it's not someone just slamming me for 2 hours. At the same time, why does the title have to be clickbait, right? Because it's drama. Because that's what sells on YouTube. You need to clickbait drama to bring people to watch crap. I'm sorry. It's just the case. It's the reason why you have entire channels on YouTube based on negative documentaries, and you have absolutely no YouTube channels based on 100%.
Yeah, like I don't get where he's coming from.
He literally
with that.
Shits out fucking videos like diarrhea. What is he talking about?
He thinks that his content doesn't stink, dude. He thinks his content is what's the word I'm looking for? Holy shit. It's meaningful and curated content. That's what he thinks.
He can't make that excuse because he literally made videos, and if he could get away with it, he would continue making videos pretending to be like the last Nazi on earth killing Jews. Like he's just like that, like, so the negativity aspect doesn't work, and then obviously the quality aspect doesn't work to that argument, so he's just delusional.
Yeah, no, incredibly delusional.
Positive content. Did you notice that? Did you ever notice that there's no flip side of that there's tons of drama, tons of negative stuff? There's no all positive stuff because humans love drama, right? And it's sad.
What about Mr. Beast? What about Markiplier? What about Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie? Like, I don't understand, bro. It's not like all of YouTube's constant fucking negativity, dude.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
But that's just the case. So make it sound dramatic. Use clickbait. Say all negative things. Emphasize the negative. You know, that's what people do on YouTube, correct? And I've been around for 15 years. I get it. But that doesn't mean that I have to involve myself in it. Okay? Especially when, as I've told you guys, and the people out there.
His name is King of Hate. Just involve yourself in it at this point. You're already been involved. He's like, he pretends he's not involved, but he's been involved in negativity and drama for literally his entire YouTube career.
About 15 years worth of his career has been toxicity, talking shit, thinking that he's better than everyone. And now that he's like, the funniest part is that in that 50-minute video, I was telling you about the 50-minute rant that he did.
Yeah.
He's like, well, Tom's a million sub YouTuber. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Why are you punching down on me? I fucking hate people that do the punching down shit. Fuck the punching down.
Oh my God.
You are publicly on this website. If you say some dumbass shit, you're getting punched. It doesn't matter if it's
also,
up or down.
Also, he was the biggest content creator in gaming, or one of the biggest, like a decade ago. So It's not like he's fallen. It's not like he's a new creator trying to come up and you're like shitting on him.
Yeah, no, it's not like he's
he's learning.
Even as a one sub Andy, if you say some retarded shit and I find out your channel, I'll laugh at you. I don't believe in punching up or punching down. I don't give a shit if a 3 million sub YouTuber comes crashing down and tries to say this guy's a piece of shit because I publicly said what I said. I'll get shit on for it. It'll be fucking wild, but like I can't pretend that my opinions or anything that I say isn't under scrutiny.
Yeah, I need to pee again real quick before I go for a second. Goku Nora clips in chat. DSP sucks. I agree, man.
Yo, what's
but what doesn't suck is your videos and your clips.
Yeah.
So Goku Nora is awesome.
True. Sitting through that 2Mad fucking interview, bro, was something else. I still can't believe that you sat through that 2Mad interview, bro. That shit was fucked. I was sitting there with FPS Diesel, like a handful of people just listening to it, and we were like, motherfucker. I really don't want to hear my own voice. I love DSP content, though. This shit's great. I don't know what to do next. Because I don't want to sit through all this. Do I want to watch the Lolcow podcast? We've been live for like 4 fucking hours. What is happening? Why am I doing this? We're almost coming up on 4 hours. Bubblex has a history of Mr. Girl hatred. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why Bubblex has such a long-standing history of not liking Mr. Girl. I wonder why. I'm not going to watch Keemstar talk shit on Darkside Phil. I just want to skip ahead. I'm not doing this. All right. I promised that I would do this. Sub to the Lolcow podcast or else. I'm not being paid to do that. I'm not being paid to do this. I'm not being paid. Why are we here? Because I really want to see, because I haven't seen this yet. Pasta with no sauce. You guys are just fucking haters. We all know DSP is a fucking saint. You are jealous. He's a better streamer than you guys will ever be. He's the greatest gamer. That's the best fucking troll message I've seen in Bubble's chat. That's great. I love that. I ain't gonna lie. It's looking decent so far. Already subbed, good. That means I can react to this without getting yelled at now.
Oh yeah, okay, we're reacting to Lolcow now?
Oh yeah, fuck it. We're just going straight to Lolcow. Because I feel like you got enough information on DSP, and to be honest,
yeah, I could go on forever. That shit was entertaining as fuck. I didn't even know we've been streaming for 3 hours.
Yeah,
it felt like less than one. But,
imagine me where I'm just like bored and I don't know what content to watch, and I just go down a detractor rabbit hole. Like that's my life. All right.
So we're gonna watch
Oh yeah.
Wait, why are we skipping the 3 minutes?
Have you? Okay.
What's
I've seen the first 3 minutes, and it's just Keem like shitting on DSP.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keemstar, and I had a dream. I had a dream of getting DSP, Wings of Redemption, and Boogie 2988 on a podcast, the Lol Cow Podcast. The entire internet loved this idea, except for there was a huge problem. DSP, roll it.
I have no idea what he's speaking of. I have not spoken with Keem about being on any podcast ever, nor will I.
That's total bullshit. Phil's a liar.
Yeah, they were in talks to an extent.
No,
right?
no. What happened is that Phil was like, "Yeah, that sounds like an okay idea. Email me." And me and you both know that Keemstar does not do fucking email. It's either you call.
True.
It's either he calls you on the phone or he calls you a retard over text message. That is the only way he gets in contact. And Keem was like, "I'm gonna call you," and Phil's like, "No, I'm doing a live stream right now. I refuse to pick up your phone call." For $50,000, Bo Blacks, if you were presented $50,000 fucking dollars, you would put
I remember that. Yeah, there was like a whole discussion about it on Side Scrollers. He was retarded as fuck for not picking up the phone.
But it's not even picking up the phone. It's like, okay, I see that you're calling me. Let me put my chat on break. Let me put my stream on break for a second, and I'll talk to you for a few minutes. We have to make it quick, though. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Cast. Period. There's a history with Keemstar where, you know, over the years, this guy's a horrible reputation on YouTube. He had been pretty nasty to me a few times, tweets and things like that. So we have a little bit of bad blood there. The whole idea of me, him, and Wings being on a podcast, I was going to have Keemstar's involvement. And I guess Boogie still has some resentment there where he's upset. I cost him and Wings $50,000.
I'd rather be miserable. I'd rather stand in the corner and cry all over myself for a living, which also cost me a $50K payday, which also cost Wings a $50K payday. So he screwed everybody over.
I don't like Keemstar. I don't like the content he puts out, nor do I like what he stands for as a person. I think that he's kind of a despicable person. I would never do business with this man.
I would never work with Keemstar. So it didn't look like the show was ever gonna.
That was just pettiness right there. That was, they should have cut that out. That was petty as shit, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why are you saying about fucking DSP, bro? Come on, relax. It's Phil, Keem. It's Phil.
Happen. However, I found out that behind the scenes, DSP and his buddy were working with Wings of Redemption and Boogie to do this show without me.
We had been having discussions behind the scenes about possibly starting our own podcast, Boogie, Wings, and Me, okay? Here's the truth of the matter from my perspective. I had been talking to Boogie about this, you know, last year, saying, I don't want to do anything with Keem, but if you want to do something with me, just you and me, we could have a conversation. We could do our own show. We could just interview each other just for the benefit of each other's channels, whatever you would want to do.
So I called Boogie. I called Wings. We immediately kicked DSP off the show, but we needed a replacement. That's why we grabbed the legendary Tommy C. Roll it.
Yourself, you're a fucking liar. You're a piece of shit. You're not a journalist. You don't give it. You're a clout chasing, just another YouTuber. You're no different than anybody else. You don't give a rat's ass, and you can suck my.
So everything.
I fucking love that clip.
D-Max did a really good job with that.
That was so good. I kind of wish that he did. I hope he stick the knife in your neck and pull it all the way.
Yeah, I think it was just too extreme. I think it would have gone the video demonetized or like age restricted or something.
100%. But that would have been way fucking funnier.
Yeah, that was still pretty good for the uninitiated, though.
Oh yeah, 100%. Good opener to showing you what kind of person Tommy is on live streams. The Mama Max throwback. Have you seen Mama Max's new video? Take shots.
Yeah,
take shots.
Or not
at,
the newest one, though. The one before where he was like, "I'm
Bublax.
gonna like."
Bublax, you should watch it.
Yeah.
There's
the newest one.
You should watch it. There's somebody he references in there that you're gonna find very interesting, but I don't want to ruin it for you.
I wonder who it is.
Man, I wonder who it is.
Does he talk about me? Well, why does he talk about her?
No, he doesn't talk about her either. He talks about somebody that me and you have had interactions with.
Edwin?
Why did you have to guess?
Well, it could have only been Olivia or Edwin.
Well, it's Edwin. Very, very briefly. It's not a whole segment. It's very brief.
Nice.
It's great. It's so funny.
Or in our
even though Mama Max kind of sucks ass.
Lol Cow Podcast group chat, there was a random person that nobody seemed to know. He came from DSP, and this guy went and created all the Lol Cow Podcast socials, and none of us had access to it.
And Keem has no idea who the this guy is, and he's been producing the show for 3 months.
Okay, I have a side story. Technically, it's involving this, Bo Blacks. So I remember I was at dinner with Keem at we went on a boat and shit. We went to dinner, right? And I was talking to Keem about the LolCow podcast, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, this other guy, he's like the video game attorney. Like, he straight up told me it's the video game attorney, the guy that worked with H3. And I'm like, why are you working with this guy? Like, don't you and H3 hate each other? He goes, well, you know, they got him involved, and I don't want to shit on it, so I'm just going to let it go. He was supposed to get them the microphones. And I'm like, did he not do that? And he goes, no. I was like, so then take charge. You're Keem, bro. Just take charge. You're a dick about this shit. And he writes in the group chat, we're getting the fucking mics. Fuck yourselves. I was under the impression, and so was Keem in that moment, that was the video game attorney. I'm not joking. Like, I still remember him being so confident about it. And now that it's a fake guy, that is the funniest shit to me to this day.
Jesus.
I just remember being like, why are you working
that
with this
DSP guy? But DSP isn't even involved.
So the video game attorney guy, the fake guy, reached out to DSP first to get the podcast going, and then apparently reached out to Wings and Boogie all at the same time. So then when they removed DSP, the video game attorney guy just kept a hold of Wings and Boogie, and then they ended up working with Keem on it, who brought in Tommy. And then that guy ended up being fake as shit. He wasn't actually the video game attorney.
Okay, Jesus.
Nobody checked his profile. Nobody checked his information. They just assumed that it was him.
Oh my God.
So we kicked that guy out. We made a new group. We made socials across the internet called LolCow Live, and we have our cows. Tommy C, Wings of Redemption, Boogie2988, but we also have our farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, Muta, Some Ordinary Gamers, Turkey Tom, Nicholas Diorio. They're the B team. We got the A team with the cows, the B team with the farmers. This whole show is something that you have never seen before on a podcast, and it's finally happening. It's happening now.
We got to do this. We got to line it up again. And on 3, when I say the word 3, clap into your microphone. Can we all handle that? All right. 1, 2, 3. Do it again. 1, 2, 3.
Jesus, this reminds me of syncing up audio on Trashy Trio with Chaos Bender and Bobber18. They just cannot
clap.
Specifically, Sam Chaos Bender can just not.
They can't be on tempo
at the right time. No,
they can't
fucking,
they can't do it on tempo.
They're too spurgy, man.
But like, look at Boogie just trying. He looks so depressed.
He wants to kill himself.
He wants to kill himself.
He just keeps doing it too late. I don't know why people can't do like a timing 1, 2, 3. It's just.
It's so bad.
You guys line up?
It's so simple, but they
I don't know,
can't.
man. I tried.
All right. When I say the word 3, I'm clapping.
I tried. He just gives up, just like his life, man.
1, 2, 3. Boogie, did you even attempt to clap?
Yes, you can see it on the video if you don't believe me.
All right, sure. That's good. Well, if you can see your hands, it's probably easier to line up. All right.
We're not using an app that does that, unfortunately, but maybe we'll figure it out next week. Maybe there's a way we can see each other.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think
Boogie's such a passive.
He's like making a whole drama out of it. Like maybe we should just quit the podcast. Like,
Boogie's being a passive aggressive little cunt right here.
This is the way they want it, and this is the way we're going to do it.
Well, I'm just saying there might be a way for us to backwards engineer still seeing me able to see each other.
I think we probably could do live. If this thing gets possible, we probably could do live.
It's not as big a deal, Boogie. Like we just do it the way they want to do it, and.
No, I'm just saying maybe there's still a way we can find.
So why do you care?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying.
All you got to do is send the video, and that's it.
Well, Tommy said I can't see you, so I'm like, well, maybe next week we'll find a way to where you can. That would be cool. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what's wrong with what I'm saying, but I was just saying that maybe next week we can find a way.
Okay, let me start
the
show.
show.
Right? Let me start the show.
I don't know what I'm saying is wrong. I never do.
You didn't say anything wrong. You're perfect. You're always perfect.
Far from
I have to get in the good mood.
Oh my God!
It's just like treating him like a child. He's like, "You're perfect. You're always perfect, Boogie. Just shut the fuck up." Like, he's a whiny little bastard the whole time.
Man, he even has to combat that. He's like, well, I'm not technically. If you like.
I'm not perfect, Tommy. My mental health is really bad. I'm gonna lose my house, Tommy. You know, my girlfriend's 20 years old, and I'm
on the
die
verge of
here.
homelessness. Here's the list of all my.
Okay, Boogie. Jesus, you just had to clap. You just had to clap.
All you had to do is say clap, man.
You're not ruining my day. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to LolCow Live. I know you've been waiting for it. This is what was going to be the LolCow podcast. I'm in here with Boogie 2988, who's a real celebrity, and of course the legendary COD player.
Oh my God,
probably the best BOG player in Call of Duty history. Wings of Redemption. How are you fellas doing?
Boy.
Yes, you do. That's true. That's true. That's something to be proud of. Kind of like this documentary that just came out about Boogie. Hi, Boogie. How are you? We just fought for the last 30 minutes, and you seem to be going through a lot of stress over the documentary. I don't know why, because it was fantastic.
Well, it's been a pretty stressful time. I've got a lot of stuff that, believe it or not, I'm keeping offline for a change.
Really?
Going on.
I bet you
believe it or not.
I bet you'll spill it eventually.
I will eventually, I think.
Yes, you will. Okay, let's just be real.
If nothing else, people read about it in the papers. You know.
One thing I didn't see in the documentary is you didn't discuss your therapist at all. Are you still seeing the therapist?
No, I've actually took a break.
Really?
That's a bad idea.
Nice. Great. Awesome.
That's a bad idea, Boogie. That is such a bad idea. You need a therapist.
He needs money for Tears of the Kingdom, dude. It's not the therapy isn't in his budget anymore. He needs it for Zelda.
He needs a therapist on call. Like a motherfucker will come to his house and prescribe him fucking medications immediately. That is required.
Yeah, I started taking a break in June.
I would have thought you've been going there for years. You're doing so well.
Oh, I have been going off and on since I was 15, I think, or 16. I started taking therapy serious when I was 20. But most people go in and out of therapy. Specifically, like people have like what I've got going on. You learn a bunch of new skills. You learn a bunch of new like stuff to do, and then you have to go practice it. And then inevitably, people like me will relapse, and then you got to go back in. You got to learn what you did wrong. It's a constant thing. And so I've actually been out of therapy since June.
Is that about the time the recording finished or the film finished up?
Oh, no. I mean, that started, I think, in February, and it's been off and on since February to now. But I took a break in June. It was mostly financial. Therapy's fucking expensive. Man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the things.
But you're disabled through the state. Arkansas doesn't have any sort of position that allows you to get therapy through the state? Or at least like a discount on it because you are disabled?
I don't know.
That's super fucking weird. I don't believe that. Wings is my favorite person on the screen right now. I'm inclined to also say that. Wings look the most professional out of this, which is insane to say.
Yeah, Wings is he might recover from being a lolcow. He might be an ex-lolcow eventually.
He's working his way up. A lot of his detractors don't want him, obviously, to break out of lolcowdom, but it's up to him if he's going to get out,
That was one of the things the film out. Me too.
Therapy only works if you want it to work.
Well, I've had DSP before.
And like
therapy
only works if
you
do.
You don't want it to work then? You just want to spend the money, or?
Well, I mean, therapy only works if you want it to work, and therapy only works if you put in the work. And I can be kind of lazy sometimes, so I haven't always put in the work. Yeah, but I mean, I think if anybody knew me when I was 20,
how would you know it worked for anybody if you never put in the work for yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Well, but I have. I mean, if you knew me when I was,
you've had successes in the world of therapy.
Yeah, I mean, if you met me when I was 20 years old, Tommy, you wouldn't even recognize that I was the same person.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. I don't believe it for a fucking second. I think he's still the same since he was in his 20s. He hasn't grown up at all. What kind of man buys stupid fucking tchotchke bullshit all the time when they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Dude, Tommy's so great for this podcast because Boogie's just like, it'll only work if you want to work. And then Boogie's like, or Tommy's like, you've been doing it for 20 years and it's not working. So clearly you don't want it to work. That's such a good counter.
But that's like why Tommy's good for this, because he just smells the bullshit. He's just like, I know you're lying.
And he looks the part. He's an old fat gamer, dude. so it's like, it's perfect.
It is perfect.
Really?
I was like such a...
Thin and good looking?
I was definitely not thin and good looking.
Okay.
I was definitely just angry all the time.
Yeah.
I woke up angry. I went to bed angry. I was just miserable from every moment to the moment I go to bed. These days I have a break from the anger. These days I have a break from the misery, and I don't think that would have happened without therapy.
God,
sometimes I can see the positivity. Sometimes I can see the light. Sometimes I can and be a slightly more positive person, and that all came from
therapy. That sounds like bullshit. Wings, how do you think of
that? Sounds like bullshit.
Holy shit. Tommy was so perfect for this. I'm so glad. I was one of the people who suggested Tommy. I don't know if it was because of that or
I think it was
something else, but
I think when Keem was like trying to figure out who would be good for the podcast, right? We all like when he posted in the group chat. I think we all collectively were like, "Yeah, Tommy would be a great fucking idea."
Yeah, his initial choice was Nick, and I was like, no. We gotta get Tommy in there.
Yeah, you can't. Nick the Oreo's great at a lot of shit, but not the lolcow shit. No. Like maybe to help like edit and keep them in line, but not to the level that Tommy is going to be able to keep them in line.
Because Tommy is like brutal and harsh and
Tommy's
crazy.
super brutal.
Yeah, and he has that 40-year-old fat gamer like wavelength going on that
he gets that they're lying.
Yeah, he
about
gets
the what do you think about the documentary? You apparently you got 20,000 viewers or something like that. I heard 10,000 in a stream.
I did a review stream on it, and about 22,000 people showed up to watch me review it. And Boogie was talking about being mad at like Moist Critical in his views. I'm like, I hope he didn't watch my shit because I kind of went hard in the paint on it. But like,
you went harder than Moist Critical. I watched that video.
Easily went harder than Moist Critical. And like, I love Boogie to death, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, I understand that some people, you treat people differently based on who they are as a person, not who you want them to be as a person, right? And like, I love Boogie to death. I think he's a great person. But like, I tried.
Why does Boogie look so depressed hearing that?
Because apparently Wings ripped into him despite him thinking he's a good person.
I guess, but like, why look so depressed when Wings is like, yeah, Boogie's a great guy. It's like Boogie's like, I'm gonna kill myself after this.
Be entertaining, and like one of the ways I try to be entertaining is being witty. And like, if
so wait a minute, you love Boogie to death, and I can attest to that with my few experiences with you both. How did Moist Critical go easier on Boogie? He basically said that he's a bad person, and then at the same time kind of said, but it's really sad. Well, why is it sad if he's such a bad person?
The same video, because the video I watched, he was like breaking down Boogie's like sex sex worker dependency, and then like his
but he did, and yes, and then he broke it down that like, here's the weird thing. Boogie comes out and he says that like, this is the way I took the video. Okay, all right, he spent over 200K on sex workers, right? And Boogie, the way when I first watched the video, he's just saying, this is basically how I wasted all my money. I just got involved because I wanted to be with a Hollywood 10 and not an Arkansas.
That is such a great line. The Hollywood 10 and an Arkansas 8.
Yeah, Boogie's great with those one-liners. Like, that's a lot of money for a person of color. Like,
oh my god!
Like, Boogie is just so great with that.
Dude,
those one-liners.
The person of
make
color
him look like a piece of shit.
The person of color line. I fucking love that so much. It's the
That's a lot of money for a person of color.
I guess.
I
couldn't imagine saying that. Oh god. Okay, I saw Psych Draws in chat. Psych Draws. Boogie needs to do shrooms for the next episode. Yes.
Let's go.
100%.
Yes.
Allie,
Yes.
if you haven't seen the Boogie documentary, I'm gonna tell you right now. I covered it briefly, and so did Bo Blacks. You can check out our live streams or the original video. Boogie's a pathetic fucking fat sack of shit. like, I'm just gonna be honest. Pathetic fat sack of shit.
Those things.
True.
Charlie takes that and basically says and wraps it up in, he's a horrible person that treats women as just a sexual gratification.
See, here's what I got from that.
That's much worse than what you did.
No, what I got from that is he mistook something Boogie said in a sarcastic tone out of context. As
really?
Saying that he deserves to be fucking
yes,
hot women.
But how did he take that out of context? You and me didn't take that away from it.
He took it sarcastically.
No, he took Boogie literally. Boogie was saying, okay, I blew all this money on hookers because I'm kind of an idiot, right? And he took it as Boogie thinks he should be allowed to sleep with LA 10s because he's formerly a huge YouTube star. And I'm like, I'm watching this, and in fairness to fucking Boogie, and I'm the last guy right now to stick up for Boogie 2988 because you have no idea what an asshole he was before the show.
I love that Tommy just sprinkles that in. He's like,
holy
he goes, I don't want to defend Boogie because he's a piece of human garbage.
This is so perfect. This dynamic turned out so well.
But the thing is that I'm thinking of, right, is like the Moist Critical thing that Tommy's talking about. That I get where Tommy and all of them are coming from. It's like, oh, he might have taken something out of context or whatever. I'm going to be honest. Boogie's saying that he deserves to fuck LA 10s. He kind of comes across a little misogynistic. I'm not the kind of dude. But hold on. I'm not the kind of dude
I don't blame Critical for having that.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, Boogie's a horrible person for saying he wants to fuck hot women. Every man wants that. Boogie just had the money to fuck hot bitches. Like, Is that incredibly pathetic? Absolutely. Like, nobody's disparaging that. But it's not like he took it out of context. I think Critical may have hammed it up a little bit more than necessary. I can agree with that point. How many episodes until Boogie gives up on this? I have a running bet going with a friend of mine. I'm gonna make a lot of money if I'm right.
Right?
Hey man, I'll be honest before the show, just so people know.
You're not gonna say what the number is, bro?
Just know it's a lot of money. It's a good couple of thousand.
I said 5 episodes.
I'm at listen. I put 7, and if I hit this 7,
exactly 7.
If I hit this 7 episodes, it doesn't matter if it's like the worst episode ever. I'm going to win some money off of a close friend of mine.
Dude, as soon as episode 7 releases, you're going to start typing in the group chat, Keem, I think the podcast isn't working. And like,
oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, obviously.
You know what? It's just
obviously. The second that it gets to 7 episodes and I'm about to lose out on that money, I'm going to straight up search Sabotage. Be Keem, listen, the show sucks.
Fuck yeah.
No, I would never do that. That's fucking evil.
You're a jerk off.
I told him there was one thing I really didn't want mentioned, and you're like, you're just trying to manipulate me, and I'm like, no, there's just one thing I don't want to talk about today. You're like, you're manipulating me. You're trying to get out of the show.
Right. And then when I agreed to it, what did you do? You made one more demand. And then when
I
got by that, then why do we record things different?
No, I just had 2. I got 2 requests.
This is the problem with your whole life.
No.
Anybody that tries to help you, you try to sandbag and manipulate.
Let me speak.
Jesus
Christ. Oh my God, yes!
Thank you, Tommy.
Dude, Tommy has a Spurgy energy to him, and it's working in the favor of entertainment here, and I fucking love it, dude.
That's like the best part of that. Is that 100% him ripping into Boogie and him just being like, "You're being a manipulative piece of shit." Like, fuck you. It's just great.
I had 2 requests. There's a content creator who...
Don't bring it up if you're going to talk about it, pussy. If you're going to sit there and no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. You're not going to bring this up. I'll talk about him right now. If you're not doing this half-ass, if you told me no and I agreed to it, okay, you're not going to sit there and walk right up to the door. Drop it.
I guess if you speak his name, if you speak his name, you speak it.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying, and you just proved to the entire audience that you're trying to control me. So drop it.
Well, I'm just saying.
So let's get back to Charlie.
Let's get back to Charlie. There's 2 things I didn't want to talk about today.
And you're hoping I talk about it so it can give you an excuse to walk off the podcast.
No, well then let's start the
Well then drop it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Boogie just keeps trying to fucking talk about it. I just didn't want to talk about it. Then stop talking about it. Boogie, shut the fuck up. This podcast is going great. This podcast is going great.
Drop it. Okay, good. I'm gonna do a Boogie does. I'm gonna do a Boogie does. Somebody that doesn't do these things.
Can we start over then?
No, let's not.
No, this is perfect.
This is perfect.
Then
let me ask you this, Boogie.
Also, I saw your haircut. Damn, you bald.
When you were spending that money on those women,
comparatively,
did it ever cross your mind?
You bald as hell.
No. It's been growing out for a month. Come on.
You bald as hell, boy.
It's decent length. But dude, this shit has my cheeks dying, dude. This shit's so fucking funny. I'm constantly smiling. That's why I had to show the face.
That's so good.
Fucking, like, it's actually hurting.
It's actually.
What the fuck?
Bubble X just has the biggest shit-eating grin on.
My jaw is fucking yeah.
Trying to like maybe pay the house off.
Yeah, but you got to remember, I was suicidal back then, so I didn't.
Did you ever think that none of them were LA 10s in your?
Okay, I need to say something. This whole like, oh, I was suicidal. I didn't think about paying off my house. Here's my counter argument to Boogie's retardation. Why did you invest all your money in crypto then if you were planning on killing yourself? I'm gonna be brutal as shit about it. Why did you invest in crypto then?
I don't know.
Why then not pay off the house? Pay off the house instead. Why invest in crypto?
Dude, he's so stupid, dude. You could. He's like mentally retarded on top of mental retarded. It's just that he never makes the right decision. He's mental.
If you're gonna look to jump, maybe jump with like the house paid off instead of gambling it in crypto and then saying, "Oh, I was planning on just killing myself. That's why I never paid off the house."
McJuggernuggets told him to. So.
I don't believe. Like, okay, listen. I was there when the whole McJuggernuggets fucking bullshit exploded. We had it on the show. I'm telling you right now, Boogie's retarded through and through. McJuggernuggets is retarded. Like, that whole group of friends are fucking dumb as shit. I think Emily's the only one that's. I think Emily's the only one that was good that came out of that, and everyone else sucks.
Fucking fooling yourself.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I always knew that, Tom.
Yeah, but it sounds good on the video if you're saying they're LA 10s, right?
I mean, again,
Because like my wife watched the documentary today because we did a lot. We rewatched the documentary, we watched the Charlie video to try to prep for this, to try to to have questions asked. And my wife brought up a couple good points.
Hi, Kelly.
And like one of the points is that you said you you never felt like you loved a woman, and like when you're married, like did you not love your first wife at all?
I don't.
Well,
think
she was really good at accounting.
I don't think I said that.
You did say that.
No, I definitely did not say that.
Did you say that? I think he was on drugs when he said something like that. In fairness.
Oh my God, this is the first time I've ever felt happiness.
I don't
know. He was on the. He did, like Boogie had the greatest idea, like the best idea ever. Nothing else. Therapy hasn't worked for me, so let me do hardcore drugs. And
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you for bringing that up. Why? Why did Boogie think it was a good idea to do mushrooms? I know why. I know who told him to do mushrooms, but like, why would you listen?
Who told him to do mushrooms?
I know who told him.
Who told him?
You were
Say it.
It's in the group chat. You fucking know.
Who told him to wait? Did Keemstar tell Boogie to do mushrooms?
He did it to only use me blade, only natural occasions. I wouldn't be shocked. That's my answer. I wouldn't be shocked if Keemstar was the one that told Boogie to do mushrooms. Because he did it to only use me blade.
I mean, like, the mushrooms, it's like, it's a good time for Boogie, but, like, what does that do afterwards? Just, like, a blip in time where he feels different. Like, I don't know.
But the thing that aggravates...
It's not going to fix his life.
The thing that aggravates me, right, is, like, I've done mushrooms. I've done mushrooms with shamans before. I've done all that crazy shit. You've also done drugs. So
I've done shrooms once, too.
Yeah, you've done it. Like, we've all done shrooms collectively.
I want to do shrooms now.
The problem is, with Boogie... is that somebody like him on mushrooms is the most terrifying fucking situation that you could be put in. I would be horrified. I wouldn't be happy to trip with him because the vibes of the collective group are the ones that are going to make the trip fun. Him, holy shit. His fucking... I would be terrified. I would go walking in the woods alone instead of like tripping with Boogie.
I'd laugh at his ass probably.
I'd fucking leave. I would walk away in the middle of the woods and just never come back if I was tripping balls and Boogie was there. I'd be like, nope, nope, I don't want your vibes. I don't want
to trip balls with Boogie. That sounds badass.
Nah, bro,
Let's go.
I literally do not want his depression to like enter me if I was on.
But he wasn't depressed on shrooms. He was, I don't know. He'd probably say stupid shit on shrooms. But if you're on shrooms with someone, you're so fucking zooted out that like it doesn't even fucking matter what Boogie says because you're so fucking trippy, man.
Bro, I don't know. I guess I'm just more in tune with like when I've done hallucinogenics, I'm more in tune to like the people around me. I like kind of like focus in on that shit.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I've only been on shrooms once. So.
I've done it maybe like 7 or 8 times, and it's always with like music festivals and lots of people and shit like that. It's been a long time since I've done it though. Same as DMT. It's been a long time since I've done those.
Don't get me wrong, psychedelics. If you do the research, there's a I mean, every city in the country right now they're doing ketamine treatments. And ketamine combined with
what is ketamine
for therapy? Traditional ketamine is basically horse tranquilizer, but it's a psychedelic and it works for human beings. And every
ketamine, bro. Have you seen people go into K-holes? Boogie?
No.
That is the worst fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, where a dude just does like a desk line worth of ketamine until he blacks the fuck out. Ketamine is terrifying. Like, don't do ketamine, please.
Doctors and it cures COVID. Well, no, what it does do, actually, it does help with PTSD. It does help with childhood trauma. If you do the research, like it's out there. You can watch a documentary.
I used to know this bitch that used to like get horse like antibiotics because she couldn't afford to go to the doctor. I don't know if that's the same thing.
So to beat COVID.
But I don't think it does anything with like any physical diseases or anything like that. But it does help a lot with mental health. Specifically, like there's a documentary you can watch on Netflix called How to Change Your Mind, and they get into it there. And the research.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about your.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you brought it up.
That's right. That's right. I want to talk about your documentary.
Well, in my specific case, I found that research to be true. It seemed to create some neuroplasticity in my brain, and I did 3 sessions in the next 2 weeks with my therapist, and I made more progress in that period of time than I think I've ever made.
Really? So that quote, I think...
I don't believe that, because that happened how many weeks ago? What? The documentary was recorded like 9-10 months ago, right? So the mushroom trip happened during that time frame, and he's done mushrooms since, but he still had a meltdown with Mudahar on Twitter. And then blamed everybody for him and his girlfriend breaking up because of the Mudahar tweets.
He hasn't changed at all from shrooms.
He hasn't changed from shit. He hasn't changed shit.
Wings, what he said was, "This is the first time I felt joy." That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah,
That
that's
was
what I
it.
said.
I don't think it's the first time he ever fell in love.
Wait, what? Happiness.
I might have misquoted it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Whenever
You said you're suicidal, but you didn't want to pay the house off at that point. It's like,
well, why would you waste your money on a house you're never going to live in? That doesn't make any sense, right? I just want to spend my plan.
How does that make sense? Why would you invest money in cryptocurrency then, Boogie? Why?
Yeah.
The same
Nothing matters if you're gonna die, you know.
The same stupid argument can be flipped on its head for you investing in crypto, you fucking idiot. Like,
yeah, true.
My plan at the time was to spend through my money and then pop my brains.
Yeah,
you know?
but why would
That
you
was the
spend
plan.
like you're literally getting like fucking GameStop cards or some shit like that in purses to buy for hookers who you're paying for sex to begin with.
Like you'll see in a lot of interviews, Mike said that he ballparked a lot of these figures. We didn't like sit down and look at receipts or anything. There was no GameStop gift certificates. There was no gift certificates or anything like that. There were gifts, there were trips, there were things along that lines. And most of the time, it wasn't like I took somebody on a trip with me. I would like go to LA to see my friends, to go to the Game Awards, to go film haunt season, stuff like that. And while I was out there, I'd take like one night to meet somebody and hang out. So like a lot of that, to begin with, the $200,000 figure got severely rounded up. And then the majority of that money was spent on just traveling. You know.
So then Mike completely fucked up the numbers and overinflated it, and you allowed that to happen. So the numbers are false.
Okay.
God.
Yeah, because he watched the documentary before it came out, and he didn't bother to correct it on anything. Like on the Rich stream, he just said like, I didn't even look at the numbers.
I didn't even look at the numbers of my own documentary that is supposed to be the thing that makes everyone feel bad for me.
I don't even know if I believe that Boogie didn't look at it. Maybe he just, I feel like it's more likely that he just didn't care.
I need Mike Klum to come out and say something about that. I need Mike to be like, Boogie's bullshitting. Like, I need him to say it or that Boogie's right. Because that means everyone's saying that Boogie spent $200K on hookers, Moist Critical's fucking video, everything just gets null and voided if that is not the case. Like, why did you let it go out like that, Boogie?
Most of it was like getting out my fat ass out there. Like,
why would you do that if you could afford it, though?
Well, I could afford it at the time, but yeah, I definitely could afford it at the time. I'm not doing it now because I can't afford it.
Have paid on pussy?
It's a $200K.
I mean, he says $200K is not legitimate. What's the real number?
Specifically on that,
$190K.
Maybe. God, it's not any better than that. Really, to speak it out loud, Tommy. Probably 40.
40?
If I had to estimate.
40
across 3 years.
I mean, like,
40K in 1 year.
Am I?
You haven't texted me,
that's
right?
pretty fucking bad.
How
I
much?
had that money right.
40K in 1 year versus 200,000 from the years. What was it? What were the years again? 2019 to 2020, or something like that. I don't even remember the exact numbers.
Now I would.
How much is sex? Oh, see, you were buying them. See, most people, what they do is they give the hooker whatever $100, $200 and sleep with them and get rid of it. You were taking them out. Like, why are you taking hookers?
Oh shit! I did some stupid shit with them. I sent an autistic kid to fucking school. Like this.
I think it's more interesting talking about the pussy.
Well, no, but I'm saying like that. No, I'm saying like for someone I knew, I sent their kid to fucking school.
Oh, it was
like I spent my money on doing shit like that. Yeah, like I did.
You sent a hooker's kid to school?
Yeah, I really did.
Bruh. Bubble X, please tell me you heard that.
I didn't. What's up?
He said, so Boogie just said that he paid for a hooker's autistic kid to go to school.
What? What the fuck? Wait, well, I mean, thank you, Boogie, for contributing to the autistic community, but also why? I mean,
listen.
You were taking them out. Like, why are you taking hookers?
Oh shit! I did some stupid shit with them. I sent an autistic kid to fucking school. Like this.
I think it's more interesting talking about the pussy.
Well, no, but I'm saying like that. No, I'm saying like for someone I knew, I sent their kid to fucking school.
Oh,
like I spent my money on doing shit like that. Yeah, like I did.
It was a hooker's kid, hooker's autistic kid.
Let's go, Boogie Pro Autism. I love him, dude.
Bro, like
he's funding the future of geniuses.
Imagine being that kid now after all these years. It's like, Mom, how did you afford sending me to school? Well, there was this really big fat guy who was called Francis. He was really big on YouTube. And I fucked him so that you can go to school, Timmy.
Hell yeah.
That poor fucking kid is scarred.
That's the best origin story.
That kid is scarred for life, bro.
This kid to school?
Yeah, I really did. I helped somebody, like the documentary said, I helped somebody with their nursing degree.
Paid all people's lunches.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Jesus.
I know a lot
Wings,
of people.
you've paid off the girlfriend's kid stuff before, though. You're not 100%.
I'm not-
You're a good person. You've done that before
Well,
yourself.
one of my first long-term relationships had 2 kids, and like I was stupid and I was in love and stuff like that. I've spent my own degree of money, but like 40,000 ain't that bad. I mean, like
were
those
they
ballpark
hookers?
like this. No,
Were they hookers?
No, they weren't.
Or they were
hookers.
girlfriend?
They were my girlfriend at the time, but like,
Oh, fair enough.
you haven't beat like DSP's Hogan pools yet, so like you're still good on the hooker foundation. In my
Oh yeah, fuck right.
The
DSP
Hooker Foundation.
Well, the thing is that like if Boogie's saying it's only $40K that he spent on hookers, DSP has allegedly spent $250,000 on WWE gotcha games on mobile. So like, if that's true, Boogie was close to beating Phil on the most retarded shit you could buy. But now it's 40,000. Now Phil's number 1. This is annoying.
Why didn't you just sleep with them and
Phil wins.
like call it
Phil is the winner of stupid fucking shit to buy.
a day? Why did you have? Is it like I noticed like
Nobody will
basically-
believe. Nobody will believe me when I tell them. But I was just trying everything I could to just be out of pain. I was like in a very bad place mentally and also physically, and going through the divorce and getting bypass surgery and everything else.
But why? No, that doesn't answer my question though. Why taking them out? Why the dinner date? Like why buy
Because
them
I thought that might help. Just straight up like sex didn't help. So I thought, well, what if we went
Did
to
it do
this
anything
place
for you,
together?
like,
What if we did
mentally,
this thing
like
together? What if we travel? Oh no, it never helped. It was a very. It's like the food. Like the food is fucking killing me, but I keep eating it.
Well,
you know?
I'm just saying.
And
Like,
so it was always a self-destructive act.
How did you
But I
pay? How did you pay? You pay by the hour? Like how did it work?
Generally, it's more like, hey, I need help with this, so help me with this, and I would help them with that. That's generally what.
Oh, dude, it would have been cheaper to pay them by the hour. Why would you buy them shit? You have to buy them like, dude, sugar.
Because he's retarded and horny and he wants fucking puss, dude. That's why.
But bro, that's like you could have just paid by the hour.
I don't know.
You
Boogie's
could have
a
still
mental retard.
You could have still fucked instead of buying them like purses and shit. Like what? What?
He overpriced the pussy, man.
He really overpriced the pussy. It's like whore's pussy.
What happened?
That's what. Wait a minute. You pick and see. I don't know how it works. Look, I was in the army. All right.
You meet
But
somebody.
I was in the army.
You meet somebody.
We got an
you meet somebody
army
online.
cameo. We got an army mention from Tommy. 19 minutes into new project. Army, by the way.
Army, by the way.
Yeah.
You talk for a little while. You get to know them. You hang out a couple of times.
And then you pay them?
And then they'll be like, hey, so this is what I'm looking for. Like, I need help with this. I need help sending my kids to school. I need help with my nursing degree.
Oh, so
I
you
need
actually
whatever.
were doing sugar daddy
And so,
shit.
like,
You weren't
then,
going to like skip the game.
right, there you go.
But it said sex workers. One girl, you actually cured
It
some
still
girls sex
is.
work. I mean,
it still is. I mean, it's.
I guess. Actually, it sounds more like you're being fooled. Now you're paying for a sex. Like I'm thinking you're
So did you
applying
ever get a long-term
for someone.
relationship about this?
My
Do it?
love.
Not really. I mean, like, you know, there's people I knew for a long time, but it's not. It's none of it's like an ever actual relationship. It's nothing like what I have
so
now.
weird.
You know.
Most people are going up looking like I want a blonde. I want her to be 5 foot whatever. I want her to be this thin. And you're like no one ever hears about like some hooker's fucking kid or anything. Or
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is, Tommy?
You never want to bring up a hooker's kid. That is the most terrifying thing. I couldn't imagine like meeting your hooker's kid. That's probably awkward as shit. Especially their autistic kid. That'd be horrible. Boogie just finished banging his mom. Boogie just finished banging his mom, and this kid comes out and goes, "Mom, I have to buy crayons today." And Boogie just lumbers out, being 500 fucking pounds.
Here's the $5 for the crayons, kid. Boo. Watch Francis on YouTube.
I got the next Legend of Zelda review out for you.
Yeah.
That'd be horrible, dude. I would hate that.
How did that happen? That's what I want to know. How does this happen? Most people go on for sex. Like you went for something else. That's interesting.
I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I think the mental state I was in was I wanted to feel useful. I wanted to feel appreciated. I wanted to feel like a good person. And doing that let me feel like those things.
So basically, okay, so let me get this straight. You would apply, you would solicit a hooker online, and then you would treat him like a girlfriend?
No, he was
no,
sugar babies.
Yeah, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, but that's what you said. The thing they said it was sex work.
But at the end
Sugar
of the
babies
day, it is a variation of a different thing. Like, you know, like there's high-end delicious chocolate and there's like low-end fucking Milky Ways or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's a difference between
let
the
me ask
two.
you a question.
I love that. They were like, yeah, Boogie doesn't treat women like shit. And he doesn't talk about women in a mean way. Now
he compares them to chocolate.
It's like you got
of
high-end.
course, that fat ass.
You got high-end designer chocolate, and you have bullshit Milky Way bar.
Sorry, we don't eat chocolate as much as you. I didn't know there was like a huge discrepancy between, the quality of chocolate.
I love this podcast. It's going so good already.
if they were better looking, so if they were better looking or like more relationship.
Well, one's about sex and one's about companionship.
Like in the
Okay,
documentary.
all right. I can get that.
In the documentary, you're like scrolling down like a page of women. Are those actually women on like the sugar baby?
Ugly bitches, by the way. Ugly broads. Oh my god.
Is that an Arkansas right there?
Yeah.
They were fucking.
Oh,
dude, Tommy's so perfect for this.
He really is. Like, so like the argumentation I've seen from the Dents is like DSP would have been a better fit, but DSP wouldn't be able to cause like this kind of shit. They would just sit there and like drone on and bitch, moan, and complain.
Yeah, this is better than DSP, honestly. DSP should be on there as a fourth host, though, if possible.
He will never do it. Ever.
Yeah.
Mostly because Keem's involved, but also because now Tommy's involved. And Tommy is somebody that he can't control. So he would get pissed and ruin the podcast in one episode if Tommy didn't do what Phil wanted.
It'd be good for a guest spot, like just one episode.
It would be, but he refuses to go on any other YouTube
impossible.
channels, podcasts, anything. After the Side Scrollers interview, he has retreated back into his impenetrable fortress that is his YouTube channel.
That's pretty much what you expect
We do
to
need
see.
Tommy or Tipster to go on that.
We need Tipster. We need Low Tier God. I would kill for a Cyrax interview. If they can get Daniel Larson, that would be fucking insane. That would do the podcast fucking crazy numbers. There's a lot of cows out there that they could work with, but DSP is basically like the white whale. They're gonna have to like do everything they can to get him on.
The Northwest Arkansas.
Probably cost them like $10,000 because he won't go on podcasts unless he gets paid for his day. And I think the last time somebody offered him, he said he wanted $2,000 just to go on their podcast. And he also said you can't ask me questions that I don't like or something.
Holy shit.
Yeah, like it's not worth it.
So you're pretty much accurate. Yeah.
I mean, those are like Monk Corner 4s, like a lot of them.
Yeah.
You might understand why I was
How
traveling.
much are those girls per hour? I'm interested.
I wouldn't know.
How do you not know? You're on the fucking website.
No,
Because
they don't charge per hour.
what I did was nothing like by the hour or anything. We know none of that was by the hour.
What did you buy? What program did you buy?
What do you mean, what program?
Like, all right, you didn't do it by the hour, but what did you buy?
Like I said, you'd meet somebody online, you would talk to them for a while, you'd get to know them, you'd go on a few dates, then they would be like, here's the thing that I need help with,
You can't leave
and then you would help them with that thing.
Without giving this girl's identity away, which one would you say was the one that you shugged for the most? Like, what was the most outrageous one?
The one that quit sex work.
The one with the autistic kid. I felt a lot of compassion for her situation. I felt a lot of compassion for the kid, and they
Did you
needed
actually
a
talk
lot
to the kid?
of
Because
lot
this
of
would make
help.
it more weird.
Yeah,
I mean, I met him a couple times.
Buddy, I'm Boogie 998 from YouTube.
You know, they came over for my Thanksgiving during COVID. That was a thing we did.
Was this
so
after or before? I guess this is when your wife left, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So you just you were trying to make a little family for yourself, is what you're doing.
Well, my thought process was, and it's not like this now, but at the time I wasn't emotionally available. So I wanted companionship, but I knew I was not emotionally available at all.
Yeah.
So my thought process was, I could be financially available, and so maybe I can do that. Maybe I can feel like the hero. Maybe I can feel good.
So you
maybe
feel
I
like
can
dad.
be appreciated, and in the process, have the companionship I was looking for. But I also knew, like, I knew I couldn't date after that divorce. Like,
And this is a sex worker we're talking about.
well, no, again, they're in the same genre, but it's very different from what
It's very
you're
different.
imagining. Yeah, it's
Okay,
very
yeah,
different from what
clearly.
you're imagining.
I can't imagine this. That's the problem. And you're
Yeah,
right.
I mean, like,
That's-
sex is a lot of the times not like tertiary. It's all the way in the back. That's
What the fuck is he talking about? So he wastes all of his time and money just to get these girls to like him and then fuck them. So he spends thousands of dollars on them.
He's not just buying sex, he's also buying like the feeling of having a partner and like having a Thanksgiving with like a
That's
woman
pathetic.
and her kid and
That's so pathetic. That's so pathetic. All right, let's see here. You want to keep going, Bo Blacks? You sound tired, bro.
yeah, I mean, we have been going on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, but also, like, we didn't get to Boogie melting over the Muda tweets.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is that he doesn't, from what I understand, they don't talk about it just yet. Like
wait, but that's the title of the
yeah,
podcast.
So they talk about it for like a second, I think. Let me find it here.
So the podcast title is kind of clickbait?
Kind of. Let me see.
I was going to bring up, like, Mudahar. You've had some problems. You've had some issues.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I can't. Does she? Potential. You're absolutely right, Boogie. So as soon as that girl thinks you have potential, marry that bitch because she probably fucking figured you got something going.
You want a woman that builds, but I'm from.
Because you won't let.
No, did you see this in the Did you see this in the local live chat?
Yeah. I can't talk about it because you won't let.
No,
me
let's talk about it.
There we go. Talk about it now. Do you want to talk about it now?
Yeah, Muta says we can. Muta says we can. Muta says we can. Let's go.
Muta says we can. Okay.
Yeah, Muta says we can.
Okay, fine. Can we be friends again now, Boogie? Because I was really mad at you. Okay.
I understand.
I'm gonna Shiver shake on it. Okay. Here's what I know. I'm gonna start this off calm so he doesn't get like out of fucking control. All right.
Yeah.
I gotta
you
say
said to
something.
me, I was gonna bring up like Mutahar. You've had some problems. You've had some issues with Mutahar, right?
Yeah.
And,
I'm scared shitless. I'm scared shitless of that guy.
So, and tell us what you told me before. You compared Mutahar fan base to like you're afraid like one of Mutahar's.
No. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of crazy people doing crazy shit. And like when somebody is as big as Mutahar, where he's got like 10 million followers and he gets like 5 million views on a video, if he's like he's really mad at me. Like he'll tell you publicly. He has said it publicly. He thinks I'm the worst piece of shit and he wishes the worst for me. And he'll say that a million times, right? He's tweeted it several times this last week. And I
just saw it cut it. You missed off the second.
How are you afraid of Mutahar?
Boogie like blows everything out of proportion. Number one, Muta has 3 million subs, not 10, and gets 1 million views per video, not 10 to 5. And then also like Muta isn't saying shit as crazy as Boogie is describing it here, but of course everything's just over exaggerated in his mind, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like, well, he does say so. I heard he says something here that is kind of shocking. Hold on.
Recording?
Yeah, the desktop audio thing, I turned it off on the first recording, then when we restarted it, it turned the desktop audio back on, and I just noticed it.
Well, we can if we need to start over, that's fine. We'll start over with fucking talking about Muta first.
Do that whole fucking thing again.
That's okay. I'm in a better headspace anyway. Let's do it.
Hold on. No, dude.
I didn't talk that much, so like it could be.
Well, you know what? We'll keep it going. We'll send it in.
Cool. Okay.
Something
Yeah.
like
That's
that. So let's nobody fucking.
I really need to hear this part. Somebody do something. This. I'm watching just. Bublax, are you looking at the group chat right now? Don't leak anything. Are you seeing
No, I'm not.
You should don't leak anything. We're not gonna say anything.
I won't leak anything, but
like T-Point. Oh God, I think a certain someone just pulled off a great fucking troll.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I checked and it wasn't true.
Yeah, so did I. So
did I didn't say anything in chat.
You see the group was
okay. Gullible motherfuckers. All right.
Oh my God, that's fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie, that's fucking great.
Nobody. Yeah. Stop, Boogie?
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't stopped. I paused.
Let's just fucking write it out.
I paused the desktop audio like 4 minutes
ago. All right, let's go back. Let's start with Mutahar again. Let's scratch that whole fucking thing. I'm going to ask you about Mutahar again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's how I'm going to open it up. All right. Okay. So in the beginning, me and you got in a big fight, Boogie, before the cast started, and it was about Mutahar, and you told me not to bring up, which I agreed to, and then you had a bunch of other fucking stipulations.
Oh, no, I just wanted you to be nice. I just wanted you to be nice to my girlfriend. That was it.
Fuck your girlfriend. How about that? All right. Here's you wanted that's
fuck your girlfriend. How about that?
That's neither here fucking either near or there. So you told me that you were gonna walk if Mutahar had anything to do with this because apparently you guys are having beef behind the scene. Like what the fuck? And you're telling me that he's as crazy or his fans are potentially as crazy.
No,
as
well,
so
really? I have paranoia issues. I think we all agree with that.
I agree with that.
And it comes along with the anxiety and other stuff. Muta's been mad at me for like years, rightfully so, because I've been a manipulative piece of shit. Like I'll be the first to admit that, right?
Okay.
And so like in the last couple of weeks, Muta has definitely decided that like I'm like not a great person. And he's like tweeted. I mentioned him on Twitter because of all this group chat shit that leaked, and so he was like, "You're the worst kind of person."
Oh man, the group chat leaks, man. That's such a horror. That was the funniest thing to come out of that. Let's just be honest.
That's technically the catalyst to what's going to be shown on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, 100%. But think about it. That was the funniest thing to come out of that. It was the funniest thing to come out of that. It's like we were all just shitting on Boogie, and everyone was like, "Why are you doing this to Boogie?" And we're like, "Nobody respects Boogie, like publicly or privately. Like, why the fuck is this a shock?"
I think you're manipulative. I'm open about it. I only wish the worst for you. Blah blah blah. And that's fine. He's entitled to his opinion.
When did he say that? Did he say that before or after you started fucking DMing his girlfriend?
It was after. It was a week, like right after the
girlfriend.
Well, no, it was before. It was well before. Like a week before.
So he said you're the worst. You hope the worst happens to you before you DM'd his girlfriend.
I think so. Yes.
And in fairness to you,
I can
by the
bring
way.
if you want me to. I can't bring up his tweets
No,
because
I'll
we
take
got
your
each other
word for it.
blocked.
I'll take
but
your word for it.
Yeah, his
You
tweets
dig.
basically said, "Look, I'm very open about how much I hate you, what a manipulative piece of shit I think you are, and that you deserve everything that's ever happened to you." I think that's a direct quote.
Okay.
I'm not. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Where did Muda lie? That Boogie kind of like brought all this shit onto himself. Where's the lie?
Yeah, Muda's spitting facts, dude. He's just not holding back. He's letting him know.
But legitimately, where's the lie? Boogie does all of this shit to himself on a constant fucking basis. Every day, every hour. Where's the lie?
No, it didn't hurt my feelings. It scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me.
How does that
I don't
scare
have
the
a problem.
shit out of you that he's venting to you privately? That's so
No,
ridiculous.
that was public. That was public.
That was public.
Have you been
Yeah,
swatted?
you're confusing the things he said privately and what he's tweeted publicly.
Yeah.
And so, when you have an audience of like 10 million people and you're wishing the worst for somebody, that's really scary for me.
Dude, how
That's
is
just really
3
scary for me.
million
And
turning
so-
into 10 million? That's such a big discrepancy.
Yeah, well, because
The
I think he's counting Twitter followers, YouTube followers, Instagram followers, like whatever followers.
Yeah, but they overlap. The same person who follows on YouTube would also follow on Twitter, so that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, first off, Muda did not lie. Normalize femboys. Your fucking name is killing me. Muda did not lie on Boogie's girlfriend. Legitimately. Did not.
He didn't, no.
None
he
of-
just
nope.
said that Keem claimed.
Keem claimed it. You can even see it in the
literally,
leaks.
he said that. It's so obvious. Like,
Yeah,
Boogie's just trying to start shit. Like, by Boogie's logic, he should be more mad at Keem than he is at Muda, yet he's more mad at Muda, which makes no sense.
Yeah, he should be pissed at Keem. And you can even see in the leaks that we were all like, what? And we all looked into it. We were like, this is retarded. Everyone was like, this is stupid and not real. Like, you're an idiot. We all just left it alone.
I DM'd Muda and I tried to say, like, look, man, I just wish we could leave each other alone. And he agreed, which I thought was awesome. And then 2 days later, I pulled a classic Boogie and I was promoting a video. And Keemstar's like, you need to talk about this. You need to talk about this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'll mention it in the tweet. I'm like, hey, after that group shot leaked, I thought it'd be good to let my girlfriend speak for herself. So here's a video of her speaking for herself instead of Keemstar and Mudahar and everybody else, right? And Muda's, I guess, girlfriend or wife, I think wife. He's telling me
I
wife.
thought it was girlfriend. I did a podcast
Right.
with her. Yeah.
But apparently she saw that. And I didn't know who she was. I don't know who Dojangles is, but I guess
that is such a lie, bro.
Lie, they went on the pod.
She literally has a pod. Hold on. What the podcast is called? Real World Sickos, right?
Yeah.
Real World Sickos. Okay. Where's the Boogie episode? Where's the Boogie episode? Where is it? Boop! Right here.
Real weird sickos, yeah.
7 months ago. 7 months ago.
I see a chef in the background.
7 months ago. This dude is lying out of his fucking teeth.
that's a person.
Yeah.
And so she was like, oh my God, you fucking snake, you fucking piece of shit, and whatever. And so like Mudahar messaged me and was like, hey, look, I'm being really nice to you right now. And I've agreed, I'm not going to make a video about you because I wouldn't want a 10 out of 10 video on my channel anyway. But I do think you're worthless. I do think you're a piece of shit. I don't think you should be fucking mentioning the stuff. You asked for a ceasefire and then you went back. That's a shitty thing to do, Boogie. Don't do that shit.
But the dead comment, the dead commentators causing some shit right now. I'm trying to watch this, but I'm watching some fucking stupid shit go on in here.
I'm so confused. Because my...
Dude, I think he's trolling. I think he's legitimately trolling.
Yeah, I don't know who's more drunk, me or the other person in the group chat.
I think it's the other person in the group chat. The other person in the group chat's wasted as shit.
So I got a DMs right now that have been posted in the
I'm
chat that's
wasted
saying it's
too.
never this fucking agreement never happened.
Well, I can show you. I mean, I literally have the screen. I'll send you the
Post
screen
them in
cap
the
right now.
chat.
Post
Yeah,
in
I
the
will.
chat. Yeah, because
But
he's saying,
I literally, I told
I'm gonna read
him.
what Muda said. We don't have a deal, lol. Muda, quick, give a person for Boogie to talk about you. He made that retarded shit up in his head. That's what he said. He said you
Well,
made this shit
again,
up.
I maybe he didn't read what I said, but what I said to him, and I'll show it to you in the chat, is I said, look, from here on out, I'm going to Will Smith you. I'm going to keep your name the fuck out of my mouth. I'm literally looking at it right now. I'm reading it to you word for word.
I cannot believe that Boogie's this much of a fucking pushover. It's like he's such a bitch. He's such a fucking bitch. That's all they discuss, Boblax. That's literally, from what I understand, that's all they discuss in the Frank Hassel shit. Oh, wait. Okay, there is a part in here. Where is this?
So this video's like low-key clickbait, or this title's low-key clickbait?
It's low-key clickbait, but there is a part where I'm pretty sure, and I'm just going to spoil it because we've been going way too fucking long.
I'm fine with
that Boogie says that he's concerned about Muda because Muda's fans might Frank Hassel Boogie again to get clout because Muda doesn't like Boogie.
That's retarded.
That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Muda's fan base are people that like Linux, video games, and deep dives into dark internet fucking rabbit holes. They don't give a shit about Boogie. They don't give a fuck. You're retarded to think if that's what's going to happen. I love that in the middle of this fucking group chat shit's going on. I'm fucking crying.
I don't know what's happening, dude. Whatever's happening, add me to all the group chats. I want to be included.
It's just a troll. It's just a troll. It's a straight up troll. It's a good troll. It's fucking funny. I think this is where we ended off, Bo Blacks.
That's the Lolcow podcast, and that's Dark Side Phil. What crazy lolcows, dude. How, like, the Lolcow podcast, I'm gonna admit, it's doing better than I thought it would, man.
Yeah, well,
with all of Keemstar, yeah, I mean,
30.
It's doing good.
Let me see how many views it's at right now.
It's almost. I mean, they're already
36?
up to 7K subs. Who would have guessed more people are gonna sub to the Lolcow podcast when actual content's on it? But yeah, it looks like it's good. People are subbing to Lolcow podcast. Keemstar said for me to shout out Lolcow podcast, or he's gonna call me retard in DM.
Same.
And try to murder me. So guys, Lolcow podcast exists. YouTube.com/@LolcowLive, but also YouTube.com/@MayoMonkey. Come on, we got daily content.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe over to Bo Blacks. Make sure you subscribe to myself. This is Chris the Narc. Super fucking easy. You guys don't have to dig too deep for that. I am unique.
Yes, Chris the Narc.
Thank
you for doing the stream with me. It's been fun.
Well, of course, Bo Blacks. I'm just happy that you even wanted to do it in the first place. Kind of a rough run to see how co-streaming works, but we were able to show each other some shit and have a little bit of fun. I appreciate that.
I'm the perfect co-host.
You're a great co-host.
I'm the After Hours co-host. I'm the king of co-hosts.
I'm usually not somebody that ever has a co-host. Like I don't know. I've just never thought about having a co-host.
But it was a good fun stream. Thank you for introducing me to the world of DSP.
Of course, bro. Hopefully in the future, if you need any more lore or if some stupid shit comes up, you call me, all right?
Yep.
All right.
DSP King.
Well, we're gonna figure out this fucking group chat shit though. This is funny.
All right. Okay. See ya.
I'll see ya. All right, guys. Thank you so much. This stream went on way fucking longer than I wanted it to. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I just want to thank you guys for showing up. Thank you. It means a lot to the people that donated as well. I hope you guys enjoyed this very, very, very long live stream. I think this is like the longest live stream I put on my channel. I think it's the longest one. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I might be retarded. This might be the longest DSP stream I've ever ran. We're almost at 5 hours. Jesus. Is this my longest stream? Am I retarded, chat? We are rating. I'm going to send you over to FPS Diesel. He's playing some games, no DSP, gives you a break from drama content. Make sure you go check out Diesel. Thank you, Bo Blacks, for letting me on Mayo Monkey. I love your channel, bro. Make sure you subscribe over to Mayo Monkey. Subscribe over to the Lolcow podcast. And subscribe over to Turkey Tom if you aren't already. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to do a shout-out to all the donators before I let you go. Thank you, CIA, QTV, Niggle. I should not say that. Pigeon Sal with the 5 gifted. Shala with the 2. Mike the Bike with the 5 months. Deep Fryer. QTV, Pigeon, Doug with the 5 gifted. Shady, and Pigeon and Doug with the rest following it up. Thank you guys for watching so much. Thank you guys for donating. It means a lot to me. I'll see you guys in the next one. Maybe tomorrow it'll just be a casual stream. No call-ins, nothing. Just us fucking around and trying to find some shit on the internet. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night. Stick around. I'm going to send you over to Diesel. Make sure to like before you go, too, bros.